Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the December meeting of the Arkansas State Board of Education. Glad to see so many folks out engaged, and a lot of guests, because early on today we have a lot of things to celebrate, and we are always happy to do that. There are no items that have been pulled, so everything is on the agenda. I did get a request this afternoon on item 5, which is the KIPP Delta Public School hearing. Mr. Shirey does have a conflict this evening, and obviously he has to travel a ways to get back to the eastern part of the state. I think his meeting's actually in Memphis. He has requested if we could move that item up to the first item this afternoon to 1 p.m. Or is there any objection to that move? Okay. I don't think we need a motion on that. I think there's no objection to that. So we will move that up to, it'll come in ahead of item 1 at 1 p.m. Okay. All right. Well, let's get started with the recognitions, and we get a really great thing to start off, and that is our 2019 Arkansas Teacher of the Year. Stacy McAdoo is here, and she's with her fan club that tends to accompany her wherever she goes, family, friends. I also want to, we'll see Superintendent Poor a fair amount today. He is here, of course, Marvin Burton, the Deputy Superintendent, and Ms. Nancy Rousseau, the principal at Little Rock Central High School, where Stacy teaches, and I'm not bummed to be leaving this board in many respects, but I am bummed that I'm not going to get to serve with Stacy McAdoo, who is an inspiring teacher and an inspiring leader. So I'm going to turn it over to Megan Abels, who heads up the Arkansas Teacher of the Year program.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good morning, board. You know, this is one of my favorite days of the year. To come before you and let our current Teacher of the Year introduce you to the next Teacher of the Year. And as you all know, Miss Weta Newton is a part of the Teacher of the Year family, and this is a very special program for our state and for our agency. And I wanted to make sure to take just a moment, because we have 2 new board members, to make sure that you understood our timeline for the Teacher of the Year program. Our new Teacher of the Year will begin training this next semester of school, and on July 1, she will take over her duties in her year of service, and that will be the year that she will get to sit along all of you as a member, non-voting member of the State Board of Education. Hopefully, we will find out in January if our Teacher of the Year has made top 4 for the nation, and don't worry, if she did, you'll be hearing from me pretty soon. And I just wanted to take this moment to say thank you. Thank you for taking in our Teacher of the Year as a member of your group and sharing her stories and patting her on the back and helping to elevate our program around the state. So now I'll turn it over to Randy House, our 2018 Teacher of the Year.
When I was first titled Teacher of the Year, I was told that there would be times that I would need to use my ATOY title as a shield of protection. However, throughout this past year, I've not used this title as a shield, but rather a badge of honor and advocacy. A year ago, I got a special shirt from a friend. It was red, and on the front it had a big state of Arkansas, and it said Teacher of the Year on it. I chose to wear that shirt anytime I traveled, and found that shirt brought many opportunities to share about education, to share about my students, and to share about Arkansas, and how proud I am of our state and our mission of student-focused education. Once I was in the airport in Chicago, I met a lady who approached me about my shirt, and her first response was, "Are you really the Teacher of the Year?" And I wanted to go, "No, I got this at the gift shop." But she thanked me profusely for my job. And we sat and talked, and we boarded our separate planes. And she later found me on social media to reconnect and again thank me for my job. I was able to share with her the initiatives that we're doing in Arkansas and honestly changed her perspective of what's going on down here in the South. So, also in New Jersey, I met a man who told me he hated school as a student and shared how one of his elementary teachers actually physically abused him. He shared how his perspective of teachers changed when his daughter was in the kindergarten. His daughter had begged all year long to ride the school bus, but they were hesitant given the fact that she was so little. But on the last day of school, they agreed to let her ride the bus on the way home. But being protective parents, they drove to school to watch her get on that bus so they could follow it home. So he saw his daughter and her classmates board that bus, and they poked their head out the window in their little hands, and they waved, and their teacher was standing there. And as the bus drove away, he could see the little hands waving, and the teacher jokingly ran after the bus, waving her hand. And he said he saw as the bus moved out of sight, that teacher put her hands over her face and began to cry. And that moment alone changed his perspective on education. That shirt I was wearing provided me with that story, a story I will never forget. This title has given me so much, and I'm so honored for each opportunity it has brought me, and I cannot wait to see what it brings for our next Teacher of the Year. Our 2019 ATOY, Miss Stacy McAdoo. Stacy McAdoo has 16 years of teaching experience, and she has dedicated her life to honoring her brother's memory by standing in the gap for students that are often misunderstood or students who are in the jeopardy of falling through the cracks. She possesses patience, compassion, and the ability to understand the importance of creativity and differentiation in her classroom instruction. She states that education cannot be confined to the walls of the schoolhouse, and she advocates classroom community connection. She's the founder of the Righteous Poets, where she mentors students on finding their voice through poetry. She advocates for her students, the majority of whom are students of color from low socioeconomic backgrounds, and is dedicated to breaking down barriers to ensure equitable access to high-quality education for all students. Stacy, I hope you will continue on this tradition of the traveling t-shirt, and I hope it brings you the stories and opportunities of advocacy that it has brought to me.
I don't have anything prepared, so I'm really glad that Ms. Randy introduced me in such a marvelous way. So thank you, Ms. House, for that introduction. I would like to say, even though Dr. Barth has already acknowledged my family, I would like to especially thank them for being here with me. They are always a part of my journey, so I am so glad that they were able to join us today, as well as my wonderful principal and superintendent and Little Rock School District family members, everybody that's here that came. I am very, very thankful. I am blessed and appreciative of this opportunity to represent the noblest and most important profession that exists. I am very nervous and anxious and excited about having a voice and a seat at the table with you all to see how the workings and the decisions that affect my profession come about. And I think that's really all that I have to say. So thank you guys for acknowledging me and allowing me to be here.
right, and next up, we get to celebrate the Superintendent of the Year, and I'm going to turn things over to Mike Mertens.
Good morning, Chairman Barth and members of the board and Commissioner Key. It's an honor to be here this morning to present the 18-19 Superintendent of the Year. I would like to give you a little history of the award. This is actually a recognition that's presented by the National School Superintendents Association. Nominations and applications are submitted to the national level according to their guidelines, and then all nominations are sent back to the state association for their review and final selection. The Arkansas Superintendent of the Year will represent our state at the National Convention in February and will be in the running for the National Superintendent of the Year. A little history of the award. Arkansas has been involved in this program since 1988. The first winner, first Arkansas Superintendent of the Year was the late Bill Kessinger from West Memphis. In our history, there's only been one two-time winner, and that's Dr. Jim Rollins from Springdale. And I was in Springdale schools last Friday, and I can tell you he's still going strong in his 36th year as superintendent of that district. The youngest superintendent to ever win this award was Dr. Matt McClure. He was 37 when he was named the Superintendent of the Year in 2010, and he was with the Cross County School District at that time. The oldest superintendent to win this award was Mrs. Joyce Vaught, who won the award in 2011 at the age of 83. She was with the Lakeside School District in Lake Village. Many of you know the story of Mrs. Vaught. She retired in 2015 at the age of 87 after spending 69 years in education. She started her career at the age of 18, teaching grades 1 through 4 in basically a one-room schoolhouse. And that was in 1945 when she started her teaching career. Now, let me tell you the rest of the story, though. After retiring, she got bored and went back to work with the Lakeside School District again in Lake Village. She still works every day, and she's 91 years old. Commissioner Key, I know there's been several stories written about her, but there may be another one out there still to be written. We have 3 superintendents of the year that have gone on to be director of commissioner of the Department of Ed. Dr. Burton Elliott, Dr. Ken James, and most recently, Mr. Tony Wood. I would like to tell you a few things about this year's winners from his application. He is active as a mentor for Arkansas new superintendents. Matter of fact, he told me today that his mentor, his new superintendent he's mentoring, will be in his district all day tomorrow. He tells new superintendents this story of his experiences as taking over 2 districts that were either close or in fiscal distress and having to make those hard financial decisions while still keeping the focus on kids. And that's a story that all of our new superintendents need to hear. Lakeside was one of the the first district in the state to provide college-level classes on their campus, leading to an associate's degree. This is called their Legacy program. They have also seen a dramatic increase in AP offerings under his leadership. But his district does not just focus on college-bound students. They have other opportunities for students, such as their AL program, which is an acronym for Opportunities for Work-Based Learning. And he does something I think is really unique. He has internships using his own staff members. They have an internship for a broadcasting program, and also an internship that is called Tech Team, where students actually do real-world internships on their campus. And as far as the broadcast program, actually use students in order to tell the district story. He's been involved in a county-wide pre-K initiative to increase opportunities for preschool youngsters. So it's my honor to introduce to you this morning the Arkansas 1819 Superintendent of the Year, Mr. Sean Cook, Superintendent with the Lakeside School District in Garland County.
Welcome
Thank you
and
so much.
congratulations.
Thank you so much, board members. I want to first thank you for your service to this great state. I think about all the people that give tirelessly to our kids to make it a better place for them, and you certainly deserve a thank you from me and from all of our educators. Also, thank you for all that you do for our employees. I want to start out by saying, you know, it's such an honor when I hear Mike talking about all the other people that have received this award. Great superintendents from the past. I also want to say, you know, when your team, which I consider our team, Lakeside, all of our employees and our community, when they're scoring a lot of points and winning a lot of games, it's easy to be Coach of the Year. That's when you get selected, when your team's doing great things. So I got to give credit to our team there. Also, I want to thank the Administrators Association for providing such great learning opportunities and training for all of the educators in Arkansas that are going to be administrators. They do a really phenomenal job. Mike mentioned the mentoring program. I think that's one of the best things that we've done in the Administrators Association, because used to, when I got to be a part of that initial start, and before that, pretty much a superintendent might get a job being a high school principal, get promoted to superintendent with no experience at all, nobody really to call, didn't know who to call. A lot of times there were people to call, they just didn't know who they were. So I'm very proud to be a part of that program. I got a little story myself. I didn't start in a one-room schoolhouse, but I think I come from pretty humble beginnings with my parents, Larry and Janice Cook. Both my mom and dad have instilled in me to never forget about every single kid, to always remember every kid. My dad is one of 11, and he was being raised by a single mom when he attended school. And he told me a story about, he said, son, make sure the kids have everything they need. He said, when I was in school, we had to buy books back then. He said, my mom was doing the best she could. She was working 2 jobs at the time, and I knew she couldn't afford a book. So in my class, I didn't tell her, and I went without a book all year long. And when my teacher would ask me, I'd always say, oh, I forgot it, and I'd get in trouble, and things like that. He said, that's what a lot of your kids are gonna do if they can't afford supplies and stuff for school. So when I went to Lakeside, talked with the board about that, and I said, you know, back when I was teaching, coaching, and all that, I said, when I was a coach, I didn't go ask one of our players to go buy their own football helmet. I didn't ask them to buy their equipment to bring it. We provided all that for them. And I said, so I think as a school district, we need to find a way to provide everything that a student needs in the academic day, including paper, pencils, anything that they need, because then we don't have to worry about that child that doesn't have school supplies or what they need to be successful. We put them all on an even playing field. And so we were able to do that, and we provide all school supplies for our kids, all field trips, anything academic from 8 to 3 is free. And we work hard at that. And we started doing that by buying used buses. We said we'll go from buying new buses to buying used buses. So we started buying used buses, and that's how we paid for our school supplies. Our board also committed to providing all the college credit and books and all fees for it free of charge to our students. We supply 66 hours of college credit to all of our students. That was a sacrifice, so you have to look at other areas of your budget to cut, and you just have to make priorities. And I'm very thankful to our board that they allowed us to move forward to do that. And we had a great college locally that really worked with us and gave us a great deal. Those kind of things are really important to me. You know, we have a population out there that sometimes is forgotten by some, our special needs population, our severe students that need so much help. And it's another thing I'm proud of that we've been a part of. we've been able to really start some good programs for them. One, I got invited to be a celebrity at a I Can Dance event. I don't know if you've ever been to one of those, but the special needs kids, they'll put on a dance and they'll work with instructors and they'll have somebody that they invite as a celebrity. Well, that day when I was there, I noticed that we had all these mothers that love their children so much. It was mainly moms. I mean, a lot of the dads were there too, but a lot of moms. And these are kids with very severe needs sometimes. And I thought, you know, these parents are with these kids 24/7 because they love them like nobody else and they're going to take care of them. But I thought, what can we do as a school district to try to help our kids out and for a chance for me to get to know them better, for other professionals in the community to get to know them better, and let their parents have some time throughout the year, maybe with their other kids or with their family, or maybe some just time for themselves. Because see, we had a friend that was had a daughter with severe special needs, and my wife and I wanted to help, but we didn't know how to take care of her medical needs. So we just wouldn't help because we didn't know what to do. So I thought, well, as a school district, we provide for all those things every day. So we can just hire those people to stay on after school and, you know, maybe 3 or 4 hours and have special events for our special needs population and tell their parents that they can have some time to do what they need to do with their family, themselves, whatever. So we started doing Parents' Night Out. And we try to do this at least 4 times a year, usually at Christmas so they can have time to go shopping, Valentine's where maybe they can go on a date with their spouse, and a couple of other times during the year. We might bring in Miss Arkansas, and this next week we're bringing in Santa Claus. He's going to be at the Parents' Night Out and spend some time with all of them. So that's near and dear to me. I've gotten to know those kids so much better. It gives me time to go over there and just play basketball with them sometime, or you know, whatever on their playground equipment, and it's been great for me as a superintendent. You know, I'm very thankful to Commissioner Key and our governor for giving us the opportunities to think outside the box. We get to do that now more than we ever have. If we have a great idea, we pitch it, and there's a good chance that they're going to let us do it. And for that, I'm very thankful. Thank you, Commissioner Key, for being so open with us and doing things like Schools of Innovation, different things like that. It's been a great thing. Anyway, I just want to thank all of you. It's such an honor to have this award. I feel like there's a lot of other people very deserving too, but thank you. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cook. Thanks for your vision for all your kids in your district. So thank you for sharing that this morning, and thanks, Mr. Mertens. All right, we have a number of other awards for the Presidential Awards for Excellence in Mathematics and Science teaching. And first up is Michelle Snyder.
Good morning, board. Thank you for this opportunity. This has almost become an annual event for us to celebrate our Presidential Award finalists for 2018 at the Christmas State Board meeting, so thank you very much. We actually have 6 fantastic Arkansas teachers who are the recipients for the 2018 finalists for the Presidential Awards for Excellence in Math and Science Teaching. It was the 2018 cycle focused on K-6 instruction, and so that is the bracket of teachers that applied, and we had over 51 nominations and applications last year. So we're at the top in the nation as far as participation. And this is basically the highest honor that a math or science teacher really can achieve, that is given to them, bestowed to them by the White House. So we're very proud of this award, and thank you again for this opportunity. First finalist is Stacy Dustman. Stacy is currently a 3rd grade teacher at Tucker Elementary School in Rogers School District. From 2012 to 2018, she was a 5th grade teacher with emphasis on math and science. Stacy is a member of the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics and is actively involved in her school's parent and teacher organization. Thank you, Stacy. Next, we would like to acknowledge Anna Shaw. Anna Shaw is from J.O. Middle School in Springdale School District. She is in her 7th year of teaching. Anna also believes that student-focused instruction is very important and it guides her work on a daily basis. Thank you, Anna Shaw. Next, we will acknowledge a science teacher. Sherry DeSoto is a 5th grade science teacher from Holt Middle School in Fayetteville. We've actually had several finalists from Holt Middle School, so we are excited to also acknowledge another teacher. She holds a pre-K-12 ESOL endorsement, a master's degree in elementary education, and is a reading specialist. She's a member of the Science Task Force for Fayetteville School District. Thank you. Joyce Dooley. Joyce Dooley is from Artis Ann Middle School in Bentonville School District. She's a 6th grade science teacher, and she has taught for more than 30 years, and we are very excited to acknowledge her service. Thank you. Tanya Hogue. Tanya Hogue is a 4th grade science teacher from Mayflower Elementary School. And we are excited to acknowledge her and her work. She has a passion for science and loves using technology in the classroom as well as hands-on learning. Thank you so much for your service. We have another one to acknowledge, Amy Burks. She is not here. Oh, yeah, there she is. Okay, great. Welcome. Great. Okay. Okay. So Amy Burks comes to us from North Little Rock School District. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Great. Thank you so much, Michelle. And congratulations to all of y'all for your great work. And good luck as the competition continues. And we know we had a lot of folks, guests this morning. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting. You're also, will feel free to transition out if you need to get on with your day.
Thank you again.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thanks, everyone. We are down to the consent agenda, and I wanted to see if any items needed to be pulled out for questions or comments.
I have some questions. Starting with 4, just some basic questions through 9.
4 through 9? Okay. All right. Anything else? Yeah, Ms. Petrus.
Dr. Barth, number 10.
Great.
I'd like to comment on item number 6, under 10.
Okay, 10-6, okay? Got it. I do have some other questions on items in 10 as well, so we'll just kind of pull that whole item down for some questions. Ms. Hook?
Yes, I had some questions on number 3.
Okay. Is there anything people don't have questions on this morning? Mr. Williamson, anything? Dr. Moore? Okay, everybody good? All right. So no questions on the minutes. Now we'll go down to item 3, and so this is the item on the loan and bond applications. Ms. Sacred? Great. Ms. Hook?
Start?
Yes.
Okay, number 3, a couple of questions. I noticed that y'all will summit who was recently on the watch list, and I wondered if they are in a position to do this at this time.
Okay, yes, ma'am. The Loans and Bonds Committee reviewed these applications at our November meeting, and there was some discussion about Yellville Summit, and it was determined that you know, we felt like this was doable for them.
Okay, and,
I can add to that too. I know Superintendent Wes Henderson was very concerned about the fiscal status of everything, and I've been staying in close contact with him, but they have done a great job of getting away from, they were on fiscal distress just a few years ago. They've been off now in their second year, or is this still their first year? So anyway, they are watching everything very closely up there
and
now.
I think he's new. I think he came on new, and that's when things
Right.
began to turn around. And I guess a similar question for Pulaski County. 264 million seems like a whole lot of millions.
Right, that's, the committee actually tabled that
Okay.
request, and we have asked the school district to come. Actually, the committee is meeting this coming Monday
Okay.
with the school district to go over some additional information, and we plan to present that at the January State Board meeting.
Okay, I
So
appreciate
that one is pulled off of this
Yes, sir,
list.
that's
Okay,
correct.
great.
Thank you.
Okay,
All
that's
right.
all I have on 3.
Any other questions there? Okay, then let's go down to item 4, and this is Ms. Newton.
I think it's just more of a procedure question, because I really don't, I remember us doing recommendations or having those before, so I just was curious what's the procedure of, if this is adopted, what happens with this, if we adopt these recommendations?
Yeah, is Jerry Clark here, or Stacy? Yeah, Jerry. Yeah, Ms. Clark, you can, if you could answer Ms. Newton's question, that'd be great.
If the recommendations are adopted, what happens next? What happens with those?
Okay, so the recommendations are being brought before the Board of Ed and the Board of Health. And once you all adopt them or accept them, then we in the school health office at the Department of Ed and Department of Health will be able to promote those recommendations that have been vetted by these 2 agencies and the Child Health Advisory Committee, and just bring these topics more to the forefront in resources.
Okay, so you would provide resources for districts to be able to do some of these things?
Yes, that's our job.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions on that? Ms. Newton, does that satisfy you? Okay. Then let's go down to 5. No question. That's Ms. Newton as well. Okay.
The ALP district count, the last piece of information that we got is very helpful, but I was just curious to know if we could add one more column to that where we have the count of the number of teachers that are under an ALP, if we could add a column that said %. Because, if I'm looking at a district, I don't it doesn't bring to mind how many teachers are in that district, but if I have a percentage of the teachers, that would be, I think, more helpful than just a raw number count.
Melissa Jacks, Manager for Educator Licensure, and you're absolutely correct. I think we can do that, and it would be a big help.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, now item 6, Ms. Newton.
My question is not just for 6, it goes all the way
6 through
for
9.
6 through 9. We're getting just the summary of, and just the thing that you know, the final summary of what happened. And some of these, it's really hard to judge if this is an appropriate level of censure with just that summary information. I'm thinking, I remember that we used to get more information than this.
May I say something too? They sent that out like last Thursday, Friday, but then on Monday or Tuesday, one, I don't remember which, they sent them again with all that information we're used to getting. And if you're like me, you had already been through it and you may not have realized that the new email had more information. So that may answer your question, but if not, then that's all I know.
Would you feel comfortable holding these until later in the meeting when you get a chance to
Yeah,
review those?
I think that would be good.
Okay,
Let
all
me
right.
get a
So
chance.
we'll hold those until after lunch. I'm sorry to, we'll get it done as soon as possible. Does that work for your schedule?
After lunch or before the end of this first part?
Well, I wanted to give folks the lunch time to review if they wanted to. Is that a problem for you?
I can make it work.
I'm sorry, I apologize
okay,
for
no, I
that,
can make it work.
but I think it's important for
Definitely.
the board to feel good about what they're voting on.
Definitely, yes.
Okay. All right, okay. So we'll do it as soon as possible, or let me know if there's a time that works particularly well this afternoon for us to take that up, because I want to work around your schedule.
Simone Blagg, ADE. I have a Christmas party for my child at 1:30. So as
No,
long as-
that's a priority. When do you think you'll be back?
It's all afternoon, but as long as I can leave by 1:30, I can be late. So as long as if we do it at 1,
We
that
will
would be
do it
perfect.
first thing up.
Yes, please.
Before we go to the KIP
Yes, please.
item.
Did-
Sound good?
Just a question, was there another email that had every one of them, or just, because I looked at this one that was for the Mayo person, I looked at that, but I'm not finding another email that had all of them in it
I will
again.
send that to you again right now.
Huh?
I can send that to you
Okay.
in just a minute.
Okay,
Yeah, I did not see them either. I had just seen the final notices.
yeah, I didn't get one that had everything else in it,
Yeah.
because I checked yesterday.
Okay. No
That'd be
problem.
great.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, that gets us down to item 10. Ms. McFettridge? You had a question about number 6, and we've got the whole crew here. Dr. Starkey, Mr. Coy, and Ms. Smith. And I want to welcome Dr. Starkey. Ms. Starkey, okay, it says doctor. Ms. Starkey, I want to welcome you. I've met you, and glad you're on board. Okay, so this is the first time we've seen a big batch of these since we did a small work session on this issue, because this is now can be a part of the ESSA formula. So we are probably going to see more of these moving forward, and we see a big batch here. So, Ms. McFettridge, I'll turn it over to you for your question, then I'll ask mine.
Well, first of all, I'd like to make a comment. Very concerned about safety of our students. And adult supervision is listed out in many of these. It's not really specified what adult supervision is. My concern is, of course, the safety of our children. I know in the district that I was coming from, there was a policy that stated there would be 2 adults at all times with students, or a student per adult ratio. I'd feel much more comfortable if it was a little more explained.
So Stacy Smith, Division of Learning Services. That was one of, even before when we bring these applications for approval. In fact, Ms. Zook many times asked us about background checks for different providers, community providers who were going to get on the list. We went back and really looked at the rules and looked at the process, and the law outlines that local school districts have to approve whoever their students go to, and that those local policies are in place, and that the local district is ensuring the safety of their students. So the list we're bringing to you is for the state board to say, okay, we acknowledge that if a student did do community service at that location, it would count, but the local school districts also have to approve that they're willing to send their students there. And it's the local school districts who have to determine, you know, how they're going to ensure the safety of their students. That was the challenge, I mean, from the state board part, that's going to be a challenge for us to be able to go through every single one of these and say there's going to be 2 adults or there's 1 adult.
Right.
So that's why in the application packets that you see, you'll see where school boards, local school boards, were required to sign off on their local applications because we're putting the faith and trust in that they, as their local school board, are making sure that their students are safe. And they're not going to agree to send their kids somewhere that they haven't vetted or have a process or a plan for. Yep, you may.
Like you said, I am Melissa Starkey. I'm in Learning Services as well. I did make sure to, when I saw the ones that said adult supervision, I did email and or call them to ask them to send me something to let me know what that truly means. So with everyone that you see, if you have questions about that, I have not only their plan, but I have any communication saved as to what they defined their supervision as. Sorry. Did you hear me on that one?
I did, yes, thank you. Then I have a question on number 6, because I've got a really concern about students helping collect old prescriptions. How are they going to deal with that? I'm just really a little nervous about getting students collecting old prescriptions. I know the police department is there.
Can you remind me
But-
which district that was?
It says
This is
Jackson
Newport.
County, Newport. It's number 6 on our list.
Yes, we had phone conversations.
It seems like we're putting our children at risk with this
Looking
one.
into it. Okay. Okay, so whenever we talked about this one, my first concern is safety. And so when they come back to me with the safety issue, we talked about the fact that they've noted student safety is primary by securing several adults as present. Upon arrival, our students will be required to submit an information sheet listing parents, guardians' names, and phone numbers in case of emergency. The reason they chose this as a service opportunity is because as they are working in their health and health occupations classes in science and chemistry, they talk about these issues. And with all of the issues with drug abuse today, they want to tie that into real world experiences. And so they want to tie in with the pharmacist and sheriff department to teach our students about the downfalls of addiction and prescription medicine and the impact on our community. These conversations might lead some of our students into these future careers of law or medicine. It is within building these relationships that our students learn about real life situations. These are their extra notes. I didn't include that in the one that you've received.
Okay.
Does that help any there?
Ms. McFetrich, comment?
I'm still really struggling with this one, and I don't know why we would put our children at risk around prescription medicine. I really have a hard time with it, so.
I think they went into this one knowing that that could be one that we don't end up accepting.
Okay.
So would you like to pull it off for a separate vote?
I really would, thank you.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, so we'll hold that one for a separate vote. Any other Dr. Moore?
I do have a couple questions. I just wanted to back up for a minute, if you don't mind. These community service learning applications for school districts, students take these as a course credit, is that correct?
Upon the completion of their 75 hours of service, they get 1 credit that is entered in, and it does not count towards their GPA.
Okay, and so might it count for graduation in some districts, or it depends on the district? Okay. And I know this was a part of the ESSA school ratings. How does that fit in? Is it just the number of students participating in these courses, or where does that lie?
So you can find the community service learning credit in the SQSS, so the Student School Quality and Student Success Indicator. And so students who have earned a community credit, learning credit, it goes into that 5th indicator. So it counts as a point. Okay, and you saw a lot of districts, going back to your points that you were making, you saw a lot of districts who have determined to do their community service learning and ensuring that their staff is present. And so if staff is present during the activity, they don't have to submit to the state board. Okay, so you may have school districts all over the state doing all different types of community service with different organizations, but as long as they have a staff member present, they don't have to submit to the state board for approval, and that's a local decision. If they're choosing not to have a staff member at the site, okay, then it has to be approved by their local board and by the state board for volunteer hours to count at that site. Okay, so for example, the one that was pulled, if the district chose to send a faculty member there to supervise that activity, they could count that at a local level. If they choose not to have someone and you don't approve it, then it would not be on the list. Okay?
So about how many districts in the state offer community service? I guess you might not know if they have.
Yeah, there's so many different ways. There's 74 courses approved. Okay, so you've got 74 courses approved, but you've got districts all over the state who have plans over their course of their high school year getting volunteer hours. In fact, we've talked with our friends at Arkansas Career Education. A lot of their courses have requirements for community service activities within their different organizations. And so students are within their student success plans, logging their hours, keeping up with those. Teachers are signing off. And once they reach 75 hours over the total of their high school career, they can earn this credit.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir?
Yes. Do these students need parental permission to participate? I knew we'd get you up out of your chair.
Thomas Goy, Division of Learning Services. Again, this year it's a little bit different. We are requiring schools to submit a plan in order to receive their SQSS points. So one thing that Mrs. Smith had asked us to do is to require districts who were wanting to gather those points a school plan. In some of those plans, we see very specific examples where there are forms where where parents have to sign off on the activities and acknowledge. In other plans, we do not. But again, we are deferring to the local board in terms of these outside organizations that we're asking you all to approve today. If the local board has approved them, we feel like that there's been some process within the district to vet those.
Okay, so
and as
like,
Mrs. Smith said, if they're not, if they're sending a certified staff member, then that's really outside of our purview in our office. So some have submitted, Mrs. Zook, and it's great. I think that's a great proactive plan, and it's something that we've shared when schools have asked us to share good things that we've seen, and we've shared that those parental waivers or at least acknowledgement of the activities that the students are going to be involved in.
because I know if you go on a field trip, the parent, because you're leaving the premises, a parent has to okay that. So I presume, but maybe not correctly, that if the student is leaving this campus, that the parent would need to be informed and give permission.
Yes, many of our
tell them we would like that.
Yeah, many of our school plans also include things about whether or not it would be allowed during the school day, and that the regular procedures of the school day would be followed, which I'm certain would involve some type of permission slip for the students to travel if the school were providing that transportation.
Thank you.
Dr. Brother, I just want to make a comment on item 6. I can see both sides of it. my granddaughter participated in she's a member of a Grant County Youth Board, and she was able to participate in a drug take-back day. And it's very eye-opening, you know, and I can see where not every student would be allowed to do that. I think it would be, again, a local decision of who would be able to participate, maybe the age that they would be able to do. And, you know, there was a huge amount of adult supervision that day, but it was also eye-opening for the students too. So you know, I can see both aspects of that. You know, we want our students to learn about the dangers of prescription drug abuse, and sometimes being out in the community may be the best way to do it, because you know, some of our kids lead sheltered lives, and so it's hard for them to learn those real world experiences and dangers unless we give them an opportunity. So that's just kind of my thoughts, but again, I can see it both ways.
So my question is different. There obviously no doubt that faith-based institutions can be really important service providers. However, there do seem to be some of these cases, and I'll use 54 as an example, but there are a couple of other places where it's present, where it really does feel that the service is really primarily proselytizing, teaching Vacation Bible School, other things that really are about the faith mission of that church, not the service that is provided by the spirit of faith. And I think that's a really crucial difference, and I really do have some concerns about that. Could y'all speak to how you grappled with cases like that?
Sure, and if I remember our work session correctly, you know, there was a lot of discussion in our work session about discernment, right, and about faith-based organizations and whether or not we would allow them. You know, I know some districts nationwide who have programs similar to this have very specific guidelines about what is allowed and what is not. We have asked our districts to use a great deal of discernment in this, and realizing also, Dr. Barth, that oftentimes people's definition of community is perhaps different than mine or Commissioner Keyes or yours. I mean, we can expand that or make it as large or as narrow as we'd like. One thing we have encouraged in our training, and I'm not sure if this answers your question, that if communities are going to ask for approval for faith-based organizations, that they be prepared to ask for approval for any faith-based organization in their community, so that we don't have exclusion if we're going to allow some faith-based organizations to be. I always use the example of growing up in a small town where I went to a Church of Christ, and you know, people laugh when I use this example, and hopefully I won't get in trouble for using it today, but my mother would not allow me to work at the food bank at the Methodist Church, because that's not what you did if you were a member of the Church of Christ. But in that, I can look back at that now and say there were valuable lessons that I could have learned by working at the Methodist Church, whether or not I shared in the exact same belief system or not. So I think there are good opportunities. We're allowing communities, I think, to exercise that level of discernment, with the caveat that they be prepared to accept other applications as well.
And I hear that, but I do think that a food bank is different than Vacation Bible School. I mean, I think that they're different different cases, and so I have concerns. I do appreciate the sense that boards will get in. There will be questions if they begin to not accept some faith traditions and keep others. I appreciate that perspective. I do think there's a fundamental difference between kind of the notion of service, which is really at the heart of this program. Ms. Chambers.
Just a couple of comments, or maybe and a question. Given the amount of discernment and discretion that it would appear is inherent in this, I wonder if there's a possibility to hear back from either the folks that conduct the programs or students on the other side of this. I don't ever remember hearing back from any students on what their experience was, or someone that was responsible for the program, so that we can learn. I'm afraid in our thoughtful approach to providing consistency, we might drive some of these things underground, because if it's not coming here,
if they end up not wanting to bring it here because we would vote it down, and yet they can still go ahead and do it with staff. I feel like we'll lose sight with what's really going on and not fulfill some of the responsibilities that we have. So I would just, I don't know if that's anything we can ask for or not, but I think that would help us learn from how this is working.
Just going back to when we had our work session and grappling with all these discussions, before that, the independent programs submitted directly to the board. And it wasn't going through districts. Districts weren't having to submit a community service plan, okay? So to get ESSA credit, they have to have a community service plan, okay, if they're gonna get credit on their SQSS. So that's something that we're asking school districts to step up and thoughtfully think about. What are you doing to have your students actively engaged in your communities, okay? Second thing, local school boards now, we're holding them to the fact that their local school board has reviewed the different places that they're wanting to partner with, to the point that the board, they had to sign off on it to come to you. Okay, so that was another level I think that we put in place to kind of try to ensure that and try to answer those questions about the safety that Ms. Zook always brought up, and even the safety points that you're bringing up today, is how do we go back and get local districts to step up and take kind of some of the responsibility for that. And while I have the microphone, these two right here have done a lot of work vetting. Ms. Starkey has called these districts. She's reached out. She's read each plan. When she had questions, she called and she vetted. So I feel like what we've brought to you is thorough, and I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
And then I do have a question on 26, and this is a West Fork proposal. Growing God's Kingdom is a site where there were some questionable behaviors involving children, and it appears that the ownership of that facility has stayed the same. And I wondered to what degree was that grappled with as y'all considered that example?
Can you ask that one more time?
Yeah, so this is case 26. It's the Growing God's Kingdom from West Fork. And, you know, that is a site where there were some investigations of some of the activities at that facility involving some child welfare issues. That did receive a fair amount of media attention.
We did not investigate any of those kind of personal decisions.
Okay. All right.
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
He was referring to a specific case involving the owner of that facility, and we did not investigate anything in specific to that. We looked at what the application said, we looked at the proposal, but we did not investigate a specific allegations against any individuals.
I asked them for more information as to what their service would be and had more clarification on that, but.
And I did have some question on that one. The service, there were a couple of cases where it felt like it was not service in a traditional sense, but instead it was helping fill out the human capital of a place rather than kind of service for service sake. And I do think and that was actually one of the cases where I was worried about that. It felt like it was just adding some employees for free rather than providing a true service opportunity.
That is a large part of the conversation that we have whenever we get these in. And so much of what I'm conversing with the schools is how can we turn this into, yes, it's service, but let's try to make it something where students are using skills and learning goals from the classroom. How can they do this and apply it to either what they're learning or a future career path? And so with this one specifically, they noted that it goes towards, you know, if someone wants to pursue a future career in law enforcement or social work or teaching, these would be the activities that would give them communication skills to go towards that. But that is something that with most everyone I'm calling and I'm saying, so give me more. How is this going to be service and learning? How is this going to benefit the student and not just you?
And I do think that it's important to differentiate service from vocational discernment. I mean, service is developing that community spirit that's laid out in the strategic plan of the department, and that is different from finding one's career pathway, right? Those are different things. Serving one's community versus figuring out one's path. They may, for some folks, they may actually be the same, but I think it is a little bit different. And this one, there were several that I had questions about what this was really true service.
And to your point, with every application that came in, we had discussions about making certain that this isn't free labor, making certain that you're not filling that in, and reaching out to the district to make certain that they understand that that is the expectation. And in the idea of a larger learning goal, there is a reflection piece required in the legislation that says that students must complete that reflection piece, connecting their service to some larger learning goal or larger learning target before that credit can be awarded. And that is also part of their plan as to how they're going to have the students reflect on what they did. So that actually gave us a little bit of leverage to go back and say, look, this looks like you're having kids, you know, for example, shelve the books, and you're replacing a full-time employee. What are they actually learning by engaging in this work?
Can you help me with number 23? They have not filled out the application.
On that one, number 23, it's a sister organization to the one that did fill out the complete application.
Okay.
So it would be the same information as number 24.
Okay, that's helpful.
Along those lines, did you all, when y'all reviewed these applications, did you all vet any before they came to us, or is these every single application that you received?
Every single one of them.
Okay.
So some did not come to us, or some. So everything got, with some help from y'all, everything is before us. Okay. I would like to pull off 26 for a separate vote. And I know that 6 is for a separate vote. Are there any others that you would like to vote on separately? Then why don't we go ahead and consider all of the cases minus 6 and 26. Yes.
May I ask a question, actually? So I guess along the lines of 26, so you all are saying you all did not do any investigation as to whether any individuals at these organizations are on child maltreatment or any sort of, is the district required to do any of that vetting prior to partnering with them?
Let me say, if there was any child maltreatment, the owner wouldn't be allowed to stay in ownership. If there was anything that DHS had found,
okay.
and to be a founded complaint.
And what about criminal?
Same thing. I mean, if it's child maltreatment or criminal, that, you know, in that there are prohibitions against ownership of child care facilities.
Okay.
That and
or
for
for the churches or any of the.
Well, for any of them, and you know, they're this team can't. I mean,
Right,
it was never intended for them to be another layer of law enforcement or looking to see and comparing, because you could have the same kind of thing with complaints against nursing homes, you know, where CNAs, you know, have complaints filed or nurses have complaints filed. I mean, you know, at some point, you have to let those local boards be local boards, and because this is so new, or at least renewed, from the standpoint of the impact on ESSA. You know, I'm not going to say we have everything covered, but I know they tried to cover all the bases that they could, and spent a lot of time doing that. So, you know, whether it be a child care center, an adult daycare, which I think I saw some of those on there, other types of entities that deal with Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, girls and boys and girls clubs. There's just certain layers that, you know, we're not going to be able to pull back, but we trust that the other layers that are in place through DHS and through the other regulatory agencies are doing their job. And so that, I think that's, Stacy, if you agree with that assessment, okay.
Was this part of legislation, so are there like rules written, or is this something that we're doing so we could say to a local district, be sure you check for A, B, C, and D, so like approve it with a caveat, or is this something that is legislation and rules and we need to stick within that and not go off on a tangent?
Well, the legislation was from 1993, the original legislation, and we dusted it off because it fit with what we were looking at doing for the school quality student success indicator. To do what our stakeholders said is, look, we think our kids, our schools should get credit for the work we're doing on community service and helping them meet that part of our mission. So. Yeah, not to say that we can go back and review that law to see what changes might need to be made over the last 25 years. But we're really just getting reaccustomed to a process that is getting bigger because of the impact on ESSA.
Well, that was so I look back at the original law, and we do have rulemaking authority, broad rulemaking authority on it. And I think one question is whether, since this is going to be more central to what we do in this area, whether it might be prudent to look back at the rules, since we do have authority in that area, to grapple with whether we need to make revisions to deal with some of these issues that are popping up in this area.
We can absolutely go back and look at the rules to see if there's some other areas that we can look at. I think one of the biggest things we did this time is holding local school districts accountable to approving their plans, and holding local school districts where they have to go to their board and say, this is a group that we want to partner with, and they have to have a board vote locally to say we want our kids to be able to go there. So, I mean, that's pretty tight as far as at a local level. Now, if we want to put more expectations in our rules for what needs to happen at the local level, I mean, I think that's maybe where there's some room, but, you know.
Okay. Ms. McFetrich.
I hate to beat this to death, but I just feel like we could have expected more stronger learning goals. And the forms even state that, and it states where they can find these goals, and that they should have put those in these applications. So I'm afraid if we make it weak now, what's going to happen down the road? I mean, this is a very important part of learning, and we all understand that. We don't want to waste this opportunity. If we don't ask for the strength in these goals now, what's going to happen?
I was actually thinking, so I'm the Engaged Learning program that I run, I look at proposals from students for service projects all the time, and they have their own learning goals. And the learning goals here are much weaker than any of those proposals I look at on a almost daily basis. I think these sites working with these districts really have to beef this up, and I think that's an area where we could. I don't discredit the staff. I think y'all did great work in terms of getting these in shape. I'm not criticizing you at all. I'm criticizing now that this is a bigger deal. We may really need to think about how we're doing this along the way. That's my view.
A point of clarification, though, the site applications are one thing, but the district with their learning goals, that is going to be in their community service learning plan that they put into the course approval system. So those do tend to be strong.
And those don't come to you. What's coming to you is the site location pieces. The district's community service learning plan, we didn't bring those in today. But in the future, we'll make sure, or we can, if some of the ones that you want to pull and you want to go back and look at those district plans, we can do that if you want to get to that.
But shouldn't the site still speak back to the district learning goals?
It should, but the district is working with that site and a lot of the sites, It's the district reaching out to the site saying, hey, would you be a location that would take some of our kids? But to do that, I need you to fill out this form, and let us work together to fill out this form. But a lot of times it's the districts reaching out to their community saying, work with us, be a partner with us.
Okay, are there any other questions, any other item, any of the, okay, so we have the two that are pulled. So this comes to us today, so with a recommendation for approval. So I would, let's go straight to a vote. I don't think we need a motion on this. It is part of the consent agenda, but we've pulled off. So, okay, let's just approve them as part of the consent. You're totally right, Ms. Chambers. We'll approve them as a consent agenda, but we're gonna save 6 and 26 for the first two action items. We'll deal with those votes separately, okay? Now, are we, in terms of the consent agenda,
And the PLSB.
and we pulled off the PLSBs, okay. Okay, so we're ready to vote on the consent agenda minus half of the consent agenda, minus 6 through 9, and minus the two pieces of number 10. So,
I'm sorry.
No.
May I ask a question before you do that? I thought your point was a really good one, but to blanket it, or to put it, just bundle it back under consent agenda, do you think this is rigorous enough, what we just talked about, item 10? Not talking about the two we pulled, talking about the item in general. Are we comfortable that there's sufficient rigor in the approach, even though I'm sure we'll get better and we'll learn? Are we comfortable in it staying on in its current form and entirety? I just want to ask that before we vote.
I'm hearing the suggestion that you don't think so.
I heard a lot of discussion.
Okay.
And the consent agenda sometimes in our process tends to bundle things together that we may not have had a chance to thoroughly vet.
So the vetting is of the site. That's the authority of the board. So the program itself, the community service learning plan, is something they submit to us as part of a course approval. They get a course code that is approved that they can use at the local level to allow credit, and that comes to the department, just like course approvals for anything else that comes through. So the responsibility of the board is just looking solely at the site. So if there are concerns with a site and how that interplays with the overall program, right now that's what we're asking you all to look at. So if there are any sites that you would say, look, we have concerns about this particular site or organization, it would be appropriate for y'all to pull those, even to the point of sending it back to us to say, look, we're not comfortable with this site. We're happy to bring you information on the approval itself, the broader submission, but I just want to stress that that this responsibility is on the site. Whatever information that we can get you, what's the time frame that these have to be approved to be used by the schools?
Well, we've asked everyone to submit a district plan, whether they're submitting a site or not, if they want their ESSA points. So we told them that has to happen before cycle 7 because it is pulled for seniors in cycle 7. So again, even if you're a 9th grader doing community service, we want your school to have a plan on
cycle
file.
7.
I'm sorry?
Tell us what cycle 7 equates to as a date.
It's just one of the cycles of our data pool, and that's where we're actually calculating the points for.
So what date is that? Speak human speak, please.
Where's Arjun?
June.
June, that's what
Okay.
I was thinking,
I get
late
that.
May, early June. So, again, we have a lot of schools that are already doing this without any additional sites. They've submitted a plan to us that we have that connects what they're doing in their own communities to their larger learning goals. And we're happy to share any of those plans with you. We've asked that everyone that has submitted a site application also have a plan on file. We just didn't want to inundate you all with that, but if that's something you're interested in, certainly we're happy to share those local plans with you as well.
So is it true, because we see big bundles from different districts here, is it true that some districts are relying very heavily upon sites where they are not going to have staff on site? Other districts are relying heavily upon staff-oriented.
Many of our
programming.
small districts, small communities that don't have a lot of partner organizations are saying, we're going to do everything in-house. We're going to use our teachers, our staff, our service clubs to go out and identify needs in our community and to address that. And it will all be done under the supervision of certified staff members.
Okay.
And, oh, yes.
And there's a list on the website of places that have already been approved in the past, and many are still relying on those.
Okay. So, Ms. Chambers, would you like to pull 10 off as a separate entirely?
I'm comfortable with, I just want to make sure from a process perspective,
Okay.
we had that thoughtful thing hanging there. Should we, where do we stand in our approach? I do think part of what is uncomfortable is making sure we're conducting our responsibility, our due diligence, but it's local control. And just trying to figure out where those two come together was what I was wrestling with, but I'm comfortable with that explanation.
Okay. All right, so we do have a consent agenda. Dr. Hill?
I was just gonna make a comment.
Yeah.
And maybe if there's something in expectations that we want as a board, I think in a work session or something that we can develop that paradigm that we want and give that to them and say, these are the expectations that we know, rather than come let them do their work and then ask them to do that. So that's just something, as we move forward, if we share with them our expectations, give it to you, you fill it out, then we don't have this. And maybe that's learning curve for all of us.
And I think the way to do that is to review the rule.
Yes.
And it may not need to be changed, but even in reviewing it, we would get our heads around this better. And so I think that's where I would like us to go with a work session. Does that sound good?
Right.
Okay. All right. Everybody know what the consent agenda looks like now? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay. Now we will go to item 10, number 6.
Dr. Barth,
Yes.
forgive me, did we get a motion?
Well, I don't think we needed one because it was a consent agenda, but I can do one.
Okay, no, I was just checking.
You like motions for your.
I
it's easier for
I
you.
just knew that I did not have one
Okay,
written
Ms.
down.
Chambers.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Chambers, motion, Ms. Dean, second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, we have that part of the consent agenda. Now we're down to 10-6. And I'll accept a motion of either to approve or not approve this site at the Newport School District.
Dr. Barth, I make the motion that we not approve this site of Newport South School District, Jackson County Sheriff Department.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Ms. McFetrich, second by Ms. Zook. Further discussion?
Are we wanting them to do, my question, to bring more information back to us? Is that what we're asking for?
I believe they could come back at a later date with a revised proposal. Is that correct? Yeah. So it would not kill the possibility forever. Further discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, we need a quick roll call.
Okay. Ms. Zook?
Yes.
Dr. Hill?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
No.
Ms. McFetrich?
Yes.
Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Newton?
No.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Okay, so that motion does pass, and that one is pulled from the list. Item 26, obviously, it will be up to someone else if there is a motion. This is a site where there was a rehoming scandal. It was not illegal at the time. It did result in the changing of law, but I think it was clearly something that was problematic. It was tied to this site. The ownership has not changed according to the records that we received, and so I am concerned about this site receiving this endorsement. Otherwise, the proper motion would be to approve this site.
Are we looking for more information again on finding out about the owner? Is that what you're?
Well, I think the proper motion is probably to deny at this time or to or to
Let
accept.
me help y'all. The department will pull that right now.
Okay.
We'll pull that. Just withdraw it and take it back to get more
And then bring it
information.
back to us
Yes,
with
if-
that
with y'all's permission.
Yes, good,
Okay.
that's good.
Indeed. All right.
And I want some more information as you do that, because we don't want to exclude anybody, as you said, but we also want to make sure that the vetting, the proper vetting of the personnel.
Okay. All right. So that item has been pulled. Okay. We'll come back to other parts of the consent agenda a little bit later. We're now down to the action agenda. A.
No, we didn't, did we do Camden Fairview?
It was part of the consent agenda.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, action agenda A at the 10 a.m. Where first up is a consideration to allow a teacher intern from University of Arkansas Little Rock to serve as a long-term substitute in partnership districts. I want to thank you guys so much for. I know you probably did not expect to get hazed the way you did today, and so and I appreciate all your hard work on this issue. So I have Ms. Leno and Ms. Jacks.
Joan Leno, Coordinator of Educator Preparation here at the department. We bring before you a proposal that would allow consideration for a teacher intern from UA Little Rock to serve as a long-term sub in partnership districts. This would require approval for a waiver from the requirement that a long-term sub have a bachelor's degree. The intern would have to meet the specific requirements as defined in the proposal, and that will be presented to you. I just want to remind you, this is similar to the UAM's Bridging the Gap that was approved in July of 2015. Just want to give you an update on that program. It's still going. Since it began, we've had 9 complete the program. All 9 received standard licensure. 7 of the 9 retained employment in Southeast Co-op. 2 moved for personal reasons, but they are still teaching. We have representatives from the 3 school districts for partnerships, and we have Heather Newsom from UA Little Rock that will give the presentation.
Great. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. I am the Director of Teacher Licensure and Placement at UALR, and so my duties include placing our students in our partner districts. We have with us today 3 HR directors from our main districts, LRSD, NLRSD, PCSSD, and I'm sure you know their faces, but Renee Kovac, Cheryl Reinhart, and Sean Burgess, and Mr. Porstate as well. And those are our primary partners right now that would pilot that program, and if it was successful, we would absolutely expand it to our other partners as well. We do place students around the state, but it's primarily within Central Arkansas. So the proposal that you saw before you is fairly basic. The students would be required to maintain a 3.0. Students that already had 1 internship before this, and our elementary education program and our middle level program, they do a full year of internship. So they have 1 internship before this. And what has become difficult for these students is to essentially do the job of a teacher, right? Show up at 7:30 in the morning and work all the way till 4:30 without pay. And a lot of times we end up losing people in the second semester because they just can't afford to do it. So what we're looking for is a way that we can provide financial support to them in the form of a paycheck for them. Many of our students, because they go into internships and they perform so well, our partner districts will hire them when they finish their internships in their last semester as long-term substitutes before they're licensed. They can use them for about 30 days until that expires. And generally our students are licensed by then. So what we thought we would do is create a track for that second semester where our students could be used as a long-term sub with that waiver and be the teacher of record in the classroom every day. And the support on the district side would be the novice teacher support that a regular 1-year teacher or first-year teacher would get. On our side, they would of course have the support of their program coordinator, their advisor on campus, and then we have university supervisors that go out and observe their teaching, give them feedback, and we look for that improvement. Now, these would be exceptional candidates. This step track is not going to be for everyone, and sometimes when you suggest, we've talked about it to a couple of our students, and they get really big eyes with the idea that they'll be in the classroom for the first time. So that might not be for them, right? It may be more for our really stellar candidates who are comfortable walking into that classroom, taking over, and having their own students. So it won't be for everyone. They'll have a 3.0. They will have passed all of their content exams. So for our elementary education students, they will have passed all 4 sections of the multi-subject exam. For our middle level students, they will have passed the content exam in which they're teaching. So if they're doing a 2-subject load, they must have passed both. If they're doing 1 subject load, they will have passed that one. They'll have the time during the second semester internship to complete the pedagogy exam that's required. And of course, for our elementary educators, that'll include the Science of Reading exam, Foundations of Reading exam as well. We didn't want to leave out our content folks. So these are our secondary education students and our broad range students, the K-12 licensure. And the requirements for them are just a little bit different because they have 1 semester of internship. So we will have expected them, again, to have a 3.0, to have completed all of their content classes. So if they're going to be an English teacher for 7-12, they've done all of their English content classes. If they're art, they've done all their art content exams, and generally that's the way it is when they get to their internship semester anyways. They won't be coming to campus for class because they're going to be in K-12 schools all day long. And they must have passed their content exam as well. They'll have the opportunity during the internship, as it is now, to pass the pedagogy exams. And I'm willing to take any questions you may have. And my associate dean is here as well. Kent Layton is there. And then our representatives from our 3 partner districts that are going to pilot that program are willing to take questions too.
Thank you very much. Any questions on this side? Yeah, Ms. House.
So is there a system in place for support for that teacher in the building? So is there like a mentor teacher or someone who assists them throughout that?
In our memorandum of agreement, our affiliation agreement with the school district, part of that ask on our part is that they put them through a novice teacher program, the same program that a first-year teacher would receive that kind of support. So they would have a mentor program and they would go through that process. So even though they're technically a long-term substitute, they would function as a first-year teacher and they would get that support.
Dr. Moore.
I do have a question. As a long-term substitute, does this mean that they might be in multiple classrooms? They're not going to be guaranteed the same classroom for the semester.
No.
They're going to be.
They will be in one classroom in their area the entire semester.
Oh,
so
really?
the waiver for licensure is this is the ideal way to allow them to do this. So they can't hold a license because they don't have a bachelor's degree, but allowing them to work as a long-term sub is the way that the districts can employ them in that one classroom for that entire semester, and then hopefully hire them. So that's the feed, right? So they get a great candidate, and they'll be stellar candidates, and they'll hire them and come into, if they hire them, say, in the fall, which is when we hope to bring them on, then they would license, go through the process, graduation, license in January, and then they would just keep that same classroom and become a salaried teacher on contract with a license in January.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Ms. Williamson. Ms. Hook.
Yes. Have you spoken with UCA, who has a contract with Southside in Batesville, or the UA Monticello people who have contract with Southeast Arkansas Co-op?
We haven't talked with either of those universities, but I will tell you we have a 2+2 agreement in Batesville with UACC Batesville. So we have students that are in Batesville, Southside, and several other of those Lakewood districts, and we've had incidents where those districts have approached us and said, we really need to hire your elementary candidate, or we really need to hire your middle level candidate, and that's part of that impetus because those districts can be a little isolated and they're in the process of growing their own with that 2+2 programs. The students complete their associate's degree through UACC Batesville, and then they do our program remotely and come out with our BSc in elementary education and also in middle level.
Okay, I think because they probably have lessons learned, that talking with both of those institutions would do that. Mm-hmm. And I would also ask that if this is approved, that you start comparing their pass rate on the praxis to people who didn't go through this program and their pass rate, mm-hmm. because I know we have a lot of concern that students are graduating with 3.540 and then they can't pass the praxis. Mm-hmm. So we need to get to the bottom of why that is. So if you'll keep that data, if this gets passed, then yes. I'd appreciate it.
That's one of the things the department asked us to do, was to track data on the students that do enter the STEP track. And I will tell you that our requirements at UA Little Rock say that students must pass all of their praxis exams to graduate. So we don't turn out people who haven't passed their praxis exams. They are fully ready to license once they graduate.
Ms. Dean. Ms. Newton?
Yeah, my question is with the secondary, because it's only a one semester internship.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct? So these teachers would leave with their content, but no previous experience as far as in a classroom, or other than probably some observations that you require.
They have early field experiences. Right now, our students tutor at Pulaski Heights Middle School, and then they do some observation in the classroom. They also have a methods course that they complete where they do 30 hours of field work and teach 2 lessons for a cooperating teacher before that. The struggle, I guess, we have is the 120-hour rule, that they have to do it with 120 hours, and they need at least a major in the content area to be able to pass those exams, because they are very content heavy. So we try to find a balance between what we can give them in the education department. It's considered a minor for our programs, but they live out in the content areas where they're becoming experts in content. And that was the real push. We discussed it with Joan Luno as well, the idea of how we could offer this to our secondary and broad range students. And if we can say they've passed their content exam and they've done all of the content coursework, and then they could still be working on, like, they'll take classroom management at the same time. I will tell you that in my experience, because we have a non-traditional program, it's an MED program at our university, but it's an MAT program elsewhere, those students will essentially have the same qualifications as someone that we might put on a provisional license. The only thing they lack is the bachelor's degree. For a provisional license in a non-traditional program, you can walk right into a classroom with only passing your content exam and being enrolled in our program.
But don't they have summer classes before they walk into that
They
classroom?
may may not, because they may get hired by a district in August.
Okay.
Yeah, so, and that's at any program that has any of our MAT programs or MED programs. It all sort of depends. There's a last push of hiring in August for our students in our master's programs. The only difference there is the degree, 1 semester. Right? Because remember that students in our STEP program are 1 semester away from a bachelor's degree. They've done everything else. They just have 1 semester of internship.
I still have a little bit of concern about those secondary students, because I can think back to my own experience. I thought I was ready when I finished my content things, but if it hadn't have been for a great mentoring teacher in that internship, I would have been a completely different teacher.
I was a non-traditional teacher, so I had an undergraduate degree in English, which I got at UALR, and a master's degree in English, and I got my job in North Carolina, my first teaching job, 2 weeks before the school started. And I taught the way I'd been taught in college. That didn't necessarily go over very well. And the program I was in did not give me my coursework until the following summer. So I had an excellent mentor, and she saved my life that first semester. So we will rely heavily on our partner districts and the people they choose to pair our students with. This is a true partnership. Our students, we're not throwing them into the deep end of the ocean, right? They've got somebody there waiting to catch them with a buoy and a life raft and everything else they may need.
So I think I would like to hear from the partnering districts to know what plans you have as far as making sure that those, especially secondary teachers, have that good support, good mentoring that they're going to need to be able to not just survive the year. I don't want them to see them survive the year and then lose some good potential teachers, but to develop those skills and get them into a great career that we want them to stay in.
We want them to thrive.
Right.
Right. Absolutely.
So.
Great.
Morning, Renee Kovac, Coordinator Certified Personnel, Little Rock School District, and we're all going to share this together.
Good morning, Cheryl Reinhardt, North Little Rock School District.
Sean Burgess, Pulaski County Special School District.
And I'm going to start by saying this is instead of having a long-term sub that has a bachelor's degree, has no teaching experience at all. We are excited that we're going to get someone that we could possibly hire. So that's my excitement for this for our students in the Little Rock School District.
And I'd like to add to that I mean, one of my goals starting new at this was to build a long-term sub pool that was really worthy of being in the classroom. And this was a perfect opportunity for that. So it also adds to our grow your own model. I mean, we're likely, hopefully, to keep those people as teachers once they're licensed. I like the aspect that they have chosen excellent candidates for licensure. We will assign a one-to-one mentor as well as they'll be participating in the novice teacher mentor program.
Okay.
I'd like to echo that. We do struggle trying to get qualified teachers, so I think this will help us to grow our own. And also, we have journeys that we consistently bring our teachers in. Matter of fact, our district is having one this Saturday for our first and second year novices, and so these people would join right on in with that and to support them in their teaching endeavors.
That was my question, was the support that the districts are planning on giving those. You know, I know it's going to be great for the kids to have someone in there that has the content information, but I just want to make sure that those teachers are going to get the supports that they need in order to be able to become an excellent teacher.
They will be assigned a mentor, and those mentors are trained, our current teachers that we have right now, and they support them through online, if it's face-to-face, and they also come and attend some of the journeys that we have planned for our districts as well.
May I butt in, Ms.
Yes,
Newman?
ma'am. Yes, sir. Sorry.
I want to share one other thing that I think all the districts would uphold too, is that all three of these districts have spent a lot of time trying to enhance professional learning communities. And so that's another wraparound approach, and especially in secondary, typically that means that you're going to have additional people besides just the one mentor. So you might have 3 English teachers that are meeting, or 4 English teachers working within the new person that's a substitute. And so the team approach also is there on top of the mentor. So I wanted to just add that element, because I think that's probably the most critical thing, because that really impacts then what's going to happen in terms of the instructional delivery and looking at the data of the strengths and weaknesses of each learner.
Thank you.
I just want to jump back in to say, just to reiterate, this step track is not for every student. Every student will not qualify for that. They have to have the 3.0, they have to pass those exams, but the most important thing is they must have the recommendation of their program coordinator and their advisor, and that's the person that's already seen them out in the classroom, that watched them in that methods course where you're talking about your content people. Remember, our middle level people and our elementary people have already spent one whole semester out there. But those content advisors, those are our professors out in our content colleges, and they know their candidates very well, and they know who might be willing and prepared to do this. But when we came forward with this proposal, we didn't want to leave out our content folks, because they do struggle, and what will happen is that our students will run into that final semester where they have to be there every day, 7:30 in the morning to 4:30 in the morning, and they'll decide to get just a straight history degree or a straight math degree or a straight biology degree, and we will lose them. And so the internship, even though it's a bookend for our program, will sometime become the point where they off-road from teaching, and they decide it's too hard to do it, and they'll leave. And we lost a really great middle-level candidate last semester. She has 2 small children, and she got to the point of internship, brilliant math teacher, and she had to suspend her work in the program. So we're hoping that something like this might be able to bring her back in so we could support her, because she needs to be able to support her children. The students at UA Little Rock, remember, are, you know, they're young, but they're still very non-traditional students. Our students are supporting themselves. They may not necessarily be living on campus. They have jobs, they need health insurance, and they have a hard time when they get to the end and they have to say, okay, we're gonna be there from 7:30 to 4:30 every day, because we expect them to live the life of a teacher during their internship. We want them to see it all, right?
All right. Thank you.
Ms. McFetrich, anything? All right. Dr. Moore?
I have another question, if you don't mind. So is there a guarantee of hiring by the districts at the completion of that semester?
Well, I think with us, it will depend on the area of licensure. As you know, high needs area like math or science, I'm sure that we will do a binder. That's what we typically do if the person is of quality and we feel like they will be an asset to our district.
Okay, and I'm sure we would be on the same page with this, but we don't want to set a classroom up in which they have this step teacher for the first semester. That teacher's not hired by you, and then they go on. Now, if that teacher's not fit to be hired by you, that's fine, but if we don't want it to change prematurely, if we can avoid that, how are y'all going to mitigate that?
For us, we have a policy that we do temporary hires pending when they're hired. So I feel like they would stay for the second semester, and then they would re-interview if they are the candidate that we chose to choose.
Ms. Wu, did you have something?
Yes. The first thing you have to do when you start teaching is in August, when you have to set up your classroom and manage your classroom and get yourself established. So I wonder if we can assure those teachers that they will have a strong mentor, because if you come in second semester, somebody else has either done a good job or not. And so learning that, because until you have your classroom management established, then nobody's going to learn much, as you well know. So if we could be assured that those teachers will have a strong mentor if they get hired for that first semester and beyond too. Thank you.
I think our anticipation is that we'll have a lot more hires happen during the fall semester. That's what the districts have told us as well. But you know, you do have those moments, unfortunately, in the spring where somebody decides to leave a district and the district is looking to hire someone. And again, they go to their long-term subpool. But if you can pull in somebody who's got a strong foundation in content, already been through 2 internships, and is ready to step into the classroom, much better than somebody that might be in your subpool. So.
All right. If there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve this accelerated teacher track, permit track.
A second.
All right. Motion by Mr. Chambers, second by Dr. Hill. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right. Thank you all very much for being here. Great. Good. Great. Good luck. Okay. We are down to the Dollarway School District Legislative Report, and folks do have, appear to have a folder in front of them that, and
Can we take a
everybody get a, you need a quick break? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
No, I know. I was just like, I don't think that one was mine. Okay. Is that one yours, Jay? Is that one yours? Yeah, I was gonna say. Okay. Can we get that one? And he's got pushed it.
This is great. This is awesome. This is what we need. So, yeah. Yeah, this is perfect. We'd be all right if we get out. And this will only take 3 minutes. Good reason. three, so these are actually not public comments, they are.
They're opposition. See, because at first I was thinking they would, but they're not. They're opposition.
So I should go ahead and
and then there are other people saying, getting that to the wall.
petitions on. I guess they're trying to.
Sorry, I'm not a board member, I'm just a court reporter. So please don't be irritated. Get to speak while you're here today.
Hi, everyone. Dr. Hernandez, if you could hold for just a
Yes, sir.
second. Ms. Blagg, I think Ms. Newton did get her questions answered on the PLSB cases, and so I think we can go ahead and get those out of the way right now. And so we have these consent agenda items from the morning, the 4 PLSB cases. Are there any additional questions or concerns to my left or to my right? Okay, then I think the proper motion would be to accept all of these recommendations. Ms. Newton?
Move to approve.
Okay. All right, motion by Ms. Newton, second by Ms. Chambers. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Dr. Moore, are you good? Okay, you're in favor? Yes? Yes. Okay, all right, great. Okay, so we are unanimous on those, and so.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for being flexible. Okay, now, Dr. Hernandez, we're down to your item, which is the Dollarway School District report.
Yes, sir. Dr. Mike Hernandez, Office of Coordinated Support and Service. So good to be here today with you guys. This is the first of 4. We moved Dollarway up. They have an engagement later on this afternoon, so appreciate being able to have their item higher on the agenda. So this is one of those follow-up legislative reports. So if you remember the last one, we started with, here's the district support plan. This is what they're planning on doing this school year. This is a subsequent report where we tried to keep all the information in the same place. There's a slight update to what's on the board agenda, and that's what your packets are. And so what this report really is about is how is the district doing in terms of their proposed goals. And of course, Dollarway having the 3 main goals around the PLC process, instituting that, also looking at literacy across the curriculum, and then also around behavior type things. And so you have updated information about some of the things that they're looking at, some of the progress that they've made. We also have the district here that has a little bit of presentation to give you some updates, a few videos. They want to share some of those. But overall, we're seeing some good progress in the district. You know, we're seeing some good things around behavior, some things around student attendance. I think overall the academics, you know, is on its way to improve. Not exactly probably, we agree, probably not where we want it to be, but we know they're moving in the right direction. We've had some excellent progress with some of the solution tree process that's going on there with the embedded coaching, and I know that Ms. Warren will share some of that information, but the reports that we're getting back is things are moving along. Every time there's something that flares up, they work hard to iron those issues out, and we're really trying to build capacity within the district to make that collective efficacy among teachers grow. And I noticed something that you did, I'd like to point out in the consent agenda items. When you looked at those long-term sub-lists, if you notice what's not there is there's not a lot of Dollarway things that were there in the past. And so that Ms. Warren and her team's done a really great job of hanging on to their staff. Even though they are a district that is in fiscal distress, one of the neat things that we've been able to do the last couple of years is give raises. We gave a $900 raise 2 years ago, gave a $1,500 raise that took place this year, and so they're showing progress and doing some great things that are in place. And so if there are questions on the report, I can try to answer those, and then if not, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Warren to present some of her information.
Yeah, why don't we let Ms. Warren do her presentation and then see what questions folks have.
Yes, sir. Great.
Good to see you, Ms. Warren.
and State Board, Commissioner Key, hello all. Really excited to be here, very excited to be here. And even sometimes when the data doesn't always say what we'd like it to say, we are well aware that we are on our way. Dr. Hernandez covered so much. I ditto, maybe I could say that to some of what he has said. 3 years and 2 days ago, and I won't make this long and forever, but I was appointed to go to Dalloway. And as a partner with that school district already, it was an opportunity to help and to benefit a district I already loved and a community that I love. And I'm happy to say that although it's been 3 years, and it seems like a long, long time, it's not really that long on school improvement calendars when there's so much to do. And so I'm very happy to say that those things that Dr. Hernandez commented to you about, it's been a culmination of work across these years. And we talked about systems early on, and I think you know that you have to have systems in place to have a foundation. Systems breed stability, and stability breeds a solid foundation that you can build other things on. I'm very proud to say that Dalloway has systems in place, and while of course there's always tweaking to do, we have solid systems that have positioned us to have a stable and effective foundation for the work that we're doing. Interestingly enough, that stability, I'm so happy, does not go toward academics. Our academic data had been stable for a very, very long time. As a matter of fact, trending for a decrease in student achievement. But we have some changes. We have some changes, and we have some acknowledgments. So one of the first things I want to highlight for you, we placed in your folder, what we shared with you today, the latest changes in our progress report. That's a living document for us. It's work that we're continuing to do. It's work we're continuing to talk about. But on one side of that folder, you would see actually an email with links to reports that we have recently gotten. One of them is dated November 27th, and I'm very proud to say that what would be released very, very soon was a report from the Office of Education Policy that acknowledged our high school for statewide high ELA growth, and that's at the high school level, and then high ELA growth for a high school level central region. So of course we're excited. Pine Bluff Commercial reported on that. Our community talked a great deal about it, and just some days later we would get what you see that's dated there December 4th. And by the way, there are reports and there's a lot of data, research, a whole bunch of details that can be made available to you. But then on the 4th, we received another notice, and that's that we have a statewide, and by the way, these are performance awards, academic performance awards for Dalloway. Statewide beating the odds, ELA growth, high school level, and then two, for the high school level central region, both beating the odds again in math growth and ELA growth. I expressed to some persons in the community, this is not a statement of low expectations for us to say that you beat the odds because you have a population of young people who can't perform. No, it's not that at all. There's a trajectory that's set for performance and expected performance if all is well and everything goes well, good teaching, sound teaching, and the like. But what's said is, given the circumstances, given the situation, and given the multiple conditions, our children have beat the odds and have exceeded the growth trajectory expected for them. And that is, it's an awesome thing. It's an awesome thing. Not only, of course, because it's good that you have growth, since growth, of course, is one of the leading indicators of the positive impact that a school is having on its students, not just because of that, but because our babies need to hear somebody say, I know you're learners. I know you can learn. I know that you've been learning. And teachers, I know the hard work you've been doing. We might not have been able to see it always in print, but you're doing some great things. So it has been really a banner for our conversations of late. At church, they even put something up on the screen to say, congratulations, Barbara Warren. And I keep telling people, it's not Barbara Warren. This is a team effort. This is a team benefit. But it's all over everywhere. And our community's so proud. But most especially our children and our teachers are. So I highlight that for you as one of the pieces of objective data that we didn't gather. And you know what? That you all didn't even gather. ACT Aspire didn't say it. A research-based group who takes into consideration hard work throughout our state and compares indexes and numbers throughout our nation, and they highlighted Dollarway, and I wanted you to know that. So the other document that you have is the progress report, and as Dr. Hernandez commented, we are working as a district to support 3 aims that we discussed for a very long time, multiple opportunities to talk about data and connect throughout various stakeholder conversations to say what we can do as a district to support the goals and aims of the school improvement planning that our schools have done that'll get us the most bang for our buck is going to be in these areas of professional learning communities at work support, and like you said as well, PBIS, and then literacy across the curriculum. If you turn your attention to page 6, where the description related to professional learning communities at work is listed, there is some information for you. We draw some conclusions about how well we feel that is working and what work we're doing right now. But keeping in mind, we actually have started this process this year. So we do, any data that we have, we try to reflect on the very same time period prior year and then to here, but this is our first year, the 2018-19 year of the PLC at work process. And it's, a lot of the data is gonna kind of sound anecdotal. It really has a lot to do with the collaborative team work. Some of that is not empirical. We can say to you that we all, throughout our district, are participating in this process. We have both core collaborative teams, we have non-core, but all of our department leaders in our district are a part of a collaborative team. Our central office even has a collaborative team, even on yesterday talking about literacy and how we can promote and have a focus on the culture of reading. But we have organized our lives and the lives of our entire district around this premise of professional learning communities. Very blessed to have the department to support us and to connect with us in this work and to help us access Solution Tree. Those resources are phenomenal. I can't say enough. We're talking about people who come in, sit right beside us at the district level, at the principal level, and right alongside those teachers, collaborative teams, talking about a variety of things that you'll see on page 7 throughout this report. 30, 60, 90-day plans were created. And these are processes that go along, I know, with professional learning communities, but we have our own tailored spin. These people come and they talk to pretty much your entire community. And so we're happy with the work that we've done to plan what we think is going to be a very successful PLC Communities at Work process. There are things that you will see that are typical to the PLC process we are implementing and working through. And I'll tell you there are some comments that I'd like you to know. I'm gonna highlight a lot of positives, but I wanna tell you some of the challenges we've had as well. As we think about what we're teaching and how we're teaching it, lesson planning has been for us where we've said, hey, we've got to do a whole lot more work here. If you're not prepared to teach and you're not planning effectively to teach, then likely you're not going to have the outcomes you want. So that's been an area that we have really had to shore up, and we have sought assistance to do so. Our staff has been, it's been a stretch. It's been a stretch. Anytime you're doing something new, anytime you're doing something different, that's gonna be. But our conversations, even if some of them might be negative, our conversations are about instruction. Our conversations are about instruction, and that's across the entire district. So I'm really excited about that. I'd like to highlight for you with positive behavior interventions and supports, and it starts at on page 8. We have had such a phenomenal shift in the culture in our schools. Our teams have embraced teaching our children better ways to approach things in the school. And so through the behavior matrices, our students are working to learn more about how to conduct themselves. But the children who already knew how to conduct themselves, of course, they are getting the benefit of all of the positive supports, the positive accolades. We are becoming more and more a culture who is focusing more and talking more about the positive behaviors. you will see in our data, discipline referrals, of course, are one of the biggest indicators of just how behavior is going. And so again, there are conclusions drawn there. You'll be able to see in the narrative. But if you'll look here at page 9, our number of referrals from first quarter last year to first quarter this year, I'd like to highlight for you the difference from prior year to now. K4, which comprises our James Matthews Elementary School, the number of referrals has decreased by 34%. The number of referrals in 5th through 8th grade, it's our Robert F. Moorhead Middle School, has decreased by 28%. And we had some data pieces to work out, but these are updated, current, and accurate numbers for the high school, 9th through 12th grade band there, and the difference is 37% decrease in the number of referrals first quarter this year to first quarter this past year. Again, I'm telling you, there are things that we've still got to work on, but we are making such strides. We said that stability, the foundation, kids got to come to school, teachers got to come to school, and people have to act right when they get there to avail themselves of the educational opportunities. I say to you, this is a correlation. We are seeing positive bright spots in our academic data, but it is attributed to the fact that we're more focused and acting right and coming to school. Basics, huh? So I highlight that to you related to PBIS. If you will, turning your attention to student attendance data. A few things I'd just like to express. We are not only thinking about, our babies who are here, but what's going on with the ones who didn't come back. We are trying to track some information to help us understand why people may have made some choices to choice away. But we are happy to report that, as a matter of fact, the elementary campus reported that of the children who have left, all have come back except for 2. So we try to hold on to our families. You'll note that our average daily membership has dropped in some areas, but we're, again, noticing that there are some reasons for that, and we're seeking more information to learn more. I can't say that every data set we have an explanation for, but we're seeking and trying to learn more about that. Our average daily attendance is beginning to show a steady increase, though, in the number of kids who are coming to school every single day. So while we may not be able to go back and get every baby that we would like to have back, the ones who are with us are coming to school on a much more regular basis, and we're really happy about that. The percentage of the number of students who are absent 5 or more days, I am very proud of the relationships that our principals have with their children. They can call out the names. They can tell you who it is and why they are. And so often there are things that they actually can't control. But in many of these cases, when students are missing 5 or more days, we know that there are special situations that have to do a lot of times with family situations and things but we are researching and understanding those. And we do know that with our students who have been absent 10 or more days, it's been identified that there are some cases with homebound sickness and some other kind of catastrophic challenges that we have pinpointed and that we can tie back to actual students. So again, most cases, things that cannot be controlled. We work really well, close connection with DHS, with different entities and variety of community supports to help us and to connect services as we identify that sometimes our families and children need. Teacher attendance data, which is very important. Like to note that even though it may seem a little strange, like for instance, I'll highlight K4, the percentage of certified teacher absences due to illness. That's a much higher number, right? So it's 47% quarter 1 and now 79%. But as we've talked in our department leader collaborative team, we talk about attendance every month. We do a data analysis of it, and we're talking about, hey, y'all, why is this? But I said, y'all, look at this. This doesn't mean what you're saying it means. This is not saying that we have so much more absence, but that the vast majority of the absence is due to things we can't control. So for instance, 79% of the absences of certified teachers is due to sickness. Okay, we can't control that they're sick, but last year, 47% of it was due to illness. 53% of the attendance last year, first quarter, we could control. So we're talking about professional meetings, professional development, and that type of thing. We've made a concerted effort to make certain that when we can, that we don't interrupt the instructional day. That's one of the things we talk a lot about, maximizing the instructional day. So 79% looks like an increase, but it's an increase in the type. So basically, if they're absent, they're sick, and they couldn't come to work. And we've reduced the number of incidences wherein there was a choice or an option. So that looks a little different, a little strange, but actually it's what we're considering a win, a major win. We are controlling the reason and decreasing as much as possible. We front-loaded with our Cardinal Academy, our professional development days as much as we could, so that those would not be days that came out of the school year. We, again, reevaluated our processes that would call people away from the building and call people away for meetings, and that has to do with, again, why that percentage of the occurrences are tied to sickness as opposed to other categories. Literacy across the curriculum. We are going to share a video with you in just a second that just gives a little snippet of some of the things that are going on in our district. And when we talk about literacy across the curriculum, we're talking about reading and writing every day, everywhere. And so there's an article that our school improvement specialist, Ms. Davis, who is with me, shared with all of us. And it was just the importance of that 10-minute read, the importance of that 10-minute read. And we are really trying to push not only the importance of reading, but the importance of our children having a choice about what they read. And for them to learn to write, they've got to read good writing. They keep pressing and drilling that into my mind. So I'm like, y'all, I got it. Let's make certain our babies have that. So a couple of things that we want to show you that are very, very simple and quick for you to see. I want you to know that this is actually from our website. So we're trying to include more information and share more with our community. So on our parent and engagement tab on our website, from our homepage, is a segment called Why Read. And so if you will, I think it's Mr. Davis, if you'll click on, it's right above Why Read. That's actually just an article that I had an opportunity to share at a town hall meeting that the mayor had. So that's a really neat article for reference too. But if you'll take a look, I want you just to see a little snippet of some student book talks. So while it's queuing, and Ms. Davis may have to come and help out, but that little young man, his name is Mr. Freeman. And so I'm just gonna say he's a really interesting, gifted little boy. Very interesting, gifted little boy. And I don't know if anyone needs any help, but oh, I just really want you to see him. But we have some examples of some book talks that some of our high school students, middle school, and James Matthews elementary students have given. So what's happened is that literally, with no cueing or anything, just going around while they're reading, said, hey, what's important about that book? Would you recommend it to other people? And so, again, trying to foster a culture of reading. But that first little boy that I hope you do get to see, oh, I hope it works. All right, well, I'm just gonna have to, I can't tell you everything that he does, but I promise you, I had to go back and figure out what a protagonist is. I'm like, what's a protagonist?
If you could get the link to Ms. Wendell, is it publicly available? Like,
yeah, it is.
If you could just get the link to Ms. Wendell, she can get it out to us. We can watch it.
Absolutely. So we'll do that. And that other video, which we won't even go to, it just highlighted a few things for you. We are trying to do some innovative, interesting, neat things around our focus for promoting the culture of reading. I'll tell you just a couple of little ideas that our central office collaborative team had yesterday. They said, okay, because our conversation was, remember our district support pieces, these 3 big pieces. What's your role in it? And so we were talking about literacy. And they had about 9 neat ideas, and one of them was, let us create trailers for books that we'll share with others to recommend some reading. And again, these are, of course, our secretaries and our social workers, just all of us. Is it ready? Yeah, okay, we be quiet.
This title is called Hooray for Snell. And it's about Snell hitting the ball up to the sky in the moon, and it hit the moon and came down to the alligator foot and hit his foot. So he picked it up and threw it, and it fell on his hand, and he just dropped it on. He dropped it on the bat, and Snell was on his hand, so he had to fall down, and they won.
Did you like it?
This the ending.
Would you tell somebody else to read that book?
See? The ending.
All right, good job.
My title of my book is Let's Go Frosty. And I like this book because it's cool, and he a frog, and he like to do stuff a lot, and he happy, he never be sad.
What was the ending of your book?
He was happy because his dad let him ride the bike, and at first he didn't know how to ride the bike, so his dad had to teach him, and he was happy over that at the end right here.
Good job.
This book is called Tales from a Not So Happy Birthday. This is a Dork Diary book, and this book is about this girl named Nikki, and she was dreaming about having this big birthday party, and she have her 2 friends, and she really want to have it, but she had a bad dream about what's gonna happen. She said if one tiny little thing messes up, it messes up the whole party, and she has this enemy named Mackenzie Hollister that went to her school, and she had came up and gave her a present, and she pushed her with the box, and she fell into her cake.
So, Kennedy, what is the plot of this book?
Her birthday.
Her birthday?
Mhm.
All right. So, would you recommend this book?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Because it's real funny. It's really funny, and it really is telling a story, because sometimes I feel like her sometimes, most of the times maybe. And it's real funny to read, and I read a lot of the books, and most of the books I've already read. That's on the back of here.
Hello, my name is Ishan Freeman. I'm 11 years old. I'm in the 6th grade, and I go to Robert F. Moorhead Middle School in the Dollarway School District. I will be talking about the book Stone Rider. The author is Hoffmer. There is no last name or first name. This book is about children. They are left on the earth after the leavers left when the earth started being destroyed. The only way that they survive is the supply drops they get from the leavers. In this book, every kid has their own motorcycle, and their motorcycles are passed down through their family like heirlooms. Only the family members can ride the motorcycles, at least the only ones who can connect with the people who rode it previously. And in some rare cases, people who aren't in the family can write it if they think like the family. I'd recommend this book to a person who likes it when the protagonist of the book perseveres, who likes adventure, and who knows when things are serious.
1,000 Nights by E.K. Johnston. It's about a girl that basically got chosen to marry someone that she didn't want to marry, and she was forced to marry him. And I would recommend this book to someone that likes like drama and the The book I'm reading is I'm Not Your Perfect Mexican Daughter by Erica Sanchez. And it's about a girl who her sister had died, and her sister was perfect or whatever. And so her parents thought that she should be like her sister, and they kept comparing them. And I'd recommend this book to people who like struggle with people always wanting them to own up to certain expectations. I'm reading a book called Turtles All the Way Down by John Green. And it's basically about a boy, his father went missing, and it's a $10,000 prize if he gets found. And two of his old friends help him find his father, but he really doesn't like his father. And it's a realistic fiction book, so I would recommend this to big John Green fans like myself and people that just like mystery.
So I talked with a high school student one day, and whether I'd like them to or not, they actually watch the state board stuff. And one sweetie said to me, I need you to tell them that we know how to read. And she kind of felt like I may have missed that opportunity. So we just thought it'd be good for you to see them, for you to see them. And they're examples of children who love reading. And one of the things we talked about yesterday is that we hadn't been asking them so much about what they're reading. You know, the last sweetie, she's a cheerleader, and she reads all the time. It's just the first time someone asked her to participate. And none of them were coerced. They all were fine to do it. As a matter of fact, the little Freeman boy I talked about, she says that's her little grandson, but he's always running to her to tell her about what he's reading and what he's doing, because we're asking. So that's an example of us promoting a culture of reading. We know that seeing it, doing it across the curriculum everywhere is going to promote and is going to provide us with the types of outcomes we know our children can demonstrate. We've even looked at ACT Aspire data where children who just had zeros across the board in writing, 3s and higher. So the question that we have to ask, and we hadn't had an opportunity to do it though, was why did you not perform the first interim? And why did you perform here? We are learning to talk more and more to our children about what learning means to them. And so I hope you consider that to be a positive example, a positive, and I can go back and say to her, I did tell them, I did tell them. I won't highlight a whole lot more. I'm gonna step aside and give opportunity for any questions. In the academic data that starts on page 14, you will see that the interim 2 results are actually preliminary. We still have, I think, high school testing even today. So there are some slots where you're gonna see empty spots. We've been having some conversations about the data, and you're gonna see places where it's huge jumps. And then you're gonna be able to compare first quarter of, let's say, 4th grader to now first quarter of a 5th grader and see where they ended and where they've started and see some positives. But then you're also gonna see some decreases, some declines. We are researching that. We're trying to learn more about why that is. In some cases, we have a thumb on it, and we express some of that in the report. I'll tell you that with the RISE initiative, with the goal toward making certain that the science of reading is a part of the learning of every educator in Arkansas, it's needful. Our data tells you that. When you look at ACT Aspire interim assessments in English, and the numbers are so much higher than what you're gonna see in reading, our teachers, and again, those numbers even can be higher when you're looking at your 58s and 59% proficiency in the areas of English. But what it does speak to is that the concrete, sequential, mechanics usage, all the hard, that concrete stuff, and our teachers are much better at teaching that than they are those things that the science of reading is teaching us more and more to know. So we know where our focus is, we know what it's about. Our day coming up, January 7th, is gonna be totally devoted to that. We've spent a lot of good time, and we're increasing, and we know exactly where what the strategy needs to be there to promote and to increase there. With that said, what I've shared with you again is a living document that we're using and that we're talking about every day. It's a data set that we got an opportunity, and I really appreciate that, Dr. Hernandez and ADE. We got to decide what data we thought would be important to look at and talk about and to track, which of course means it's going to be more useful and more important. So I present that to you, and I want to ditto some of what's been said too. I thank you for your genuine concern. I reflected on a question that was asked of me. It's like, how are you doing? Just how are you doing? And so not only am I doing good, but Dollarway School District, we are on the way, and we hadn't fainted. We have not fainted.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Warren. Anything else before moving to questions? Dr. Hernandez? Okay. Dr. Moore? Ms. House? Anything? Great.
Thank you.
Dr. Moore?
Yeah, thank you for being here and for the hard work you're doing. I do have a couple questions since we're talking about reading today.
Yes.
I did notice in the report it talked about your district's reading curriculum and how y'all noticed gaps in phonics and phonemic awareness. When was that curriculum purchased?
Specifically, the curriculum last year that was probably 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yes.
So will y'all be doing a different one in the future, or you just figured out how to fill in the gaps in the meantime?
We have figured out how to fill in the gaps, and we have included our instructional facilitators and principals and teachers and talks about where those gaps were. And so, yes, we didn't abandon that curriculum, but we have filled in.
Okay. How long will you stick with that curriculum? Is there a set, do you know?
Well, changing midstream doesn't help anybody.
Right.
And making those shifts. We're gonna let the data tell us where we need to go, where we need to be, but we've not made a light decision. So I feel confident that the direction we're going in will be one we can stay on. Because like I say, we didn't abandon what we had before because there were some really good things happening. We just saw some gaps and we've just tried to supplement it.
Okay. Do you all have after-school programs at the elementary or middle school level?
Interestingly enough, no. We do have after school we don't have after school at the elementary, but yes, we do at the secondary. We talked about elementary after school programs, and we have a team coming together to talk about enrichment programming. We've discussed how, I think even somewhere in our data, we talk about the exposure that children need to have a good foundation for reading. And so while we know we've got to help fill academic goals, we have interventions planned throughout the day. We've got to help enrich our children. And so we're doing some work and some planning toward some enrichment programs that we'd like to see happen after school in the spring to fill in some of those gaps and to give them some anchors for especially reading deficits and more exposure to themes that they're going to see more commonly in literacy, and to help them with, in our case, high poverty, not always having access and connections to things that we know our babies need to have connections to.
Certainly, that's important. Do you have community partners that are filling that void for elementary school students, or are they going home? Do you know?
We do have some partners, some community partners that are filling some of those voids, yes. We do know, though, there's more work that we need to do in that area.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Williamson? Ms.
Yes, I do appreciate you including the absentee data both
Yes,
for
ma'am.
students and teachers. Wouldn't it be great if it's just that simple?
Oh,
Just
yeah.
getting people to come to work at the same time, so I appreciate that. One thing I'm wondering is if you all, for those students who are chronically absent, if you've looked at their reading level or and seeing if the student's reading level, his absentee rate, and how often he has to be punished, what the correlation is on those kinds of things. And I think I did hear you saying that y'all are doing sort of a needs assessment of the students and the staff, and I think that, because sometimes what we might think somebody needs and what they realize they really need, and I think having those honest conversations and them believing that it's okay to say, I'm not great at everything and I need help here. How many of your teachers have been through the RISE training, either partially or completely?
Okay, almost all of our K2, we have a few that were new who have not. We are going to be going through some training for 3rd and 4th grade coming up the 7th. And but RISE trainers from the cooperative provide us support. As a matter of fact, they're almost there every day.
Yeah, and does that include your special ed teachers as well?
Yes, ma'am,
Okay,
absolutely.
great. And are most of those who are being trained, are you finding they're implementing that?
Yes.
Yes.
As a
okay,
matter of
good.
fact, our elementary principal is a formal literacy specialist.
Okay, so she is an instructional
Absolutely.
leader.
She's an instructional leader in every way,
Yeah.
but yes.
Uh-huh. I do appreciate that over time, your reports look to be that they're becoming more of a living, working report as opposed to I'm going to have to come up here and fill in the blank kind of thing. So hopefully the support system that ADE is trying to do is reflected in your report. So thank you very much. I appreciate you. And how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I'm just over the moon proud. Thank you.
And this may be a Dr. Hernandez question or a commissioner question. In terms of the Community Advisory Board, I know you've voiced some, in the past, some desire that it's maybe time for that. Where are we in terms of kind of formalizing some community engagement?
So we have had that discussion with Ms. Warren, and kind of what we're tentatively looking at is potentially doing something later in the spring, if that's what we remember us talking about. And then possibly looking at doing some extensive identification, late spring training during the summer and getting that off the ground for next school year. We're kind of in the process. I'm not real sure because I wasn't here before when we started up a community advisory board. And so in reflecting of past practices and looking about how the development of community advisory boards and what they do, we really want to try to make that in such a way where we're having conversations and trainings with these community advisory boards around all 6 systems and making sure that they're very clear on what their role is and what questions they should be asking and things that they should be looking at. That way that we, not only is it a community advisory board, but we're also developing future board members. And so we want to take that approach. I think we've done some of that. I think we're really taking a cue from Dr. Wild at Earl. That's one of the things that even though that board is, I don't remember what term we used, but there continues to be meetings every month. They're having conversations about all the things related to the board, normally what a board would look at and talk about. And so we want to make sure that we get this community advisory board started off on the right foot with proper guidance, and that way it can eventually at some point be a very good functioning board and be a pool for the district to pull from in the future.
Before we move on, I know some other folks are waiting for items after this. We are going to need to take a break after this item, and let's just say we will be back no earlier than 1:10 if folks want to head out for a few minutes. So I just wanted to let folks know that. Steve.
Thank you. Congratulations on the job well done. And the vast improvement that has been made and the evidence, I should say, of the vast improvement that has been done, because we know that there has been work going on this whole time. Glad to see that your family and community engagement, that you have a coordinator there and that you've been taking surveys a couple times a year.
Absolutely.
And getting feedback from your parents and families and community members. Also glad to hear that there's that partnership with the after school for the elementary. So I guess my question is how is your family engagement coming along? Because I know that's been a somewhat of a struggle.
I would say it's still somewhat of a struggle. Numbers aren't what we'd like to see,
right.
But we are trying to not spend as much time in a compliance kind of place, like we talk about reporting, but think about the quality of the connections. We have some very dedicated parents. I mean, their parents are there every day. I mean, when I first got to the district, there were people I thought worked in the district, and I would learn, of course, in days that they didn't. So the quality of the involvement is very good. and we have some very reliable people that we can connect to across our entire district. But our numbers still are not where we'd like them to be. However, we are learning that they want to enjoy themselves, they want to enjoy the encounters, and I say that separate from parent-teacher conference.
Right.
So parent-teacher conferences, our attendance at those are excellent. We have really, really good attendance. Even at the high school, when you're talking about 50% or better families coming out at the secondary level, those are good numbers by, you know, state and national standards. But we do want it to be better. However, when we have some other activities, we do again have good quality of support, but we're still working to reach our numbers. One family member said to me that you all remind us so much through your website, through your app, that sometimes I have everything I need information-wise. I'm like, well, I appreciate that, you know, but your baby needs to see you. So, but yes, I would say quality is there. Numbers are increasing, and we are using a variety of methods to communicate and to connect, but we still got work to do with getting numbers out, and we're still looking for that solution.
That points toward my second question is, what have been your methods, and have you changed those methods or improvised on those methods to try to get more family engagement this year?
Absolutely.
Or
I
you
would
give me
say,
an idea.
okay. So we did not rely, a couple of years ago, I'll say, we didn't rely so much on technology and on social media. And so we have active social media connections, be it Facebook, Twitter, through, again, like I say, our app, our website. But our principals and our parent facilitators are literally going to the phone and reminding out and sending out newsletters, sending out information. We have a newsletter that is both a district Dalloway matters for the entire district, and then district staff matters. That's for the staff, but that has been so well received. And again, it's digital. It's a digital newsletter, but that we can text out, email out, forward out through our messenger system, and that has been very, very, very well received. It's forwarded on to all kind of people. Commissioner Key gets it all the time, and so it's one of our newest. We used it all last year. It was new for us last year, but it's been very successful. We are collaborating with our community schools initiative in a different way now. So having the big old everybody come and be a part of this community schools initiative meeting, that wasn't working as well. People came, but they were different people every time, which is okay, but it's really hard to gain momentum towards some actions. The focus has been to look at community pockets, for instance, Alzheimer's schools, that has felt disengaged. So the efforts for the community school liaison is to talk to, with, and through a group of people who act as hands in the Alzheimer's community. So we're being a little more targeted in how we are connecting and making certain that we just converse on as many levels as we possibly can. I think those are some of the newer things that we've done that have benefited us, I would say.
Thank you.
Great. Mr. Chambers.
I always appreciate getting to hear from you, because I know the
thank you.
environment, you're creating a very positive environment for your students, so thank you.
Thank you for that.
I may not be reading this correctly, but could you speak to, for a couple of grades in particular, for
Yes.
math and science, the ACT Aspire score dropped quite a bit, if I'm reading it correctly. So one question is, did a method of scoring change, or what's the explanation for the drop? And what specific plans do you have for that, for those two areas?
I know she was hoping she'd get away with it, but I'm gonna have our school improvement specialist to come up and to share. I'm gonna express one piece related to that. So we're not on that long-term sub list so much, right? But 2 years ago, we had huge numbers. One of the things that has happened, as Ms. Deek comes forward, one of the things that's happened is that we do have more stability in our numbers, but we have had to make some changes in content areas, and so math will be one of them. What we've I'll let her speak some to you about some of the enhancement activities that we're putting in place and some staff targeted to that. But we know that staffing was an area of concern related specifically to, especially middle level. Absolutely, yes. Okay. So again, our school improvement specialist who's been with us now just a little over a year, Ms. D. Davis.
Hi, good afternoon, I think now. Dee Davis, School Improvement Specialist, Dalloway School District. Can you tell me maybe what specifically you were looking at with math and science?
Well, for grades, say 6 and grade 8 for math, the 17-18 interim for grade 6 went from 24% to 7% for interim 1 and 2, and for grade 8 it went from 24% to 2 and 5% interim 1 and 2. So I didn't know if there had been a method change, or if you could help us understand what happened and what maybe the plans are.
So I do think we have, in one of those grades, we do have a new teacher, maybe a non-traditional teacher. So learning, we are dealing with some new processes, some new ways of really analyzing data. Obviously, that's a different group of kids. You've got, those kids were 7th graders, now they're 8th graders. So a little bit of a different content, different way of looking at things. So we're working on some ways to help that teacher to use more research-based instructional strategies. What are the strategies that we need to use to help those areas of weakness?
You made a great point. Do the teachers have an opportunity then to plan together that flow through from one grade to another, so there's ensured continuity and method in what's being taught and reinforced?
Yes, that is a recent development. The schedule that we had at the beginning of the year, that's been another change that we've made based on the data that we see, that they were not able to plan together like that. So now they are able to come together every single day, and they get together and they can look at data. And so it's very new. So, you know, you've got a progress ahead, so.
And is science similar?
But it's both science, the 4 core content areas. So you have English, math, science, and history. All that's brand new. They weren't able to plan together before. Revise a whole master schedule, nightmare. But we did. We woke up, and yeah. So now that's been a couple of good solid weeks of now being able to plan every single day together. So, and that's a process too of learning, how do you do that? I'm used to planning by myself and doing what I wanted to do or like to do or know to do, and now all of a sudden it's this team effort, but 2 heads are better than 1. And so they're learning that too, so, but it's going well.
I would just remind too, the cut scores for ACT Aspire changed, so that could have some impact on the results that you're seeing as well. For the letter grades, for school ratings, you know, we made adjustments to that, but for the interims, we didn't make adjustments to anything. What you see is just the raw percentages, but the cut score change could have impacted some of their results.
No, thank you. It's just not seeing the same change across the board is what caught my attention.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dr. Hill?
Yes, great job, Ms. Warren. I just want to highlight something that, and get some, I think you could maybe be able to offer some valuable information to others. Speak to maybe a couple bullet points on how you decreased your overall student referrals by 33% all across K through to high school. I mean, district-wide. So what are some of the things you're all doing that could possibly be shared? I mean, because now learning is taking place because the students are in class.
I wish it was a magic thing we could sell, but it's really a common sense approach. Talking more about what you should do versus not what you shouldn't do. Impacting the feeling tone for positive attitudes, positive behaviors, and having that conversation throughout the entire district. So specifically, going through the PBIS process to plan to implement this year was a work of teams who helped to develop matrices, SOAR, CARD, and to focus on compassion, respect, and a variety of things, but not to just say we're gonna do it. Like honestly we've done in the past and hope it happens, we've taught those behaviors. They spent time at the very beginning of the year, literally teaching in stations what compassion looks like, what you should do when walking to the bathroom. Little funny videos of teachers showing examples of how you shouldn't act and doing all the wham, wham, west stuff and then showing the examples of how you should. Students love that. Having our students develop also some of those actions, develop music, songs, chants to support and to nurture and keep that in front of them. Honestly, just elevating a positive conversation with positive expectations, and then I would say the last piece, rewarding those and celebrating those. We have been following that PBIS method and of course those common sense approaches, and that has had a huge impact.
That's great to know, because, and the thing, will you have, do you work with your teachers as far as getting them to understand, to be even more compassionate and keep the kids in the classroom? Just, you follow what I'm saying, as far as, hey, putting them out of the classroom? I mean, what process, because these are things I think needs to be shared with everybody.
Well, it's not perfect yet, of course, but our principals are making certain that they're having conversations. We have these deans and assistants who are looking at the data and who are saying, hey, we've made these improvements, and talking about that and trying to promote that, but having individual conversations as well. So now this one's been out X number of times, and trying to really look at not just the students' behaviors, but what behaviors precipitated the response that you got from that student. We have a new behavior intervention coordinator in our district who is providing a lot of support. He was an assistant principal on another campus. And sometimes things just go out of whack when the administrators are out of the building. And sometimes, of course, when teachers are away. And he has been able to provide the support of tying some of the PBIS components together, but also going to buildings and providing additional support. He's participated with behavior plan creation. He's still training. There's some things he's still learning, but actually having another set of hands on the ground has made a big difference too. But those side conversations and the expectation of teachers that we're looking at your data and talking about that data. So like you even hit on just a minute ago, Ms. Chambers, sometimes we're talking about just one teacher in a grade. So when you're looking at data and discipline data looks a certain way, it points to actually individuals, and it gives opportunity for conversations. Thank you, sir.
One of the things that I had through looking at your information beforehand, I wanted to be sure and point out to you and how proud I was of you was your high school growth.
Absolutely.
That was great, you know, because sometimes high schoolers are hard to get to grow.
Oh, yeah.
And so that is fantastic. And so I know you're proud, and I'm very proud of that hard work of you and your staff and your students for doing the hard work that it takes to get those growth numbers where they were. So I'm very proud of that. Kind of tagging on the discipline just a little bit, and this is something that I'm asking for help also. One of the things that we have discussed in the past is kind of knowing where our discipline referrals are coming from. And I noticed that the biggest majority of your discipline referrals were in the category 17, which is other. Can you have a better description of what most of those are, or can y'all go back and maybe look at that a little bit and give us an idea of maybe some other categories that we might need to put there instead?
Yes, we talk a lot about data integrity, and we're trying to hone in and do more training to help our secretaries and our deans and APs understand that we need to be more specific. We've got some digging to do. There are often, we're trying to make it where an offense 3 isn't different from teacher to teacher.
Yeah.
And so we've got some work to do in that area. I really can't speak to exactly what, but we've highlighted that as an area of concern for us. There aren't so many behaviors that are
Sure,
unspecified. So we know that we need to do some work with reporting there.
Right, but I was just saying, you know, if you're needing to put them in the other category. Maybe there's some categories that we need to put in there to make it easier for you. So maybe if you could gather some information on that, and let us know, is there something different that we need to do to get you where you can have a slot for that, maybe?
While I don't have good specifics there, our eSchool does have, categories that are set up that you use, but our schools are gathering data and being a lot more specific, and they can put their hands on even in, even in Google documents that they're keeping more specific. So I believe actually they would be able to speak more clearly to that. I just can't right now.
Okay.
But for data sake, we do have some work to do there.
Yeah, that's really a challenge we're facing more broadly is
Statewide, yeah.
in our discipline work that we've looked at. So,
Yes.
so this is just a good example
Yes.
of
I
that
agree.
challenge.
I agree.
Last thing was, I noticed when you're working with Solution Tree, they came in and did a needs assessment, and most of the needs that you had were, the scoring was fairly low, and that's not always a bad thing, to finally understand where your problems are and what your weaknesses are is always the first step of making progress. But my question is, they were able to tell you weaknesses in areas that you needed to grow, but does your staff and your administration and your community, do they buy into those are the weaknesses, those are the things that I need to work on? Somebody can tell me all day long that I'm overweight until I decide that I'm overweight and I need to do something about it. It doesn't work. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I'd have to kind of think more about the work we've done in that respect. We can correlate from feedback that we have gotten from surveys, from feedback we've gotten from staff, students, from a variety of stakeholders, that several of those things everybody agrees on. So we weren't in a position where we didn't necessarily know. We didn't have, I'll say, the best data that supported some of those pieces. But there are some other areas that are not your common things. For instance, pieces that are not necessarily tied to culture, but just some of the other details that they did outline to help us with. We haven't really dug in yet. So I can't speak to really what their perspective is, but there were several things that across all of our stakeholder groups, we all agreed on. So there wasn't a whole lot of outliers. But we definitely could stop to talk more about those things that we don't have good feedback about. That actually brings to thought something that we've not talked about yet.
Ms. McFetrich?
I noticed the percentage of certified teacher absences for professional development really jumped. Do you feel like you're meeting their needs for professional development, or do you know why there is such an increase in absence with that?
Let me make certain what data. Okay, so when yes, I can express to you percentage of certified teacher absence. So take K4, and when I talk about data integrity, this is what the data is, and that is what our documents say, and I feel good about it being accurate. But actually, last year, we had a lot of absences at the K4 level for PD tied to RISE. Although it's a phenomenal program, it takes a lot of days out. And so, yes, we do still have some work to do. Like I told you, some of the teachers haven't gone through it. And 15%, while it could look like a huge jump, it really isn't a whole lot of days, to be honest with you. And so more numbers would help you see that. But yes, there is an increase. Are we meeting our teachers' needs? We are.
Or do they think,
Yeah.
Are you
So
making it where they feel like it's worth their time, I guess is what I should say.
we, of course, have, they've established, PGPs, they've established their professional growth goals. And we are trying to connect the work that we're doing in respect to professional development to those goals, and of course what the data says about what our needs are. I'll say this, we have not rejected any professional development requests that any of our teachers have had. And I think that may speak to not having any to request things that we've not supported or found some other way to provide a support for. So I don't know if I can conclusively say that everybody feels like they're getting everything they need. And I don't know that so much an increase speaks to that. But this particular number of professional development days has decreased this year from prior year for the number of days that they have been out for professional development. But yes, the type has definitely, it definitely has increased in respect to the percentages. Yes, ma'am. I would need to do more work there too to have a better answer for you there. But they have missed fewer days this year for professional development because of the concerted efforts we've made. As a matter of fact, like I said, we front-loaded, I think about 8 days of our professional development in August to make certain that they weren't throughout the year. Now, there are other persons, though, who have to attend professional development activities who are certified. Like our instructional facilitators, there have been several pieces of training that they have. And this number, when we say certified, that's going to speak to not just the classroom teachers, but also, like I say, instructional facilitators and principals and everyone who is certified. Mm-hmm. But we can do more to understand that number better.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. I think overall you're doing a great job.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Ms. Dean, that's one more.
I just wanted to kind of, I forgot this, I'm glad Dr. Hill brought it up, but I want to go back to the positive behavior, the PBIS. My question kind of correlates with how were family members involved in that training, in that process, you know, so that they can have an opportunity to know what is expected of the children and to kind of reinforce that behavior at home. So my question is, are parents being, or family members being informed and included in those processes? Because if you can have that reinforced at home, you have better success, I would think. So I guess that's my question.
So there were some actions taken in the plan development to communicate to families the direction that we were looking at going, and then communicated to them and opportunities to even participate in helping to build the behavior matrices. And then at the beginning of the year, every campus made it a point through a variety of methods, be it whenever kids came out for schedules or whenever there were open houses, and even in literacy, you know, in literacy and math nights, they're communicating and sharing and putting that before them. We had opportunity to share some things, even in a community meeting related to PBIS. So yes, we have tried to engage families, and from that very same standpoint, help us to reinforce these types of behaviors that are excellent behaviors for our children to have at home or even in school. Right. So yes, we have tried to engage our families.
Not just throw in there, have an opportunity for them, maybe even to join in that training. If there's an opportunity for them to come during the school day, for however long you do it, just leave that window open for parents to be more engaged.
Thank you for that idea.
Any other closing questions? Commissioner?
Come back to me, Dr. Barth, just so I can brag on Ms. Warren and her team. You know, we're, as she said, 3 years in. We've learned a lot together. I think we have definitely learned together. I can't brag enough on Mr. Johnson. You know, because this district was fiscal distress as well as academic, and the work that they have done, the growth that Mr. Johnson has had of you know, getting a handle on the finances, the whole team, I think, has been fantastic. And their willingness to accept coaching, their willingness to accept help, the understanding that you can have all types of professional development, but if it doesn't translate to changes in the classroom, then we're not meeting the needs of those teachers, Ms. McFetridge. And that's what we have seen really ramp up. I think Dee coming on board has been a big boost for, and just everybody that's associated with the group. and the stability. I think you mentioned that, the stability that we've seen in the last couple of years has really helped. So they're on a good track, and I just want to say publicly how proud I am and to thank you for your leadership in that effort, and
Thank
for
you
Dr.
for your
Hernandez and his team
Yes.
for their work that they are doing down there as well.
Thank you, sir.
Fantastic. Thanks for spending time with us and for all your energy.
Thank you all.
And happy holidays.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you, all of you.
All right. We are going to take a break. A little late.
1:10?
No, we will not be back at 1:10. Let's plan on trying to get back as close to 1:30 as possible.
This is baptism.
I feel like I had a really hard school.
Go ahead and get started. Thanks to everybody. Sorry again for I miscalculating the morning a little bit, but we will hopefully do some good catch up here. We are down to from the morning, the Act 1240 waivers, and Ms. McLaughlin will do those. We start with the Little Rock waiver. Good afternoon. What's that? I want to go ahead and do the 1240s. Yeah. Very good.
Good afternoon, Kelly McLaughlin, ADE Charter School Office. Act 1240 of 2015, as you know, allows a school district to petition the State Board of Education for all or some of the waivers granted to open enrollment public charter schools that serve students who reside in the school district. Representatives of the Little Rock School District are here to appear before the board with petitions for flexible schedule, the allowable first day of school. Little Rock, as a reminder, the school district will have 20 minutes to make their presentation. Any opposition will also have 20 minutes, and then the school district will have 5 minutes to respond. And then that is all before the Q&A begins. Their 90 days expire on February 4th, 2019, and they are requesting for 3 years, ending on December 14th, 2021. You will want to swear in Mr. Mike Poore, Superintendent, Marvin Burton, Associate Superintendent, Dr. Sadie Mitchell, Deputy Superintendent, and Robert Robinson, HR Director.
Okay. I think Mr. Poore is still not back, so y'all need to hold.
Dr. Mitchell, okay.
Okay. So I apologize.
Now, so Mr. Poore texted, and they had a power outage at McClellan, and it required his attention.
Okay.
So he asked for a 10-minute warning, and I gave him about an 8-minute warning, but obviously he hasn't made it back yet.
That's fine. So let's go on down to the Watson Chapel case. We have everybody here from Watson Chapel? Yeah, okay, great.
We do.
Thank you.
Okay. We have representatives from Watson Chapel School District here to present a waiver for teacher licensure. Their 90 days expire on February 6, 2019. They have requested for 2 years, ending on June 30th, 2021, when their other approved teacher licensure waivers expire. The purpose of today's request is due to the closure of the open enrollment charter school, Quest Academy of Pine Bluff. And you will want to swear in Bill Teets, Assistant Superintendent, and Carrie Williams, School Improvement Specialist.
All right, if y'all will both stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Great. Y'all have up to 20 minutes, right, Ms. McLaughlin? You have up to 20 minutes for your presentation, and then if there is any opposition, they will have 20 minutes as well, but I don't believe we have anybody signed up. So if y'all will just identify yourself for the record, and the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Williams. I'm the School Improvement Specialist for Watson Chapel School District.
And my name is Bill Teets, Assistant Superintendent.
Welcome.
We're sorry that our superintendent was unable to be here today. He had prior engagements.
As Ms. McLaughlin said, we currently have a waiver for teacher licensure currently, and Quest Middle School closed. So we are just requesting that we continue the licensure, the waiver that we currently have until June 30th of 2021.
Okay. Is that okay? Are there questions? Any questions on? Yes, sir.
Have you had it long enough to where you could tell it is a benefit to the students and whether these people are doing a quality job for the students?
In 2016, when we initially got the waiver, I was able to hire paraprofessionals. I hired paraprofessionals that had a college degree currently and that wanted to teach. So when we got the waiver, it was very beneficial because a lot of those we were able to move into teaching positions. So they were familiar with the district, familiar with the students. Some had built relationships with the students. So it was very beneficial for those teachers to move right into that spot. We currently have 19 teachers on our waiver. We have 10 that are first year, 5 that are second year, and 4 that are 3 year. We have total 38 new teachers this year. So the range from 1 to 3 years. So even though we're trying to recruit, recruiting is difficult sometimes. We partner with UAPB. We reach out to all of the colleges. We do everything we can to recruit. So we're actively working on that. It's just, sometimes it's difficult.
Were you here this morning when UALR was talking about the STEP program?
Yes.
Are you a school that they would look at to partner with, do you know?
I would think so.
You're in the circle.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're in the circle. Another thing, which is sort of an aside, as you have a paraprofessional become a teacher, maybe they could give guidance to those teachers who have a paraprofessional about, here are some things that it would have benefited me as a paraprofessional if you had taught me or helped me learn or something like that. And I know that's totally aside from this,
But that's something that was done. We brought in all of our paraprofessionals, and they were trained with our curriculum coordinators. So that's something that we actually took that task on.
So there you have it.
So how they would
Nothing new
assist
under
the
the
teachers
sun,
in the
is it?
classroom.
Thank
Yes.
you.
So I'm just being a little dense here. Is the charter that y'all were using as the basis for your waiver was Quest? And because it is gone, it's now being replaced by these other charters where you have students in your district attending that are replacing it. That's exactly, okay. Okay.
Because we also had on the initial waiver, we also had Lighthouse Charter that is still it is still open. But Quest, we use both of those charters on our initial application.
Okay, much clearer, I apologize. Ms. Dean, Ms. Chambers.
I have a similar question, it's process related. Given where, and it probably is for the Department of Ed, given where we are now in the life cycle of a waiver, as we start to see, if you hadn't had other charters to repoint the waiver to, how does that work as we go forward when a school has gotten the waiver request approved and they're halfway through maybe actually implementing it? How do we handle those going forward?
We do have a process in our office. Our analyst actually monitors we have an Excel program where she monitors anytime a school closes, who has what waivers from the specific open enrollment school. So she is actually the one that brought it to my attention that these schools would have to come because they had lost this particular waiver. So if they were in a rural area where they only had students in one particular school, which is what the situation is in many of the schools, they would lose the waivers on June 30th at that time that the open enrollment closes.
Okay, so they would lose it, and if there wasn't anything to repoint to, there's nothing to come back to ask for a waiver to?
If they do not, I pull a cycle report every month, and if they do not currently have students in an open enrollment charter school that is in existence, they are not eligible.
All right. Dr. Hill, anything? Ms. Newton?
Since you've been in the waiver process for 3 years now, my question was, how many of those teachers that you hired on a waiver have actually pursued certification?
We have, all of them have stated to me, because we meet regularly with them to see what their intentions are and where they need assistance. All of them have decided they're going to get into a MAP program. We have some that have gotten into the Apple program. So they're actively getting into teacher ed programs to help with their licensure.
Okay.
And what is that number, all is?
We have 19.
Okay, thank you.
So right now we have 2 that have entered the MAP program, 4 that are in the Apple program, and we have 1 that just got a provisional license.
Okay, and so the other 15 are talking about entering a program?
They said by the summer, their plans are to enroll summer, start working on their coursework in the summertime. And some are saying they want to just take the test, because a lot of it is they did the educational programs, but they couldn't pass their praxis. So a lot of them is there, and we're working with Arkansas River Co-op. They're doing sessions with teachers on preparing them to take their praxis. So we have quite a few of them that are attending those sessions to help them with their praxis.
Do you know approximately how many of those that have not passed the praxis?
9.
9. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. McFetrich? Okay. Dr. Moore?
I do have some additional questions. We are seeing 2 other districts from Jefferson County today. So just out of curiosity, you said you had 38 new teachers this year, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you losing teachers to other districts in Jefferson County, or are they leaving the profession or moving away?
Some of all of that. We have some that are leaving the profession. We have some that are moving to other parts of the state, and we have some that are going to our neighboring districts.
And does that happen every year?
Yes, we have a pretty high turnover rate. The turnover rate is pretty much consistent every year.
How does your salary compare to other districts in your county?
We're second.
Yeah,
I think Pine
we're
Bluff
pretty
is
high, but we have a much older staff too.
Okay.
That keeps that salary up.
Mhm.
Okay.
We have a lot ready to retire, and when it does, it'll go down a little bit.
Okay. And then I think you alluded to this, but are districts who are hired under the waiver receiving any additional supports than a normal novice teacher would?
Yes, I meet with them, with the curriculum directors, and the district team will meet with them. And then they also have buddy teachers that we meet with every semester.
Thank you.
Great. Any additional questions? Over here. And just for clarification, this would be to extend for how long?
2021, June 30th.
Okay, so 2, and that's, the original was for 5 years, and this would basically allow it to extend to its original 5-year period, is it? Oh, okay. All right, I think you all know the issues. Proper motion is to accept the waiver or not.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Newton, second by Dr. Hill. All in favor say aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay. Congratulations. Thank you all
Thank
very
you.
much. All right. Mr. Brewer, you recovered? Yes. All right. Okay. We are back to Little Rock, and we had done the introduction. And so I need to swear in anybody who plans to testify for this waiver. So I don't know who all. Okay. If you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Great. I'll let you all have up to 20 minutes. And I do want to explain, I do have a number of folks who had signed in on, a few folks had signed in early on a Little Rock waiver. I have Michael Mills, Latanya Boston Webb, Amy Johnson. My expectation is those are actually on item 14, but please let Ms. Freno in the back know if you do want to speak on this item in opposition. So.
Yeah, this waiver actually is one that is coming back as a second year to make the same request. And to be honest with you, a part of this was that the commissioner had asked me to make ours a 1-year waiver so that it could be reviewed, because I think that there's belief that we need to probably look at a legislative fix on this particular issue long-term. And so you all are aware that we were trying, Little Rock School District, we were trying to create collaboration, so our waiver came in just a little bit after the fact of the first wave that you all approved that ended up being almost, I think, 5-year waivers. We were trying to collaborate with our county school districts to all be together to come forward on this. And we accomplished that, but we then set it up to just have it be a 1-year situation. So it's basically a similar waiver to what you approved last year. It is a similar waiver to what you've approved for other school districts. The commissioner helped catch us. We had to make an adjustment because we had actually violated state statute by seeking a day too early, and we had to push our day back 1 day so that we would make sure we were starting early, but not before what the state statute says we could. Because there is a clearly defined rule in terms of when schools have to they can't start before a certain date. So I think we'll answer any questions you want. This is not a very complicated issue, in my opinion, and I'll leave it at that unless you have questions.
All right.
I should state one more thing. I also want to share that besides collaboration with the districts, we also work with our teacher group and parents in terms of developing our calendar. So there is that form of collaboration as well.
Thank you very much. Start over here, Ms. McFetridge, anything? Anybody else on this side have any questions about this issue? Dr. Moore?
I will ask a question. Did you all have a week-long break at Thanksgiving?
We have done that now, and this is I believe it's the second or third year for that. It's the third year, yes.
And then do you have any other extended breaks?
Spring
throughout the
break,
year?
and other than that's it. Our calendar this year and last year, we added on an extra day tied into in October into the first quarter so that we could add in a professional development day. We're giving that some thought to whether or not we want to hold on to that day because we ended up with a high level of absenteeism surrounding those dates. And then we also had high absentee rates with the state educator conference in November. And so we may have to rethink that one.
Did you receive mostly positive feedback from the earlier calendar this year?
We have. I should say, probably the more accurate way to say it is no criticism for the calendar when it came out, and staff seems to be appreciative of where our calendar currently is.
Moving it up in August?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Great. All right, any additional questions? Okay, the proper motion is to approve or deny this waiver request.
Move to approve.
All right, motion by Ms. Zook, second by Mr. Williamson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, thank you. And that brings us down to Fort Smith School District request.
Yes, Fort Smith School District is here today with a waiver request on personnel. Their 90 days will expire on March 13th, 2019. They have requested for 2 years, ending on December 14th, 2020. The speakers that you will wish to swear in, with the exception of Mr. Marshall Nay, he is the school district counsel, but also the superintendent, Dr. Doug Brubaker, and Susan McFerrin, the school board president.
Okay, and I also got word that there are 3 folks planning to oppose.
Yes.
I'll go ahead and swear them now as well. Is that appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. Obviously, Mr. Blackstock does not need to be sworn, but Sid Johnson, Lori Woodward need to be. Are you doing all 20 minutes?
No, I'm not. The 2 other people stepped out. They're coming right now.
Okay.
Sid
all right.
Johnson, Lori Woodward will be here
Okay,
shortly.
well, we'll swear them when we get to that time. So right now, we have 20 minutes to be shared in whatever way y'all wish.
Are you going to swear?
Oh, yes, I am going to swear y'all. I apologize. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, welcome. And if you'll just state your name for the record, that would be great.
Of course. My name is Marshall Nye. I'm a lawyer who represents the Fort Smith School District. Chairman Barth, Commissioner Key, and members of the board, I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. And with a little luck, I've got a clicker here that's going to help with my presentation. What brings us here today, I think is a fairly unique situation, probably very unique, and not something that you all have had the opportunity to consider in the past. And that is the waiver that we're requesting to transition from recognition of the Fort Smith Education Association to an actual PPC. The history is that Fort Smith has roots with the Fort Smith Education Association back to 1970, and the current agreement that's in place was approved in 1987, which was just a few years after I graduated from Fort Smith High School, Fort Smith Southside High School. You laugh because I look old, and I understand that. And so we received a letter, meaning the district received a letter from the ASTA back in November, and alerted the district to the fact that there was a concern that the membership of the FSEA had fallen well below 50%. And unlike the agreement, the collective bargaining agreement that exists with the Little Rock School District that requires an annual certification of membership, there was no such provision in the agreement dating back to 1987 with Fort Smith. And so this is the actual narrative from the letter, and you can see that there was specifically called out that the FSCA membership had fallen below, and a request was made that we replace that with an actual PPC. Obviously, a citation to law, which, as you all know, the law requires that there shall be a committee on personnel policies, and that the election shall be solely and exclusively conducted by the classroom teachers, including the distribution of ballots to all classroom teachers. Of course, Fort Smith was coming under the exemption in the law, which said that the provisions of that subchapter don't apply if you recognize an organization that was representing a majority of the teachers. And so where were we? Well, under Arkansas law, there's a mandate that you have a certified PPC unless two things happen. Number one, the district chooses to recognize an organization, and B, that the organization represents the majority of the teachers. You have to have both. And so here, the agreement that was passed and that's referenced in policy said, similar to what the statute says, that the Fort Smith District represents the Fort Smith classroom teachers. By the way, that became the Fort Smith Education Association, and that which represents the majority of the teachers of the district. And so the district went back and pulled its payroll records after receiving the letter from the ASTA to try to determine what membership looked like. And this chart shows you, dating back 10 years, what it looks like. And it shows you that as far back as we measured, which was back to the 2007-2008 school year, the FSEA has not represented a majority of the teachers in the Fort Smith School District. The closest that they have been was 47% in the 2008-9 school year, and it's been on a steady decline since 2010 and 11. And what was most alarming was that as of this current school year, almost 70% of the teachers in the Fort Smith School District were unrepresented. And so we sent a letter. This is actually a letter that I sent to the FSEA and said, hey, we show that there are 372 members in your organization. You know, we're relying on the payroll records. Please tell us whether we're right, whether we're close, whether we're wrong. We need to get to what this number is. Well, it took about a week to get any substantive response. And finally, after about a week, I did receive a response from the FSEA. And what the FSEA said is, we have unofficial numbers as of November 16, but we didn't reconcile those in October. And what she went on to say, if you look in that third paragraph, is, you know, what we really need to do here is we need to mold the law so that we can be recognized. These were our takeaways from the engagement that we had with the FSEA. Number one, even at their estimated number of 379, it's pretty darn close to 372, which is what we had measured. In the 5 days leading up to the response that we got from the Fort Smith Education Association, these are the things that we learned. Number one, they stated, we do not know the exact percentage of teachers who are members of our organization. In fact, here we are a month later. We still don't have those numbers. We still have not been provided with any kind of reconciled numbers to say what their membership levels are. They also made a pretty telling admission, which is we don't have over 50% and have not for some time. They also stated that we understand that the law requires a majority. And then the most telling statement, if I give you numbers now, they will not be accurate. So that's where we were. So the consequences, the legal advice that I gave to the district was this, that there are consequences for that low membership. Number one, that the agreement that was in place violated Arkansas law, and that it likely had lapsed automatically by operation of law and policy, because both the law and the policy both stated that there had to be a majority membership, and it did not exist. And so the specific recommendations that I made were, number one, recognize that this agreement has lapsed, move as quickly as you can to form a certified PPC, come before you all today, which is what we're doing, and seek a waiver so that we can proceed now. Because as you know, the law says you have to organize in the first quarter of the school year. Well, that's long since passed. And finally, we should seek a waiver so that the district can help get this off the ground, because it's been 50 years. And the classroom teachers in this district do not have the experience and the history of organizing a PPC. And what the district wants to do is form a PPC, and when I say form, I mean have the district buildings elect representatives from each of its 27 campuses, so that the district can move forward precisely as the law would require. So the board heard all of this, heard presentations probably similar to what you're about to hear, because the FSCA did appear and make public comments in opposition in response to the agenda item. And the board passed this resolution that recognized that yes, in fact, we agree that the agreement has lapsed and that we should go forward in front of this board and seek a waiver. And, you know, it's important to the district. So we have Dr. Brubaker, the superintendent here. We have the deputy superintendent, Terry Borowski, here. And we have Susan McFerrin, who is the board president. And so they did authorize the filing of the waiver request and to be here today. And this is what we've asked for. We've asked that we be permitted to form a certified PPC as quickly as possible to dramatically increase certified staff representation in the district. And again, we stated that given the decades that have passed without a PPC, and I put parenthetically if the district ever had one, I don't know whether they did or not, that we receive waivers from 617-203 and 617-205 so that the district can provide the assistance and form now and give the district the flexibility to get representation from all of its school buildings. So the future school of Fort Smith has already received a waiver here from the entire chapter. The district is not seeking a waiver from the entire chapter, only from two provisions to help them manage the timing and the process. And the district also is only seeking a 2-year waiver, just long enough to get this up and running. Now, what I'd like to do is just share a few more thoughts with you. The restrictions in law that impact this process, and the reason why we're here today, number one, the law restricts the district's ability to work with the teachers to get this up and running, to be involved in the process at all. And so this waiver would give the district the opportunity to work within the process so that teachers can be elected from each of the buildings. Number two, it allows elections from each of the buildings. You know, the way the law is worded, teachers who are elected to a PPC have to be elected at large. Well, you know, the typical district that comes before you is a district of 500 teachers. This district has almost 15,000 in 27 buildings across its. And so, you know, when we're starting this process, does it really make sense to have a first grade teacher in a discrete elementary building to be voting on and electing one of the two high school representatives? And so we're trying to get the flexibility to allow the teachers to elect from each of their buildings. Number two, the district has researched firms that can come in and manage the election process. That's not something that the district could endeavor to do on its own as the law has been interpreted by our court. the district would like to hire an accounting firm to come in and certify the election results. Again, that's not something under the law as written the district could come and do. And finally, the district would like to have a spring election and not wait. And I would tell you, we're really in a bind right now because the law mandates that there be a PPC, but the law also mandates that it happen in the fall. And so we're really between two mandates, and so we want the assistance of this board to allow us to resolve the issue. Since the board's vote and the resolution you saw, the district has issued a press release to all of its patrons in the district to educate them, issued it also within the school building. They have published FAQs so that the certified classroom teachers understand what the process is. They have published via email the specific waiver application that's coming before you now. They've engaged in Q&A. You know, they've still, as of this day, not received an official count from the FSEA, and they've researched and identified the election firms. So if you approve, the plan is, you know, to engage a professional election firm within the next 60 days and panel a PPC, get an accounting firm to certify the results, have 35 teachers on the PPC across the 27 buildings, trying to get a proportional relationship among some of the larger versus smaller buildings, had 2-year terms for each of the members. And during this 2-year term, you know, the reins will be turned over, and this group will then have the opportunity to shape the future. The waiver will sunset. They will decide what the future looks like, and they will manage the process forward. The only other option that we have seen, and I don't know where I am on my time currently, so I'll be quickly.
6 minutes, 44 seconds.
6 minutes, 44 seconds, great. So there has been a lot of activity in the school buildings by the FSEA trying to take ownership of the election process. I'm sure they're going to tell you today that all of these waivers aren't needed because they can manage it, and there has been effort by them to manage it. The proposal that they have come forward with is 7 members. They say everybody's too busy to participate, and they should limit the group that will participate in the PPC to 7 members. We believe that is woefully underrepresented. In fact, you know, the successes that this district has had over the last year have been on the basis of inclusion of people and stakeholders, not the exclusion. So, for example, its strategic planning committee had 32 people. The Citizens Committee had 53, and then there were scores of other people who participated in the successful millage that passed, which was historic since the last millage that was passed was in my senior year in high school in 1982. And you know, just speaking very frankly here, we don't think that the group who has lost dramatic membership over the last decades and that can't even identify its membership, ought to be the one in charge of forming this PPC. And the problem is, you know, they're the only ones who have been engaged in policy interactions with this district for decades because of the contract that existed. And so what we believe would happen without this waiver, we're really concerned that it will not be a fair opportunity to get these classroom teachers engaged in the process and give them a seat at the table and a strong voice in the future of the policy development. And I will tell you on that point, this district needs help in policy development, which this PPC can provide. The policies in this district are archaic, and they do not follow the model from the Arkansas School Boards Association. And I'm not saying that any district should blindly follow those, or that there aren't some legacy policies that should not be retained. But there will be work with policies in the future as they have just passed some new business management policies, and getting cross kind of functional and building engagement is very important, and giving these teachers someone in their building that they can go see as their representative is critically important to the future of this district. So with that, I will rest, but happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Okay. I think we'll go ahead and get the other side's testimony, and then we'll come back with questions to both sides, if that makes sense. Okay. Then I think we have three folks on the other side, and so if you do plan to if you plan to testify and are not an attorney, if you'll please raise your right hand.
Two people.
All right. If you could please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And y'all can divide your 20 minutes however you wish.
Thank you.
If you'll please identify yourself for the record.
Thank you. My name's Clayton Blackstock. I'm General Counsel for the Arkansas Education Association. I've also been providing some advice to the Fort Smith Education Association. You'll hear from two other people today, Sid Johnson, who has spent his entire career in Fort Smith as a teacher, and Lori Woodward, who is currently teaching there. They know more about what's been happening on the ground and the facts. I'm here to talk to you about some of the legal arguments that were made. I will say that Pulaski County is the only other school district that's gone through this. When Pulaski County lost its recognition in the fall, all the teachers got together. You know how big that district is. They formed a PPC. The PPC was up and running. The teachers did it because the law says that that's the teacher's responsibility. They put it all together, and they were up and running for the last half of the year. That's the only district I know where this has happened, and it worked perfectly well. I'm going to steal some of Lori's thunder on the front end because I want you to know that, and she'll testify to this because she's sworn under oath, that even though there's been this group of the Fort Smith Education Association who have been negotiating policies, they have been making sure for decades that all of the teachers are included. They solicit ideas from every teacher in the district, and before a policy is voted on by the school board, they send it out to every teacher in the district, and every teacher in the district gets to vote and voice on it. So when this school district says they haven't been representing anybody, they have, and my guess is that the reason the numbers may have gone down is, why should we join the local since they're doing our work for us and they're including us in everything? So it's not a situation where the teachers in the Fort Smith School District have not been adequately represented or teachers have been excluded. They have made sure everybody's included. Now the two waiver, first of all, this is I think the first time a public school has come and asked for a waiver of the PPC law, I could be wrong on this, of the PPC law based on the fact that a charter school or other school also has it. So this will be the first time that there's a request. The rest of the school districts apparently are all happy with the PPC process and it's working well. The two sections they want waived are 203 and 205, and that's what I'm going to talk about real quickly is 203 and 205. 205 is the one that says at the very beginning you're supposed to form it in the first quarter of the school year. That is, the teachers are supposed to get together, form the PPC. A lot of times that doesn't happen. Things get busy at the beginning of the school year. They're asking for a waiver for that provision. But there really is no need for a waiver of that provision. If somebody forms it late, they form it late. If the teachers don't form it in the first quarter, they've lost out because they don't have a voice for the first quarter. They do it later. We did it in PPC. We did it in Pulaski County. They formed it in the spring and they got rolling. There's really no need for that waiver. Nobody's going to challenge. Who's going to come in and say you didn't form it in the first quarter? We're going to sue you. That's not going to happen. Districts miss deadlines periodically. They don't come here and ask for a waiver every time they submit something late. But the important thing is that 203 has more than just that one section. 203 says more than simply, and let me find my copy here, or 205, I'm sorry. 205 says something more than just organizing the first. 205 also has the following components in it. 205 says that PPC has a right to look at every policy before it goes to the board. It says the PPC has the right to look at it 10 days before it goes to the board. It says the PPC has a right to show up to the school board and talk about a policy that's getting ready to be passed before it's passed. 205 says that the PPC has the right to submit policies. That's all in 205. So I don't know that they're asking for a waiver for all of that, but I would suggest that shouldn't be waived. That's what gives the teachers the right to speak up through their PPC and talk to people. So if you're inclined at all to give a waiver of 205, waive the provision that says you don't have to form it in the first quarter. I mean, I don't know that that needs to be waived, but nobody has spoken to that, but they're asking for a waiver. What that means is that in the next 2 years, they could come in and adopt an entirely new set of policies and not have to submit it to the PPC. The PPC doesn't have a right to look at it 10 days before the school board. The PPC doesn't have a right to come up and speak to it before the school board. All of that's out the window. So if you're going to grant the waiver, let's grant it for exactly what they're requesting, and that is not formed in the first year. That's 205. The other section they're asking for a waiver for is 203. 203 also has multiple components. The component that they're asking for a waiver, until today, I thought there was only one section that they were asking for a waiver for, and that is the section that says the teachers are the ones who are responsible for determining their future. The teachers are the ones who are responsible to determine how this PPC is going to be made up. How are the nominations going to go? How many people do we want it? How do we set up elections? And this all happened when the PPC law was passed. No district had one, and all of the teachers got together and formed it. That's the section they want the waiver from, because they do not want the teachers, and like I remember, the Fort Smith Education Association has been all-inclusive the whole time that they've been in operation. They want to take that away from the teachers. And we all know, at least from recent elections too, why the Democrats and Republicans all want to control the Secretary of State's office. Because the Secretary of State controls the procedures. And what's important about that? If you control the procedures for the voting, you can have a big impact on the outcome. And so once the administration takes over from the teachers, all the procedures, how many people can be nominated, when the nominations are going to happen, when the vote's going to happen, how many people it takes to vote, is it going to take a majority, how many teachers are going to be on the, they have the ability then to control that whole procedure. That's what the teachers are entitled to. It's their destiny. The administration is only entitled to 3 people on the board, no more, on the PPC. But they're asking, once again, for a waiver from this section that says the teachers can do that, and the teachers are perfectly capable of doing it. It's been done in many districts before. At Arkansas Education Association has assisted teachers in all 200 some odd districts. We had to form these PPCs when the law was first passed. So they're perfectly capable of doing it. To say that they're not capable is an insult to the teachers. So 203, that's the section, but 203 has more sections to it than just the teachers control the elections. The PPC also says that there's no more than 3 administrators on it. I don't know if they're asking for a waiver for that. If they're not, don't give them a waiver for that, because you only get 3 administrators on there. The PPC also says that they have to be elected by a majority of the classroom teachers. So that is the whole teaching group, and this happened in Pulaski County. All the teachers get together and they vote. It takes a majority of those teachers. There's actually a court case where a school district tried to do it on a district-by-district basis out in East Arkansas, and the court said, no, you can't do that, or a school-by-school basis. You can't vote at one school and another school. It's a majority vote, and that's what the law says. I found out today, for the first time, they're asking for a waiver of that. I didn't realize that on the front end. So if you're inclined to give a waiver, then 205, it's only the section on forming it at the first of the year, and 203, it's only the section where you're agreeing to give the administration complete control over how it's formed and how the voting takes place. Now the big picture. Is it really a waiver? The charter school in this case has got a complete waiver from this. They don't want the PPC. They don't have a PPC. That's the waiver. That's what a waiver is about. We think the law is too strict, we don't have to follow it, it's burdening us, we got something else we can do. Fort Smith is not asking for a waiver. They want the PPC. They want this process in place. They just don't want to have to follow the law, which is different from asking for a waiver. If they're asking for a waiver, they'd say, we don't want the PPC, let's do away with this law. That's what the charter school got. If they want to come in and ask for what the charter school's got so that they can compete with the charter school, make it a competitive thing because we're burdened by the PPC law and they're not. We don't want to be burdened. Let's have them come in and request a full waiver. That would be balancing what the charter schools and the public schools are doing, if that's what the objective of this law is when public schools can come in. I will let Sid Johnson he will talk about the PPC law. He was here when it was formed. He's helped numerous teachers form it. And then Lori will come in and talk to you about what's happened at the district level and the lack of any input from the community or the teachers and the way it's been handled. We're not here to argue about whether this negotiated agreement should be in place or not in place. It's out of place. This is all about the PPC today. Thank you. And Sid Johnson.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
It's been a while since I talked to the State Board of Education, a long while. And I'm so sorry it's under this circumstance because we don't even need to be here for this. You really don't. All the important things you've had to deal with, and we've heard today, many of them. And then we talk about this, talking about a waiver from something that every school district in the state has to do. Now, the two that didn't were Little Rock and Fort Smith because they did negotiations. That went away, as you've heard. So now we've got to have a personnel policy law. That's okay. There were no written personnel policies even written down when I started teaching right out of the Army in 1964. School boards didn't have to write them down. But then I said, that's not right. So I worked through the AEA way back in the day, and then as local president in Fort Smith, and we got a bill drafted and established the PPC law, which is what we have here. Now, why do we have it? To allow input from the staff, from the teachers at that particular time. Now, we did that, it passed and all that, but there was still no avenue for input the way it worked out in many cases. But so we said, well, we need to have some way to have that teachers involved. So we worked up, introduced, found sponsors, and it passed and convinced the Governor Clinton that we needed a personnel policy law written to committee to include teachers. Oh, okay, fine, it passed overwhelmingly. So that's why we're here today, because we have that law. Now, the makeup, we knew what we were doing. We knew that in order for all teachers to have an input, they had to be the ones that elected their members and had to be in charge of that. We knew because in the end, the administration and the school board is going to decide what to do. They're the big boss and still are. And we knew that. So we put in there, you got to be run by the teachers. Now, some of them were members of locals and some weren't. Didn't matter. They could be involved in it, and they will be. Now, so here we are with a new superintendent from Texas asking for a waiver from this state law that everybody else has to do. And there's no reason why Fort Smith can't do it. We can run this show just like every other district does. And we can elect our members and make it done right. And trust me, we really don't have to have all these CPAs and whatever. But if you want us to, that way we would do that too. Now, his new committee is going to have 27 members. Well, how would you like to have 27 members on your board? Now, you see, that's really hard to get them all together and all that and to come up with things because it's a small amount. But what you do is you send out questionnaires, you do all kinds of things with your representatives in the building. You say, what is it the teachers want us to work on this year? That's the way that's worked. And that's the way it works around the state. And that's the way it'll work in Fort Smith. Now, we just had negotiations taken away. We understand why. Yes, that's happened. I know in the Bible it said there'd be a great falling away in the late days, but I thought he was talking about the church, not our association membership. But anyway, ours did fall away. Yes, as everybody else's, and all organizations, including churches, have done now. So that was a whammy, a hard blow upside the head, but we took it. But next thing we know, they want a waiver, so we don't get to do like the rest of the state and have a PPC on the same terms as everybody else. We got to do it like the superintendent wants to do it. And he wants to pick one in each school. Well, you know, that's not the way it was designed, and that's not the way it's intended. Now, Fort Smith's always been a well-respected, well-run school district. All of you know that. Not caused you many problems down through the years or anything. We still want it to be that way. And just because you have a new superintendent doesn't mean you have to change the way you do things. Send it back. Don't give this waiver. We'll go back. They'll put in a personnel policy committee just like everybody else has except Little Rock. So I'm asking you, please don't give this unnecessary waiver. It's not needed. And get on to some lot more serious business y'all have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ms. Woodward, you have 6 minutes, 28 seconds.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner Key. They've already made several of the points that I would make to you, which is that, we do have the need to form a personnel policy committee. I did not come prepared to revisit how we reached the vote that the school board did on the 26th. However, I will be happy to answer questions at any time about that. Apparently FSCA has comes across as a bit disruptive, because what we did was we knew that in order to have a personnel policy committee, it needed to be run according to state law. And AEA has excellent resources. They helped us to draft a possible form that could be used. We spoke to people who were not members and asked if they would be willing to be involved, and they did agree. We sent a copy of it to Superintendent Brubaker and one to each of the school board members, and asked for an opportunity to sit down and discuss it and work on it together. One of the school board members at the night of the vote had said that they felt it was important to include us as an organization in the planning process because we did represent the teachers in the past. We have been unable to get an appointment set before today. We did have several responses back from Dr. Brubaker, but none of them before we were going to meet here today. Our intent and hope would have been that we could have sat down together and worked on something that would have been beneficial to everyone. That, however, did not happen. As Clayton said earlier, we do send out surveys to every single member of the district. We do get their input on every single policy before we draft any policy at all to present at the negotiations table. And then they do have the opportunity to vote it yay or nay before the school board does a final vote. Not everybody takes advantage of that opportunity. Not everybody will on a PPC either, but the opportunity was there. And I think it is important that everyone understands that a body of 7, a body of 10, a body of 12, if they are truly representing everyone, is going to be much easier to work together and have conversation and schedule. If you've ever had to work with teachers, you can imagine trying to get 27 or 34 of them to agree on one day and one time to meet together consistently. It is very difficult to do that. I'm actually here as a voice to the people. There were some emails that were sent out, absolutely, describing the plan for the or request for the waiver to the district. I personally am not aware of any input by stakeholders that was asked for other than call me if you have a question. If there is, then it's been out of my range of knowledge. However, we did have a lot of people that did turn to us because they did want to express their opinion. There was a lot of people that were very scared. They didn't know what was coming. They were unsure. We did our best to educate and let people have an idea what a PPC would be. We opened up the doors to anyone who wanted to come, and we would explain to them as best as we could from what we knew. And so we tried to alleviate some of that fear in the district. And what I have currently, we have a packet that we put together that has some relevant, it has a copy of the plan that we wrote and proposed to work with all people across memberships and non-memberships. I also have a large amount, and we still have them coming in, letters from community members, educators, non-educators, expressing some of the concerns that they have over what they consider a lack of being told how this was going to be handled. A lot of people did say that they were confused about why the waivers were so broad and that there wasn't a very specific plan laid out. I do know there was a meeting this week with some of the district that laid out a little bit more of the detail, but then again, that's only some of the district and it's not everyone. As I close, I would like to share with you just a couple of the excerpts from these emails that you will find in your packet. One teacher said, "Independence from administration in the election process is not just a suggestion, it is the fundamental motivation for the law." Another teacher, "The teachers in our district are more than capable of taking care of the nominations, election, and creation of our PPC." Another said, "I am worried that the administration is given control of the PPC, that they send a message that we are not capable adults who can think for ourselves or work together effectively. A business owner in the community sent in an email saying, I would like to remind the Arkansas Department of Education, the Fort Smith Board of Education, and the Fort Smith Public School Administration that the language of the law makes it clear its purpose and intent, which is for the teachers to have an election process for their PPC that is free from any interference by the administration or the school board. As I've said, these are just a few excerpts. You have copies of all of them that we have received so far. I do know that, as I've said, more are coming in. Our goal coming here to speak today is not to reverse or ask for any type of a reversal on the negotiations for the district. We understand that that's done. Our goal today is to ask that the law be followed as it is written and that the teachers be given the permission to set up and form their own PPC. Thank you.
All right. Ms. McLaughlin, is there response time, or do we go straight to questions? Okay, right, that's what I thought. Mr. Nye?
So we obviously haven't seen those letters. Mr. Blackstock, did you all bring us a packet?
No, I wasn't responsible for collecting any of it.
Okay. Well, so a few things. I put this slide back up because, as you'll recall, the response that was received back in November to the request we had about membership was this one that said the law can be molded. And it's funny that we had just talked about that about 10 minutes ago, because Mr. Blackstock came up to you and said, don't worry that the law says you have to form in the first quarter. It's okay not to comply with the law. We don't subscribe to that view. So just to be clear, Arkansas Code 617-205A1 says each school district's committee on personnel policies shall organize itself in the first quarter of the year. That's not permissive language. That is a mandate from our legislature that would be interpreted as such by our courts. So we don't have the flexibility to mold the law and just turn another cheek and say, without your permission, we're going to go form that PPC. Instead, we're mandated to have one. We're mandated to do it in the first quarter. We need help from this board to bring ourselves in compliance. Number two, as expected, the Fort Smith Education Association has come forward and told you, hey, don't worry, we got this. We got this. Well, what we got this really means is the lawyers of the AEA in Little Rock got this, because that's who's been providing their talking points and guidance and trying to steer this. And the fact of the matter is 7 members isn't enough. 5 members wasn't enough. We have 1,200 teachers in the district. I think I said 15,000 earlier. That's students, not teachers. I was corrected when I sat down. That would be a lot of certified teachers. But we do have 1,200. And so trying to get a representative from each building is important. I don't know how many letters that you have in front of you, but when you count those, I don't know if it's 50 or 150. But remember, 1,200 teachers. So do the math and see what percentage of teachers are represented in your packet. And just so you know, we received, the administration received also very encouraging communications. One from a 6th grade classroom teacher, Dr. Brubaker. Thank you for adding representation from all buildings. This has been needed for many years and extremely important. I hope the waiver is approved. Thank you again. And in terms of the management of the process by the Fort Smith Education Association, they have a Facebook page. And they posted what their plan was on their Facebook page. And what you can see is that you know how we can do on Facebook. I'm not on Facebook, but I was at one time, and I know you can post a comment. And a comment that was posted on the website after they published their proposed process was from a teacher named Jonathan Mathis. And Jonathan says, I think I'm out. Not enough representation, and I've been a member since 2002. So he was one of those 372 members, and he says, I'm out. You know, having 7 people in a district that has 1,200 classroom teachers just isn't enough. The most important thing, though, to know about this is his comment was removed by the Fort Smith Education Association within minutes so that nobody could see it. Now, number 4, this whole argument that we represent everybody, I mean, how do you say that? I mean, I could stand up and say, I represent everybody. I'm now the representative of the classroom teachers. I represent everybody. Everybody, follow my lead. How is there any accountability to that process? The accountability is in the membership. That's who you know who you represent. Just raising your hand and say, I represent everybody, and everybody gives input? Really? All 1,200? Disingenuous at best. And remember, what we're trying to do is bridge to the future, bridge. We're trying to get 2 years ahead where the teachers take this over and own it. We're trying to give them a nudge. Yes, most every district in the state gets how to do this and does it correctly. But guess what? They've not been sitting on the bench on the sideline for 50 years. They've had practice. And who can remember when they formed originally and how their process got started? And again, remember, I'll stop there.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Mr. Blackstock, you have, or your side has 5 minutes to close, however you wish to use it. Is that correct or not? Okay, we don't. Never mind, I apologize. But you'll be back up. I was trying to equalize, but you're totally right. Okay, but we'll be asking you questions. I do have one question, clarifying question. I got confused on it. Mr. Nye, in terms of the waiver request, are you all asking for the entirety of 203 and 205, or only those provisions that were the focus of your presentation?
So we would be open to engaging with the board on that. We did ask for the 2 provisions. And we actually thought we were being pretty surgical with that request because, for example, in Fort Smith, they have, the Future School Fort Smith actually got relief from the entire chapter. And so what we did is we picked the 2 statutes that needed. If you want us to engage with the board and try to be even more surgical with specific subsections, I don't think we have any opposition to that. What we want to be able to do is freed to form now and participate in the process. Those are the key pieces that we're trying to accomplish here. And so working with your legal counsel and molding to the specific we're fine with.
Okay. And just to let you know, I mean, we cannot amend your waiver request. Any amendment has to come from you. Sure. Along the way. So yes. That's certainly your Very choice good. In terms of how to hone the request.
Yeah, but to be clear, we're not trying to hide the ball, and what we're trying to do is be, very apparent in the process and very succinct in the duration.
Okay. All right. I'll start over here with Ms. McFetridge and see if you have any questions. All right. Ms. Newton.
Yeah, Mr. Nye, why 2 years? Because I understand that for the first year, because of the spring, I understand that, and I personally like the idea of making sure there's representation from each building. Okay, but I don't understand once the Personnel Policy Committee is formed and it's a 2-year term, why you need the second year of the waiver.
Well, for a couple of reasons. Number one, this is new, and putting 35 people in a room will be new to these teachers and to the district. And we're trying to launch them to study the process under a 2-year term, let them study the process, engage with other districts. Certainly they're going to receive input from organizations. There are a couple of obviously large trade organizations that engage with teachers in our state. They can talk to other districts and just give them that opportunity to, on their own, develop what they believe the best practices would be going forward. And so if you think about, where we are today, so we're in December, let's say that this gets up and running, by February, March, then we're at the end of the school year. They're going to impanel again in the fall. And so it would get them through one more election. So what we're really talking about is getting through 2 falls. the upcoming fall and one more, and then it would sunset.
I guess I didn't follow then. I understood that you would hold an election this spring, and this spring's election would be for a 2-year term.
Well, I don't know that that's how I envision it. I would envision we would have it up and running, but they would get into practice, you know, starting in the fall and fall. I'll look at yes. Can I?
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the idea here.
Just state your name for the record.
Doug Brubaker, Superintendent, Fort Smith Public Schools. The idea here is similar to like a constitutional convention, so that a group of educators from across the district can come together. And the idea is that they then set up that framework for the future. And so they may decide, for example, that they might want to phase the terms. They might decide to have fewer or more members. And so based on the pace that the group works at, then they would have the flexibility, up to 2 years, they'd have that safe harbor during which they can do that work. Does that make sense?
I guess I'm not following. Okay.
Well, and so I think, Ms. Newton, I guess your question is, number one, if we elect in the spring, are we going to elect again in the fall? I think that's your question, number one.
Okay.
And my expectation would be yes.
Okay.
And so, and then they would elect again in the following fall. But in the meantime, to Dr. Brubaker's point, they may decide, so this would be launched with 2-year terms, but they may decide they want staggered 3. And so what they may do, for example, is in the fall, maybe everybody won't stand for re-election. Maybe some would then and some would in the following term. But after that second fall election, then this would sunset.
Okay, so this would be for the remainder of this year and then 2 more years?
No, it would be, I view it as 2 calendar years.
Okay, so 2 years from today.
Correct.
And this might be a question for Ms. McLaughlin. If they are saying 27, I think it was 35 teachers, if that's what they said, would that be part of this waiver? Is, you know, when he described their plan for approaching getting the committee established, would that be part of the waiver or not?
The increasing of the number of teachers, I think the purpose of the waiver is because of the springtime.
So I can answer that.
Okay.
Okay, so the statute provides a floor on the number of teachers and not a ceiling. And so this would give the district the opportunity to say, elect 35 people across 27 buildings, because otherwise, under the law, the district can't say that.
I guess that's my question is, if you were to be granted the waiver, would there be anything that would hold you to that this is going to be 27 teachers or 35 teachers across 27 buildings?
No, in fact, it could be 135. But so what we have said in our application is that we will have representatives from every building. So we're held to that, 27 buildings, a minimum of 27.
Okay.
But the published plan is to do 35 across the 27 buildings.
Okay.
And obviously, if we're standing in front of this group, if that's what we say, that's what we're going to do.
Okay. One more question. If you do the 27, one from each building, are you going to put a limit on the number of administrators that will be on the committee?
Oh, there's no intent to increase the administrators, still just 3.
Still maximum of 3
Yes,
there?
correct.
Okay. That's all for right now.
Okay. Dr. Hill? Ms. Chambers?
Mr. Nye, one of the things that would be helpful, and it gets to what Dr. Barth was asking, it would be helpful to hear over the course of our discussion the specific components of 203 and 205 you're talking about. That will be helpful to us.
Okay.
Have you had a chance in the communication, it sounds like good communication is already underway to engage your constituencies. Do you have any way of kind of clarifying, articulating the sentiment of the teachers what is it that they're thinking right now? What is it that they want from this? We've got these letters that we'll have a chance to go through, but what are you hearing? Because it's then tied to my last question, which is, I'm curious if there's any color commentary you could share from the board on why you supported this request.
You want to speak? As she's walking up, one reaction that I would have is the best evidence of the sentiment is the declining membership and the fact that 70% of the teachers in the district have not participated in the current representation, and that since the board voted, there has been a further decline of membership in the Fort Smith Education Association. I think that's the most objective evidence that exists with respect to the sentiment of the teachers. But that said, I'll defer to the board president.
Hello there. I'm Susan McFerrin, president of the Fort Smith School Board. I was a teacher for many, many, many years, and I've heard from a lot of the teachers, and I don't think our board voted on this hastily. We got feedback from teachers. I got feedback from one woman who used to be very active in, it was called CTA, and was very opposed to what we voted on, until I explained to her what an equalization this is going to be. We're going to have 35 representatives, and each person from each school can go back and talk to their teachers. I would have loved to have had something like this and had a voice. So I hope I answered your question. Does that?
You did. I just didn't know if there was anything even more specific that had been done that gave some sense of, given a choice at the moment, how would teachers want to go with reconstituting what had been in place, or are they in support of some of the things that you're proposing?
Well, I meant to add another comment too, who I've heard from. A lot of the principals had called me and said, we're for this. This will be great, but I cannot speak publicly because I may have a few teachers that are not sure about this, and I don't want to step out and lose a relationship with them. But overall, I think this is the best plan for Fort Smith schools. I hope I answered that, Ms. Chambers. Thank you all.
Yes, sir. Dr. Moore? Okay. Ms. House? Okay. Anything else over here? Ms. McFetrich?
This goes to your board president. How do you, moving forward, plan to work with your teacher association in Fort Smith? Do you give them a spot on your school board agenda to report? Is that, okay.
Please.
We have a section on our agenda, is citizen participation, and we open it up to anyone who would like to participate. They sign up, you know, maybe a couple of days before, or that night they can sign up to speak. I'm leaving a lot of this up to our administration. They're our paid staff. They know how this works. They've worked on this. But we do take the comments. You know, we're elected officials, and so we need to listen to the public out there too.
Good.
Does that answer?
Yes, thank you. Coming from a district that had a PPC and an education association, both, we worked very well together and respected the teacher association very highly, but the PPC worked very well in the district, and every building was represented, did have a voice, and they did go back and report. The teachers reported out in their local buildings about any issues or anything coming forward. So I know it can work. I've seen it work. I've seen it work many years. So just wanted to make that comment.
So before we move to a motion, I do want to get, Ms. Newton, I apologize.
Could Mr. Knight actually speak to which sections of 205 that we were?
You're reading my mind.
Okay.
That's exactly where I'm going. I want us to be very clear on that in terms of what the waiver request is before we move to a motion.
So we seek a waiver from 205A1, and that is the first quarter of the year.
Sure.
Okay. So with respect to 617-205, we only seek a waiver of A1. With respect to 617-203, we seek a waiver of all.
Of all?
Of all.
Okay. And so on 203, could,
Hang on one second.
yeah. Oh, well.
Let me correct that statement. In 203, only need a waiver of B. So 617-203B would be the waiver. And then 617-205A1.
Okay, so in 203, both B1 and B2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So just for everybody, so that everybody's on the same page. So 203B1, the classroom teacher members of each school's district's committee on personnel policy shall be elected by a majority of the classroom teachers voting by secret ballot. 2, the election shall be solely and exclusively conducted by the classroom teachers, including the distribution of ballots of all classroom teachers.
Correct.
And then in 605 is just A1?
Just A1.
Just A1. Each school district's committee on personnel policies shall organize itself in the first quarter of each year and elect a chair and a secretary.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Everybody good on that? Now, my question is, back in 203, I'm unclear of the need for B1.
So B1 is again a struggle with this process coming out of the chute. We're trying to have an election in the next 60 days, and as it is written, the member of each building would have to be elected at large. So we would have that dynamic where the high school, the junior high, the middle schools would be voting on people they don't know in all of the other buildings. And so what this would allow the buildings to elect their own representatives. And again, when this gets turned over to the teachers and they benchmark, they may decide that there is another process that allows them, for example, to nominate out of a building but still have elections at large. Or, you know, the teachers may come back and say, in a district with 27 buildings and 1,200 teachers, the at-large really doesn't work for us. They may ask the administration to come back and ask for a continuation of that waiver so they can continue to elect by building. The fact of the matter is back to the example of most of the laws deal with a district of about 500 students. That is a difficulty in the law that is a struggle for the handful of very large districts that exist in the state.
Okay. Do you need to waive the secret ballot provision?
No, we do not. Have no interest in waiving the secret ballot provision.
Okay.
I don't know how to come to you in a request and then even start to parse further.
Well, actually, this is on the record, and that is limiting the request. That's correct, Ms. McLaughlin, right?
Yes.
And so that is the way we handle those when there is some.
Yeah.
Okay.
Secret ballot is obviously the plan.
Okay. Not Not always, obviously. Okay. Is everybody clear on the motions? I saw Mr. Blackstock, I think, okay, so it is, it is, Mr. Nye, I need your help again. It's 617, 203.
At B.
B minus the secret ballot.
Correct.
And then in 205, 617, 205.
A1.
A1. All right.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Blackstock, did you? Yes, you may have a minute. I'll ask you for your response to
And I
that.
was going to ask about the secret ballot. Thank you for doing
Okay.
that, because that was important. My only comment was going to be on the feedback and the requirements that you have, that when somebody has a waiver, it's like you ask them to provide the methods and the times and the dates and the manners, and all we have here is like isolated incidents. That Lori comes up and says she has a letter, the board member says somebody else called. My point merely being I hate making decisions based on little isolated incidents without a big picture, and had the district followed this, we could have had like a formal meeting. You could have had input from all the teachers. We'd actually say, I recognize like it sounds nice to have 27, you know, with one from each district. On the other hand, the teachers may prefer to have 3 elementary, 3 high school, 3, whatever it is. I mean, there's all that framework. And what we don't have here, and I wish that we did have, was the actual feedback from all of the teachers who are the stakeholders in this, rather than just you having to rely on these isolated statements with 2 sides pitted against each other. Anyway, it's missing. Thank you.
Ms. Newton, did you get clear on the need for 2 years?
Kinda, sorta.
Okay.
I'm okay.
All right. You're ahead of me. Okay. We'll entertain a motion to approve or deny the waiver request as amended, both on the floor today.
I move to approve the waiver as amended.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Chambers, second by Mr. Williamson. And I believe a roll call on this?
Ms. Zook?
Yes.
Dr. Hill?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Ms. McFetridge?
Yes.
Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
8-0. Thank you all. Thanks everyone for a good job of presenting a complex issue. Okay. Folks hanging in there? All right. We are now down to, got too much paper here, as those guys leave. Okay, we'll take 5 minutes for a bathroom break. Okay. I'm doodling on my wrong.
You know what, I wonder, and I'm not answering that question, if, since you know we always leave the second Thursday, to have your CAB meetings the third Thursday or the fourth Thursday. Or since I don't remember it conflicting, well, I could meet next Thursday. Yeah. And since hardly anybody comes to your CAB meetings, could you move it to next Thursday or Tuesday? staff. Yeah. If it's,
All right. So Commissioner and I have discussed how to best rearrange things this afternoon, because we do have a number of members of the public here. We also have folks from Little Rock School District who have another competing meeting at 5:30, and so we know we need to try to get this done by then, or as much done, the Little Rock case done by then. So here's what I am proposing, that we go to the KIP case first. We go ahead and take the rest of the charter stuff, take care of item 4, which would get all the charter stuff off the table for today. Then we will go down to item 10, which will pick up with the Earl case. And so that would get us, we'll do the legislative report from Earl, and then Pine Bluff. So we'll do 10 through 14. And then we're going to come back up the top and start going through the rules that are not where the staff needs to be here, but the public who is not as interested in those items may go ahead and leave. Does that sound good as a rearrangement? Okay. So we are now to a hearing on the waiver, the request for an amendment from the KIP Delta Public Schools. And I'm going to turn things over to get us started and remind us of the process.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Reginald Ballard. I am the director for Public Charter School Unit at the Arkansas Department of Education. On October 18, 2018, representatives from KIP Delta Public Schools appeared before the charter authorizing panel requesting amendments to their charter. By unanimous vote, the panel approved that request. On November the 8th, 2018, the State Board of Education voted to renew the decision of the charter panel, the charter authorizing panel. We have a representative from KIP Delta here, Mr. Scott Showery. He's going to have 20 minutes for presentation, then there will be 20 minutes for rebuttal, and 20 minutes for opposition and 5 minutes for rebuttal. Then we'll open up for question and answer.
And it's, Mr. Ballard, it's 2025-5, correct?
Yes, 2025.
Okay, perfect. All right. Mr. Shirey, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Barth, Commissioner Key, and members of the State Board. Thank you for taking the time to hear this. I do have a PowerPoint I'm going to run through and not read every word just for the sake of time, but hopefully give you an overall picture and then take questions. So we are requesting a waiver, as Mr. Ballard said, from 6.07, 1 through 4. And sort of the most salient point is, while the waiver request may seem new, this is actually, I'll show you prior versions of the law, that this was a long-standing waiver and flexibility we had that actually changed. So we'll walk through some of that. Of course, the primary purpose of NSLA funding was to close the equity gap across the state. And one of the biggest ways of doing that is getting the right people to play for your team, so to speak. So we actually can, this is just a section of it where we're seeking that waiver. Most common use of NSL funds, actually you look across the state, 21% were used for these same purposes that we're requesting, to hire curriculum specialists, instructional facilitators, math or literacy coaches. So this is not an uncommon practice. You can see 190 of 238 school districts used it for this purpose. And in 2013-14, it was the most common use of NSL funds. What I'm going to walk through very quickly is sort of how the rules have changed. Back in 2007, you had to have 3 years of experience to qualify for one of these positions and use NSL funds. 2010, it increased to 4, but then there was a provision around Teach for America, which said, or if you've come out of the Teach for America program, you can have this. And then in 2016, it changed most radically to add the valid Arkansas teacher's license. And so again, here's the 2007 version that you can see. And we had this, again, we've had this flexibility, and we were getting results at that time. 2010, you can see it added the 4 years and then said you can have all these things or be a completer of Teach for America to qualify for one of these positions. 2012, no change. And then 2016, it revised the specialist qualifications, added a data coach position, added school improvement specialist, and you can see it there. 2016, a valid Arkansas teacher certificate. And then according to legal, it actually, the way you read it, it says a bachelor's degree or completion of Teach for America, which basically waives the Teach for America exemption, because I think the original intent was all the bullet points above, or Teach for America, not just that last bullet point, as every Teach for America member automatically has a bachelor's. And then you can see the same thing for a data coach, Arkansas teaching certificate, 5 years of teaching experience, 3 years there. Same thing on the school improvement specialist. So you can see over the last 9 years, it's become more stringent. And then this last round with adding the Arkansas teacher's license has created the biggest financial hurdle for us. And so what's happened for us, the amount of people we have eligible to move in this position have been reduced to a select few. And then the way we've spent down our NSL funds, actually we're having a harder time spending down those funds now. And that was a problem probably a decade ago. The flexibility came. If you remember at one time in history, the NSL balances really built up. Flexibility, we're able to spend down. So where we are now, we've got to cut into operating when we don't have that flexibility that we once had. Y'all know the mission of KIPP. I just say that as a reminder. Our whole reason for sort of raison d'etre, right, reason to be, is to close that achievement gap, that equity gap. So we think we're fulfilling the purpose of NSL. On top of that, and this isn't data that you don't know, but supply and demand with teachers, the teacher supply is certainly not going up. And you can see sort of nationally what that looks like, a 35% drop of enrollment in teacher programs. For us, recruitment has always been a significant challenge. For many, many years, we had the Teach for America support. In fact, in 2013, 46% of our teachers were Teach for America. But when we lost that talent source due to some national Teach for America policies, we dropped down to 6%. So we have really, it's hit our results pretty hard. And we have worked incredibly hard to sort of say, okay, if we don't have that pipeline, how do we fix this? We have worked pretty hard on that the last, and you can see back in 2015-16, we were over-dependent on TFA, and when we lost that, like I said, that pipeline, we didn't have a lot of applications to backfill. Over the last 3 years, we've increased to 400 applications in 16-17, 468 applications in 17-18 for fewer spots, and we think we'll clear 500 applications this year for even fewer spots. We've had some good intent to return. What does that all mean? We still are looking for the best talent out there, some of which may be certified, some of which may not be. And while we are the only district currently seeking the waiver for this, other schools in the state may face a similar challenge. And I think The big challenge, really, y'all know all these numbers, so I'm not going to go through all of it. But the amount of available certified teachers, particularly in the Delta, is a real challenge. Back to the slide we just showed, we think we can find the talent. We have the flexibility to hire that talent, but we don't have the ability to pay for them anymore. And so that becomes the essence of the challenge. Like I said, prior to 2017, we did not have these issues. And that's, I'll take questions on that. I do want, the one thing I would say is we are, the people we are going to pay with this, if offered the waiver, the people we are going to pay are highly trained professionals. Some of them have been with me for a decade and have achieved incredible results for us. Like I said, this is not a new request, so to speak, but sort of get back to operating the way we did when we were successful. I tried to move fast. I know there's a lot to cover,
Yeah.
but I'll slow down for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Ballard, was there any opposition? Okay, all right. Then if you want to make a closing argument, and then we'll move to questions, that'd be great. If you have any, or you feel good?
I think I've laid it out.
Okay, all right. Then I'll start with Ms. House. Any questions? Dr. Moore? Okay, Ms. Oak?
Yes, this one would be.
Microphone.
Oops. This one would be probably for ADE Legal. I was told that this change was an administrative, not a legislative change, and I wondered if we knew the reasoning behind it.
Mary Claire Hyatt, Arkansas Department of Education. So all of the information that Mr. Shire gave you is correct. It was added into the rule in 2016, along with the addition of the other positions into the NSL rules. I can go and find that information out for you and try and come back with it. I don't know the answer off the top of my head. A lot of those requirements were added in 2016.
Okay, if you can, while he's making his presentation, I
Sure.
appreciate it. I know one of the concerns expressed by a panel member was if we in fact okayed this waiver, then that opens any district from which you draw children from traditional schools to also be able to request this waiver. So I think our challenge will be to find out if we think it's a valid enough request that we're willing to open it for all the districts, surrounding you,
Right.
traditional districts.
I can just, the only thing I can say is we're happy to share our hiring practices, and I can assure the board this is not a way to hire lower end talent. It's a flexibility to get the best talent possible, and then really minimize the use of our operating dollars and keep our NSLA balances down.
I think when you and I spoke earlier, you mentioned it was one person in particular, so is it more than one person?
Right now, it's one person, and she's our lead curriculum instructional person for the region, who's been with me for a decade and had garnered outstanding results.
Is there any reason why she hasn't chosen to do an ALP or to become licensed in that 10 years?
Because we had the flexibility, there wasn't.
But not since 16?
Not in 16, and this has just come up as a budget issue for this year.
Okay.
So
Do you know if she would be willing?
I think she would be willing to over time, and again, we would still want that, whether it's a Teach for America teacher who we'd end up picking up, or so we would want that flexibility in case there's other talents that we want to scoop up. And then, of course, encourage them for the long-term certification.
I also, I don't know what they'll come up with as far as the administrative reasoning, but, I hesitate to bring it up, but your school rating has gone down over the last several years. And the concern that I have is that maybe the people that this person is mentoring may not also be licensed people, and so therefore you have a non-licensed but experienced person who is mentoring people who aren't licensed, and that may or may not be the reason the children's achievement and growth scores have gone down, but it may be.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't think there's a correlation. The biggest, we've gone back and done the analytics on it. The biggest thing for us is 2013, 46% of our teachers were Teach for America. In fact, 2014, our high school is ranked number 2 in the state at that time. If you include TFA and TFA alum, we were like 71%. And to see that number drop all the way down to 6% in the space of 3 years, we just lost our talent source. And again, that was national TFA policies. It hit the Delta hard. For instance, at our campus in Blytheville, we haven't had a new Teach for America teacher there in 5 years. And a lot of that we had structured our training, we had structured our recruitment, because we had an incredible partnership that lasted really 12, 13 years. So we have been reinventing the model. To me, this is the most exciting piece, because I had to bring in a new talent director, rethink recruitment, rethink training, we rethink leadership. We've taken those steps. So I'm optimistic we'll see the data start to shift back this year. It's just been it's a hard couple of years as we've had to change out our model due to external circumstances.
And the program that you're using to train your teachers in the science of reading and RISE, I know that was approved by ADE. How far along are you in that training, and who is conducting the training?
We have, so one of the persons who I mentioned we'd be using NSL is supporting in that, and then we have experts from the Hill RAP Center coming in.
Okay.
We have a contract with them. This is our first full year of Hill RAP implementation,
Right.
which of course ADE has paid attention to, and we're seeing some exciting early results. We actually plan on bringing in more and training more people under that program.
Right, and I don't know if you were here earlier when UALR was talking about their program and partnership, and I don't know if that would be something that would be helpful to you in recruiting staff, is if you took those final semester bachelor's level people or master's level people, and then let them work in your district and mentor them, and then possibly keep them.
Absolutely. If you've got talent pipelines,
Right.
send them our way.
Right, okay, that's all I have, Dr. Barr.
All right. I see Ms. Hyatt back with an answer.
Mary Claire Hyatt, Department of Education. Oh, okay. So the best I can gather in a couple of minutes is that the additional information was added into the rule because the things that you spend your NSL dollars on are supposed to be to supplement what's already being offered by the school, not supplant. And so in order to really provide that type of targeted support for those specific groups of kids, the idea was that those services would be above what's already being offered by the school and be of really high quality so that they could actually serve the purpose of the rules.
Okay, that makes perfect sense to me.
Thank you.
I would just echo that is our intent, and I think you can supplement with high quality, either certified or non-certified.
Mr. Shire, I just want to be clear. So
Yes, sir.
your NSLA funds, you said it was beginning to. You're having more challenges.
It's become more challenging.
You're having more challenges spending it.
Yes.
And that's, I guess, surprising to me, especially as the list of uses has grown.
Let me answer it in a more direct way. I want to invest in things that we could spend it down, but it would be spending down on things that I don't actually believe will have the biggest impact on kids, versus for me getting the person with the right leadership skills, who I know can drive results, supporting kids directly. So I just prefer not to spend it on superfluous things that I don't think will impact children.
And I appreciate that very much, because we know there are a lot of unused smart boards around the state.
Yes, that's what I don't want to do.
All right, indeed. All right, Dr. Hill. Ms. Newton.
what, because you don't have this person hired right now, is she still there on staff right now?
We do have this person. She's just, we've got to shift operating dollars from kids when we could be using NSL funds.
So your teachers are getting instructional coaching and have been getting instructional coaching over the last.
Oh, we do, yes.
So during this time that your test scores have declined, this person has still been there coaching and doing what you're going to be asking?
Yeah, and I think there are two different issues. The biggest reason for that decline, like I said, is we lost the talent market. You can see in 15-16, once we lost the talent market, we only had 139 applications. We made some poor hires. As I've restructured the talent recruitment team, you can see a number of applications have come up. It's just taken us 2 or 3 years to rebound from being dependent on one hard lesson to learn, but being overly dependent on one talent pipeline. And we've had to reinvent how we've done stuff. Okay. There's lots of ways. I could give you a 40-minute presentation on sort of how we got to the place. I think the broader point I would make back when we had that flexibility was when our high school was ranked top 5 in the state for 4 years in a row. That same person was on my team then, driving college outcomes for kids. So, and we had other people who were non-certified driving some pretty incredible results. So I just don't think there's a correlation to say, oh, we lost this flexibility and therefore our results dropped.
Okay.
I think they're 2 separate issues.
Okay.
And I don't want to use one as the excuse for the other.
Okay. I don't know if there's anybody from finance here, or maybe Commissioner, you can answer. I don't understand federal funding very well, so I'll admit that. But if we grant this waiver to them and another district comes and asks for this waiver, I know there's some guidelines federally on the you can't replace. It has to be the supplement. So will we get into problems that way with, we don't want to spend wrong way, I guess.
No, these funds we're talking about are state categorical funds.
Okay.
They're not connected
federal.
whatsoever to federal funds.
Okay.
Federal rules, we all live by those.
Right,
We
right.
can't waive those. Those supplement, not supplant. The NSL is federal-like, but not the same scrutiny. And the feds don't really look at NSL the way they look at the Title I funds that
Okay.
get sent.
So-
So we don't see any concern with this waiver being a ripple effect that would be negative.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McFetrich? Okay. Any other questions? I know you do have a lengthy charter, your extension, is how many years?
I think 2021, we did a 10-year, so it was 2021 or 2022.
Okay. I think and I'm, in some ways, I mean, my perspective is that this amendment is fairly minor, but I think a number of us were concerned about your decreasing scores, and I think trying to get some handle around that mystery. And this has been helpful in terms of explaining that, and I know it probably was frustrating to you to get.
I've had more
dinged on this.
sleepless nights over it than I hope most of you. But I sat down with Commissioner a couple weeks ago and walked through the whole thing and a plan, and it's a lot of hard work. And we have another request coming that we're going to consolidate campuses and just try to get more focused and get back to the basics. I could give you 100 reasons, not one good excuse, and it's my job to get us back on track, and that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you. Any other questions, Ms. Chambers? Microphone.
I'm sorry, what is the length of this waiver?
It's for the life of the charter, right?
Yes, sir.
And that would be through 2021. So that would be 3 more years.
Yes.
Yeah. Anything else? All right, so the proper motion is to approve this amendment or deny this amendment request.
Move to approve.
Okay, motion by Ms. Zook, second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, thank you, Mr. Shirey.
Thank you all.
Thank you very
Appreciate it.
much.
Have a good
Yeah,
afternoon.
thank you. All right, Mr. Ballard, I think we can do the item right before it very quickly and get you on your way. And this is another packet of these requests that we've seen before.
Yeah, so this is a request for receipt. On July 1st of this year, new standards for accreditation became effective, necessitating a transition in waivers from the previous standards of accreditation. On November the 13th of this year, ADE staff appeared before the charter authorizing panel requesting approval of the transition of these waivers on behalf of several charter schools listed here. By unanimous vote, the panel approved these requests. No requests for the State Board of Education to review the decisions made by the panel were submitted. The State Board may exercise a right to review and conduct a hearing on the charter authorizing panel's determination at the State Board's meeting. And so asking for action from the State Board.
Okay. Any questions to my left on any of these items? Okay. All right, we've seen these before. I would entertain a motion to approve these in bulk if there is one. Ms. Hyatt.
Mary Claire Hyatt, Arkansas Department of Education. Could you do the district conversions and the open enrollment separately, please?
We sure can.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have the district conversion charters that look like they're 8 there. So I'd entertain a motion on the district conversion charters. Ms. McFetrich? Okay. Is there a second? All right. Motion by Ms. McFetrich, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. All right, and now the same on the open enrollment charters if someone is ready to do that.
So moved.
All right, motion by Ms. McFetrich, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, thank you, Mr. Ballard, for your work and welcome. We'll see you again and again and again. Okay, all right, we are now down to item 10. As we jump around, apologize to folks, but we're trying to maximize our time here. Just like we saw Dollarway earlier in the day, we're now the Earl School District, and so I'll turn it over to Dr. Hernandez.
Good afternoon. Again, very similar to the Dollarway report and structure, although Earl is not required to have a district plan of support. They've chosen to go ahead and do that. They do have the second quarterly update that's there that has kind of an update on all of their school level plans and kind of the action steps that have gone. Dr. Wild is here to do a little presentation, and after that we can answer questions. So,
Fantastic. Dr. Wild, good to see you.
Richard Wild, school improvement. Superintendent, Earl School District. I have with me today Regina Williams. She's the Earl High School principal, and Juanita Bohannon. She is the Earl Elementary principal. Since Dr. Barth didn't swear me in, they're here to validate anything I tell you. So, well, good afternoon. In the ADE update that you received, there was information about expenditures, about the data that the schools are collecting, and within the written report provided, it highlighted our current progress or lack of progress, along with key challenges and assets. But we want to give you a quick oral report to tell you about our thinking. And as you know, it's just been 1 year since Earl School District came under state authority. The department asserted authority because of federal money and the misuse of federal money. And so approximately $650,000 in federal funds we had to borrow, and we're paying that money back at $10,000 per month. The December report updates you regarding, from us, the one from the school district, updates you in terms of where we're at with facilities, services, personnel, and personnel challenges. At the same time, this fall, the elementary was identified as a school in need of comprehensive support. Earl High School had previously been identified under the old NCLB and the NCLB waiver as a school in need of priority support. But despite which accountability system or any accountability system, when you take a look at the students that have graduated over the last few years, we are definitely underserving our students, and we accept responsibility for that. Based on our trend data, the district and school leaders built the school improvement plans around a logic model that believes that key is the adult thinking, key is the behaviors of the adults, and key are the supports that we put in place to assist our students. Critical in improving our outcomes, we know that our teachers must have in-depth knowledge of the standards to be taught. That is nothing we could do in a 2-week or 3-week period. That takes 2 to 3 years to develop that deep understanding within your teachers. We also know that teachers must have the skills to engage the students in understanding the relevance of those standards. And we know that teachers must have the skills to invite the students to learn. We went down the path of looking at logistics, support, and data analysis. To assist teachers, the school schedules needed to provide both planning time and collaboration time. District leaders needed to listen, be active listeners, and as we took a look at it, in truth, our students really are dependent upon the teachers and the skill level of the teachers. So from that, we had to make sure, or are making sure, that we're developing units of instruction that take students from where they're at to where they need to be. And if you looked at our scores were very, very poor and very low, but we are addressing that. We are embracing the problem. So our logic model, the one piece that we went back after our last meeting here at the State Board, if you notice in the red there, parent, and we have done considerably more with engaging the community. One of the things that we reported before was that we were having meetings with City Council. We still have an advisory committee. We make the advisory our forum for where action items we're going to send to the commissioner are talked about within the community before they're sent to the commissioner, and why we're recommending what we're recommending. So we're using it as a forum to teach the community as well as the advisory council about the decision-making process. We also, over time, have talked about that there are 4 domains of rapid school improvement. We're kind of using that document to guide us, and where you see the little asterisks, we feel pretty good that we have prioritized improvement and we're communicating the urgency for improvement. We think we're doing pretty good in helping our teachers understand to diagnose and respond to students' learning needs. And we're working on building a culture focused on student learning and effort. And last, for where we're at right now, solicit and act upon stakeholder input. We have forums for students, we have forums for teachers, we have forums for the community. history, and I think the KIPP Delta people kind of set the stage for me in the sense of saying research in history would tell us that improving outcomes with students that come from low-income communities has been challenging. Okay. It becomes Herculean when we talk about staff that are novice and systems that are not in place. And so the question is always, where do you begin first? Well, we tortured the data until it confessed. And it's true, our students are not excited about learning. But when you torture the data, the real question that comes out is, are we excited about teaching? Our students do not read at or near grade level. But when you torture the data, are we teaching reading? And so as you look at all of our data points for students, there is a question that you have to come back to about us as the adults. That's our rationale for focusing our school improvement plans, not about interventions, not about programs, but about building our people. So, where did we begin? We began with logistics. So we put in place instructional schedules where there's both planning time and collaboration time. Collaboration time included weekly early releases and requirement for horizontal and vertical teams to meet. And we developed protocols because one of the things we know about ourselves is that without tools, we have a tendency to just turn those collaboration times into conversation time. So we're using protocols to guide us. Each instructional team is required to report to members of the district leadership team. So we're saying every week, one of the schools meets with the district leadership team. And so during the plan time, each instructional team, we're at the school, each instructional team is reporting out what they have talked about, what data they've looked at, and what they're going to do with the data. The process has also helped bring to the forefront that our teachers really didn't know what data to collect or act from. And when you realize that we have many novice teachers, this concept was really foreign to most of them. And then the last part there, which assessments help in the decision making and which are assessments we're just doing to do. And so we're sorting through the process of elimination of a lot of additional assessments. The second logistic that we were doing was permitting leadership teams to have discretion over funds. The building leadership has to have some autonomy from the district to decide what they're going to do. Now, the process is helping the principals with the concept to understand that you have to study what is the solution to the problem, or what are the potential options within the budget, and then how will you evaluate the impact. So that's new to us too. That's a learning curve. The third logistic was access to training. I think everybody that's come today to talk about progress report mentions PBIS, response to intervention, RISE, and professional learning communities. We are not implementing at this time any of those things. We are building capacity with our staff to implement those things. And so we're sending people to training, we're having conversations, and the trainings are simply to impact us in the future. The truth is, once you get the training, you don't solve the problems in the same way you did before you had the trainings. So we start thinking differently. We start looking at things differently. The RISE training identified for us that we have a challenge moving from training sessions to classroom. we are very good at going to trainings. We've got that down. The part that we were struggling with was coming back and changing our behavior as adults after going to the training. So we're accepting that, and we're working on it. And ADE and Crowley's Ridge are providing us more support, and Ms. Bohannon more support, as we take a look at RISE. Positive Behavior Intervention Systems training through SPDIG has caused us to sit down and talk about what's the purpose of discipline. And it's to teach, not to punish. Okay? So one of the challenges, and principals can tell you that they've had a real challenge this fall, we have taken away corporal punishment, and we have said suspensions will be used as a last resort. Part of that is for us to have to find other ways. If I have an easy out, I will continue to do the easy out. So strategically, we said we will not do these things. And I think it reflects in our data in terms of suspensions. And then the trainings in the PLC are helping us to expand our shared decision making and shared accountability. Well, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Well, none of our systems are in place. The trainings are influencing how we're addressing current problems. If you read in our report, we're struggling financially. Okay? We had real problems with cash flow, and where we had the cash flow problems is in operations. With our NSL money, we carried forward into this year approximately $300,000 from last year. As you take a look in federal money, because we had to pay back $300,000, well, that was last year's money, so we get it back this year. Okay, because the life of federal money in a state is 2 years. So the money that we were misused last year came back to us this year. That's the $441,000. When you take a look at the school improvement funds, $55,000, these are carry forward money we brought from last year into this year. So the point simply is, while we're saying on one hand we're struggling with operation, we have the resources to do school improvement. We have approximately 1.2 million in a small district of about 500 students to do school improvement with. The challenge is to use it wisely, to use it so that it makes a difference. And the way that we're thinking about things is improve. We've set the goal that we're going to improve student achievement in reading and mathematics, and we're going to improve the skills of our graduates. We know that the gateway to do that is to improve teacher effectiveness. So we also know that we have to improve leadership, we have to improve our management, we have to improve the student learning effectiveness, and we have to improve curriculum effectiveness. Well, under each one of those areas, there's a whole set of things that we need to do. We focus first on improving management because every other day we were getting somebody calling us and having to do a corrective action plan because we did not do it correctly in the first place. And every time we would start to get momentum, there'd be another corrective action plan, and you have to drop everything and do the corrective action plan. So we were pulling people away from their primary jobs. So management first. As we think of leadership and leadership effectiveness, executive coaching, Dr. Hernandez truly is trying to be my executive coach. He's trying to coach me in how to perform my job better. Rocky Malone is trying to help our principals, okay, in an executive coach, not a mentor, not for advice, but here is somebody I can talk to, here's how I can solve problems. Okay, so as we take a look at this, we have more activity, but it's not all full. As you take a look and improve teacher effectiveness, okay? We know there's a number of areas we have to address, but we can't overwhelm the teachers. So we're going slowly at this end where we were going faster with management. So as the reports come to you over the next quarters, we'll be filling in what is done, what's been accomplished, and give you a format by which we're reporting out to you in those areas of improving our teacher skills. Any questions or?
Great, thank you so much for a great report. I'll start with Ms. McFetrich. Any questions?
Do you have a plan going forward on bringing this training for these programs, and then how you're going to bring them into the classroom, and on what kind of a time frame?
Well, we're training teams with the intent that we will embed the professional development. And keep in mind that our team's a grade level team, maybe 3 people. So having one person on the team who has been at the same training with the principals, we're all discussing then how we will implement. And that's where I say we're building capacity so we can have the conversations. And at the same time, we're looking at our additional funding and saying, maybe we need to bring all the teachers in next summer for the month of June and do nothing but planning for the next school year. So we're working on that as part of our school improvement plan.
So the teachers would have a voice then as to how quickly this will be coming forward?
Yeah.
Because that's my concern, that we overwhelm those teachers, and yeah, and I know you voiced that as well, so, okay.
Ms. Newton?
How many novice teachers did you have this year?
A bunch.
Almost, that's what I was wondering, yeah. And so do you expect that next year you'll have to start over again, or?
Well, we actually moved from the 1240 waiver last year to ETPs this year. And we maintained probably 90% of the people that were with us under the 1240. By moving to the ETPs, everyone that we have is also in a program to become certified. And so we've also had conversations with those individuals that by March, they have to have substantial completion of their program in order for us to offer a contract. So we're working the end of getting everybody certified at the same time we're hiring ETP people.
One of the things that I love that you're doing in Earl is you're building capacity of the administrators that are there. You're building the capacity of the teachers, the students, the community. And, you know, if you build the capacity of this group of teachers this year and then you have to start over next year, it's hard to get anywhere. So I was just wondering what you were looking at as far as retention, thinking you're starting to make, you know, some inroads into that.
Yeah. And we're talking with other people. One of the things we know is if we hire from Jonesboro, the person will drive to us from Jonesboro. As soon as they can find a job in Jonesboro, they're going to go back to Jonesboro. We've got to figure out a way to bring people to our community or close to our community. We're very aware of that. And we've had conversations with a number of people, including the city, about how to move that ahead.
Thank you.
Not real?
No, great job, and appreciate you doing everything you can to keep the students in school and teach. That's when learning takes place.
There is a very basic core wisdom in everything that you shared in your update, and I really appreciate it because I think so much of that is applicable to all of us, and so it was. Not only is it great to hear in terms of what you're doing for Earl, but I think we can apply that rapidly across the state where we listen.
Glad to hear that you are not just informing the community and the parents, but actually including them in the process. I love what you said, the shared decision-making and shared responsibility. So I love that you're doing forums for students, for community members, parents, and for teachers. But I did notice in the packet that we were saying that you have no support at this time for stakeholder communication, family, and community engagement.
In terms of outside support, we're not accessing outside support. We have dedicated one position.
Okay.
We have a parent community liaison position that is new this year. just recently, initially when we did the assumed authority over the school district, there were lots of people coming to our advisory meetings. Okay, that has waned some over time. So we've asked the community liaison to start going to all the churches and reporting to the congregation, and we already have a good relationship with the ministerial group. So we're now asking them to come at least once a quarter and give a report of what's going on in the school and why we're doing some of the things we're doing, so that people understand. And it's a small community.
Right.
So
that's great.
the rumor is pretty good too. For
Right.
good news. So if we really want to get things out, we start a rumor.
That's great, as far as reaching to your faith community and just pulling in all of those stakeholders in the community to work together is really key. So I thank you for doing that. And hopefully we'll have frameworks coming out soon. We will have frameworks coming out soon for community and family engagement that can give you even some more support. So thank you.
I just want to say in particular, pick up on Ms. Dean, you know, that your focus on empowering citizens and building future leaders is, I think it's the best I've seen. And I know that it is a small community, and that, with that comes some advantages and some disadvantages, right? I do think that connectedness is an area where you have an advantage, but I know I've not seen a better example of conscious community engagement in a real way from the get-go, and I really appreciate that enormously. And I also just really celebrate your, you know, taking the issue of school discipline by the horns and ending corporal punishment and changing philosophy in general. That is so important for sending clear signals to kids about their value. So I appreciate that very much.
And in truth, who bears the brunt of that?
Yes. So thank you all as well. Commissioner.
Like I did with Ms. Warren, I just want to express my thanks to Dr. Wild and the team for the work that they have been doing, and doing such a great job. And I appreciate your remarks about the engagement. You know, that is probably one of the best examples of recent, maybe the best example in recent history of how to keep a local board, although they had been removed of their authority, left in an advisory capacity, so that the community could stay involved. And the reports that Dr. Wild sends every month about the things they discuss are succinct, but they are very, at the same time, very thorough and deep in the elements that he covers, and not without difficulty. There, you know, we have a construction project and a sidewalk that has historical significance. There are community things that have to be dealt with there, and he's done a great job with that. So I just want to say I appreciate the work you're doing, but also want to point out, Ms. McFetridge, I hope y'all see, and you too, Ms. Newton, y'all both talked about, you know, to some degree, one, the training, you know, developing the teachers, and then not overwhelming the teachers. We've really tried to narrow the focus of the department's initiatives. When you see common references to PBIS or RTI, RISE, and you know, the other PBIS and RTI tied to the SPDIG grant, RISE and the PLC processes, trying to build that, and encouraging schools that we're supporting and districts we're supporting to not add a lot of initiatives. Let's get really good at doing the basics, blocking and tackling, coach. You know, and it's translating, and how do we get better at helping you all translate into classroom practices and improve classroom practices. So again, Dr. Hernandez and team have been working closely to make that happen. And as we are with Dollarway, we are learning a lot with Earl along the way. So thank you, Dr. Wild.
Thank you. Ms. Hook?
Yes, it's obviously clear, it's very specific. It's obviously there's a superintendent who knows where he is, where he wants to be, and how to get there. You've done a great job with the task analysis. I think it is an approach that can be used by every district as a template, because big or little, every district has to deal with all of the things you're dealing with. The question I have is, does Earl, because of the low academics, need to be in level 5?
I think we are in level 5, just simply because of the state assuming authority.
But it was for finance, right?
It was for finance. I would say if we don't make improvement, if this time next year, when we're here, if we have not shown significant improvement in our reading, I think the answer to that is absolutely yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Moore? Ms. House?
I just want to thank you for being so transparent and honest when you're looking at your data. It's so easy to gloss over and make excuses, and you did not do that today. And that just is refreshing to hear. And I applaud everything you're doing over there, and I love Dr. Barth's comment, because when you talked about changing the mindset about discipline, I thank you for that. That was awesome.
Oh, thank you.
Great. Anything else? All right, then we need a motion to accept the report.
I move to accept the report.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Williamson.
I'll vote yes for it.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you all so much for being here. Safe journeys back home. All right. Okay, we are now down to Pine Bluff. We have 2 items related to Pine Bluff, and I will turn it over to Dr. Hernandez to get us started with the legislative report.
So, good afternoon. Again, on the Pine Bluff report that you have before you, it's a little bit different in structure because this is the first report we've done. Because Pine Bluff was taken over for fiscal purposes initially and then put on level 5, we did share with you last month the systems analysis, preliminary systems analysis that we did. We're in the process now. Dr. Owa is here. We've been working on ideas of revising school level plans, and then in response to that, district level support plans. But at the same time, we're making a very comprehensive plan overall in each system. So when we think about what we're doing with human capital and all those things related to finance, we're starting to sketch out what we are doing. More specifically, in terms of the finance situation, is we've started this week, I believe, the initial part of the reduction in force for next year, because we do have some significant overstaffing issues that we're having to take care of. That the points have went out to staff members to notify them of where their points are to give that time for correction. We anticipate taking care of those things in the second semester, so that will go into effect for next year, and so that'll be related to buildings, which buildings will be in operations, which staff members and all that. We're taking a very fine look at all of our Title I NSL type things to make sure that we're using that money appropriately. We have started the discussions again with Solution Tree to try to start next year out fresh with the PLC process and make sure that's embedded. The inherent issue that I think, and that'll be more as we get into the waiver decision, is because we also have the academic issues. According to the RIF process, it's based on a structure where first hired, first out. And so it doesn't let us really discern and pick and choose which employees that might not be being effective in the classroom and maybe having some issues in terms of active. It doesn't allow us to do that. And so that's an inherent problem as we're trying to make some of these decisions, is that we're going to get down to the right size staff, but as far as the right people in the right places, that's going to take some time and some things to work through. But overall, in subsequent reports, we'll kind of be updating you about what's going on and those types of things. So you do have some preliminary information in front of you. We'll take questions on that. Dr. Owa's here. I'll let him share a little bit about his journey so far, but we'll be happy to answer questions on anything.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Owa.
Good afternoon. Jeremy Owa, Superintendent, Pine Bluff School District. I appreciate the opportunity to stand before you today. And I'll tell you, as Dr. Hernandez said, we're in the fact-finding point, really looking at what systems are in place, what systems are not in place, what capacity our staff members have, both the licensed and the classified, what supports are needed. And we really want to make sure that we make informed decisions. We're dealing with our students, their academic capacity. We're dealing with our educators, our classified, and their performance. So we really want to make sure that we make the right decisions. And in doing so, we've taken the systems of support, and in order to continue to get the community engagement, and I will tell you that the amount of community engagement is remarkable. We have the community that really supports the school district, supports the needed changes, and they're ready and continue to voice their readiness to support us and roll up their sleeves and work with us in moving the district forward. And I would definitely be remiss to mention about my students. The last time I reported, I went back and they reminded me, said, Dr. O, you didn't do what you asked us to do. And I had the privilege to really engage with them with student focus groups. And I asked them, you know, we know what the perception of Pine Bluff is, but I'm asking you, as I speak to the students, to really change that narrative, because we write our own narratives and we need to highlight the positiveness. And they held me accountable when I met with them again. They said, Dr. O, you didn't do that. You didn't change the narrative. And they meant what they meant by that, because I didn't share the positive that they were doing, the positiveness. And we have some really bright students, students who participate in the fine arts, who are excellent musicians, students who come to school early, stay late, study, students who have taken ownership and are very capable to voice their concerns about the challenges that we face, and they're ready to work too. And so it was so important for me as their leader, as their instructional leader, as their one of their advocates, to make sure that they have a voice. And so we're going to continue to have student focus groups, so I will be informed on before I make any important decisions, as well as making sure that our educators and classified staff members have the same voice as well. So we've created engagement groups around the systems of support. So each system, such as academics, student support, family and community engagement, they all have leaders from the district office so that we have them involved in the work. But they have staff members, community members and staff personnel who signed up during our report to the public meeting to be a part of those engagement sessions. And so we want to make sure, in fact, we had the fiscal and operational governance engagement session Tuesday night, and we've gotten a lot of feedback, positive feedback, and information. We've received positive feedback from them, that constructive feedback that we could utilize as we move forward. So we want to make sure that we can continue to do that. One of my main concerns is, as I serve as superintendent, is to make sure that, you hear that we did not get to this state overnight, so it's going to take time. But I refuse to accept that, because our students, they don't get another ninth grade year. They don't get another third grade year. And based on our data, our students are matriculating at each grade levels behind. So every year counts, every class session counts. And so I've told the district staff as well as our auxiliary staff that we have to make sure we get it right the first time and make sure that we make the right decision. And so I've charged them to get out of the office, at the district office, and be in the classrooms, because we cannot make sound decisions, informed decisions from an office, from a desk, sitting behind the desk. And so they're in the classrooms, they're in the buildings. We're not perfect, we're not where we need to be yet, but we're headed there because we have to make sure that every second counts for our students. So I want to make sure that I highlighted that. Of course, we have students who are participating in coding. Recently, last Friday, we had Governor Hutchinson to visit our campus, and in fact, our campus was the only campus in the state that he visited, and he spent some quality time with our students, and they were very appreciative of that as well. We'll continue to assess. We've started the curriculum audit a couple of weeks ago. And of course, it's the preliminary information that we received was what we expected. We have zero curriculum, and we really need to make sure that we develop that and make sure that our teachers are at the table as we move forward in developing that curriculum. And that's when, and it was mentioned earlier by another superintendent about really assessing what's on our teachers' plates. And from the district office, from every grade level, elementary, middle, and high school, it's all over the place. We're demanding this program. They had this program in place. They had this intervention, and there was no focus. There was zero focus. And so I've challenged our district staff to focus on 2 to 3 goals, as well as our leaders in the buildings to focus on 2 to 3 goals, and then support our teachers in doing so and ensuring that our professional growth plans of our educators as well as our leaders all align with the district and the school goals, which are based on our student needs. And so we're going to move forward in making sure that we streamline the professional learning opportunities, making sure that when someone requests professional learning leave, that it aligns with their professional growth plan and that it aligns with the district goals. We've streamlined field trips, making sure that they align with the state standards and making sure that there's a goal as it pertains to academic goal that's aligned with that or linked with that. And so we want to make sure that every opportunity that our students have is a opportunity to increase their learning. And because that's what it's about, is making sure that one, we provide the opportunities, but also make sure the students know about those opportunities in all students. And I started there saying this to my staff and the parents and the community, that all means all. And so our actions have to align with that. If we really mean all means all, then all of our decisions must align with that. And actions really do speak louder than words. And so we'll continue to move forward with that. We mentioned 1240s, and of course that waiver is, we have submitted that waiver for approval. It's not any news or unexpected news that we have a teacher shortage in Pine Bluff School District. So we have committed to developing a recruitment and retention plan that will increase. We're actually partnering with 2 other school districts, Watson Chapel and Darlaway, through Go Forward Pine Bluff, to really focus on the recruitment and retention of highly qualified teachers in the Jefferson County area. And so really having discussions on what that looks like and what it means from the school district perspective, but also the community perspective, and how we can work together to increase the number of licensed teachers in the Jefferson County area. We have approximately almost 20% of our teachers who are on 1240 waivers. And so we've had the staff from Educator Effectiveness come down and work with our teachers to develop licensure pathways, because we want to make sure we retain these teachers. Once we provide the training, the support, we want to make sure that they stay past the expiration of the 1240 waiver that we've been granted. Because we know that these teachers have the content, but we need to make sure that they have the pedagogy, to make sure that they know how to present and how to deliver the instructional material in a number of ways to meet all of our students' needs. And so we want to make sure that's in there, and ongoing professional learning that's meaningful for all of our teachers in classified. So that's a brief update, and I'm available for any, I say brief, but probably long-winded, so, but I apologize. But any questions?
Dr. Hendon, you good?
Add a little bit to echo what Dr. Owa said, is that, you know, this isn't one of those things where we're going to wait and see. I mean, we want to go fast and maybe make some slight mistakes here or there, but we're in a rush to make sure that we do this right. We have a golden opportunity with the Pine Bluff School District to make some significant changes within a year. And not be in some of the scenarios that we've learned from in the past, that, you know, we're having to wait until a certain time to make changes. We know there needs to be change. I I mean, there's no doubt about that. We walked into a district that was financially unsound, academically not doing what it needs to do, and so there has to be change. And so with that, those significant type changes, I know Dr. Owa is all in and ready to do those things, and so we do have a good opportunity to make a lot of significant changes. We're in the process. We do have the bones of a plan of what we want to do. We'll have some ADE consultants that are going to be with Dr. Owa starting in the next couple of weeks that will be there on a regular basis, most of them every day, and helping execute that plan. Inherently, when you take over a district there and the people that are there have been there for a long time, you know, there's that we don't know what to do and we don't necessarily know if we're on board or we're not on board. And so we don't have a lot of time to fight that. Quite frankly, is that, you know, we need people that are going to help make decisions quickly, and move our vision forward is what we want that district to be. From like Dr. Owa said, what we gather from community members is that they're on board. They want change. They want that to be a district of choice. We think we can do that. Specifically under Dr. Owa's leadership, we know that can happen, and so we will definitely need your support as a state board to get some of those things done. But with that, we'll take questions. I don't know if we're doing this report and the item together, or you are voting on this legislative report and then taking up the other items. So
Yeah, well, I think we need to accept the report, and I want to see if there are any questions about the report itself before we move into the next item. Okay. I'll entertain a motion to accept the report.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Newton, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. So that moves us to item 12, and I'll turn it back to Dr. Hernandez.
So specifically, I know Ms. McLaughlin's here, and the reason that this item was moved down from the Act 1240 section is one of the reasons is their charter school that they had, the Act 1240, had closed. And so the reason we moved this is we're asking for that waiver of teacher licensure under level 5. That way it's in place and we're not at the changing of those charter things. So that's the first waiver request that we're asking for.
And the second one is related to what Dr. Owa and Dr. Hernandez both said with regards to you know, the urgency of what needs to happen there. And what we had hoped to bring you, because if you look at Act 930, it contemplates the board being able to reconstitute a district. And as we started looking to see and researching what that, you know, what that would entail, I know we had a vision of what that would be, but then our legal team looked at it and said, you know what, it's not clear. You can't really do a restart in the way of it for a district the way you are envisioning doing that. So you have to use the other tools to do that. And those tools, one being the RIF process, because what we wanted to do was right size, but at the same time we wanted to get effective instruction. And as Dr. Owa said, you know, those are things that were definitely lacking right now. So the second waiver is under Act 930, a waiver of Teacher Fair Dismissal and Employee Fair Hearing Act, because for the 1920 school year and limited to the 1920 school year. He may not have to use it, but it's a tool that would be available to him if, in dealing with the urgency of the situation, that he feels like he would need to do so.
So that would do away with the RIF application?
No, ma'am. RIF application, well, go ahead, Mike.
So the RIF application will be in place. So the idea here is, since we don't have the availability of what we thought of in terms of reconstitution, is we intend to use the RIF process this year to right-size the district to make sure we're financially stable and spending the money that we need to in the appropriate manner that we do. In addition to that, what we would see next year, as we start to bring in some of these new processes and protocols that we want the district to strictly adhere to in terms of teaching and learning, we want to have that availability. If there's a principal that's not doing what they're supposed to be doing, if there's not a teacher that's not, or any staff member, that we have that ability to make quick decisions and not have to wait, you know, many months and sometimes even a year or more to make that decision and get the person out of that classroom or out of that particular seat and be able to replace them with an affected person. So everybody knows these are the expectations. We're not able to do a reconstitution. You're here, but if you're gonna be here, you're gonna make sure you're swimming in the right direction as we're all trying to go.
Rather than move them to somebody else.
That's right.
Thanks.
I want to, so are y'all requesting a motion to that regard?
At whatever point y'all are ready to move forward.
Well, I want to voice my frustration about this item. I think this is a very, very big ask, big change. I realize and recognize that something fairly urgent needs to happen. But I think with something like this, I think there was a real effort to hide the football in a vague agenda item. I think that, open government requires open government. That is being open with the public, whether you think they won't like it or will like it. And I think it is frustrating that this comes before us without true public notice. And so I do think it is very problematic in that regard. I understand anyone here can make a proper motion, and I will not stymie proper motions. I just think that it's clear there was an agenda here. We know that from FOIA reports that there was an agenda here. I'm personally offended because our operating rules do give me the power as chair, working with the commissioner's office, to create the agenda for the meeting. I never saw the agenda for this meeting until it was posted. And so I think it is problematic in terms of how this item and another item that's coming on in 14 was handled. I think it is simply contrary to our fundamental tradition of being open with the public. And so I want to put that on the record. I think it is deeply problematic and sets a very bad precedent for the future of this board. But the floor is open for any motion.
Dr. Barth, I think there's a public comment signed up on that
Yeah,
item
but
as
we do
well.
have, we need to get a motion before and then we will do, and now we'll go to public comment, yeah. Other questions or other comments?
Well, I don't sit in a position of authority in terms of having any prior knowledge what the agenda would be. But I don't disagree with your comments, Jay. In terms of, this is a big deal, and I completely applaud the speed we need to have to turn this district around, and other districts, just as you said so very effectively. These kids don't get another shot at the classes they're in to get everything that they can get out of those classes. But I do think, not only for Pine Bluff, but for Little Rock, the next topic, we need to come together as a community as we move through this time frame, not feel less trustful of one another. And so I don't know what that means in terms of where we stand in the process and the timing, but I would love to engage, find an opportunity to engage the public and be clear on what we do and how we go about it. Obviously, we need to have a sense of urgency about that, but that's my own take on where they sit right now on the topic.
Any other comments?
Well, I think the
Ms. Williams?
point of having state takeover is that the state needs to step in and do some things that the local board couldn't, didn't, or wouldn't do. And I understand where you're coming from, but there've got to be measures taken to drastically improve this district. And I think I agree with Dr. Hernandez, and one of the easiest ways, best ways, effective ways to do that is surgical precision, by waiving a couple of items.
Mr. Williamson, I totally agree, and I supported the takeover of this district because I think it was in dire straits, and I think quick action needs to be taken. The point is that if this was known that this was going to be on the agenda, and we clearly heard this report from 3 members of the department, why wasn't the public informed so that they could come and give their comment? We do have a fair amount of public comment from Little Rock because a lot of that came to light in recent days. Very little came to light about the Pine Bluff situation, and I think the residents, patrons, teachers of Pine Bluff were not given the right information. Now, I think they should have had their say. I think this board might well, in fact, very likely would have moved forward with this, but I'm just deeply offended by this, by our responsibility, and I see it as a public body, our responsibility to be sure that we are operating wide open. And this was not a transparent process, and I think it's very problematic and sets a bad precedent.
Dr. Barth, what do you, as board chair, what do you recommend? For you, speak to that, please.
I mean, my recommendation would be to table this item until the next meeting, which might be a special meeting or it might be a regular meeting, so that the public actually knows what's up in this district. But this is y'all's body at this point. I just wanted to make clear my views on how this came down and how I see it as problematic. Ms. Dean, I'm sorry.
I'll have to echo what you and Ms. Chambers say. You know, we've had several districts come before us, several people come before us, and that's one question that I always ask is, was the community, were parents, were teachers, were all of the stakeholders made aware and allowed to be a part of the process? And I understand the urgency of the situation, and but I'd have to agree with you that I think in order for us to be as transparent as possible, I think we need to allow the opportunity for all stakeholders to be engaged in this process.
Did you? Okay. Other comments? Dr. Moore?
I just have a couple of clarifying questions. So this would be for the waiver for teacher fair dismissal would be for the next school year, and those teachers will be under new contracts at that point. Is that correct? Okay, and that will include teachers, principals, and administrators?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Are we looking at the 12 item, which is the 1240 waiver that was listed?
No, that's a separate, I was responding, this was a request for the end of
Item
teacher.
11.
No, item 12, there was a request for an end to teacher fair dismissal. There is no motion on the floor, to be fair at this point.
Can I ask?
Maybe I can kind of clarify, is I remember my understanding the way these agendas are structured is that all school districts that are on level 5, we've had this discussion in past board meetings, is come forward with potential waivers that you might need in order to work through some of the issues that arise at a district. And so, you know, my personal opinion, which you didn't ask for it, but I'll give it, is that any time a district's in level 5, I mean, it's kind of standing notice that at any time when you're in level 5, these are the different items that could be waived. And so the fact that listing on there is not specific of all the things that you can do as board members aren't there. They're always there. So they knew as far as there being the waiver request. The specific one to teacher licensure was just a movement that we thought better that, hey, since that's already on the agenda up here in 1240, moving it down to this level 5 was the reason. So, I mean, I do understand the sentiments, but at the same time, you know, all of these things should always be at play. The community should know when they were taken over, these are all the things that are available to them. And so that was be my thoughts, I guess, on that.
So would we need 2 motions here for the 1240 waiver, and if someone made the motion on fair dismissal?
Yes, I would think so.
And my read right now is that yes, we will consider whatever motion. The 1240 request is on the agenda, clearly on the agenda, and has been on the agenda. So I that I have no objection whatsoever to the consideration of that issue because the public was very fully informed on that. Ms. Chambers?
I just wanted to clarify, I have no issue with the waiver or the fact that when taken under state control, you're going to have to do some different things to get us out of the situation that we're in. So I don't have any issue with that. My ask is that it's in process and how we go about it so that there's maximum transparency to the, even as we look at things like whether it's a RIF or it has to do with performance, that we're just all clear on how that's going to work, that the community understands. Not everyone will agree. That's probably a given. But I do think we have a fighting chance of coming out the other side of this stronger if we have a really good process and transparency in the communication process.
Okay. So we have requests for public comment from a couple of folks on item 12. We don't yet have an agenda, we don't yet have a motion on the floor. And I think it would, our preference would be, our typical practice would be to have a motion, have that motion on the floor, and then open it up for public comment if the board was so willing.
I've got a motion about the waiver of fair teacher dismissal.
All right.
I move that the state board waive application of the Teacher Fair Dismissal Act and the Public School Employee Fair Hearing Act to Pine Bluff School District employees effective for the 2019-2020 school year.
All right. Motion by Mr. Williamson.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Williamson, second by Mrs. Zook. And so would y'all want to, I would invite a motion to move to public comment before our continued debate on this issue for the two items, two individuals who have signed up on this agenda item.
Sure, so moved.
All right. All right, motion by Ms. Zook, second by Ms. Dean. All those in favor of public comment, say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay. Our normal practice is to allow up to 3 minutes. We also always say, please avoid repetition to the greatest degree possible in doing so. Our first person on item 12 is Tracy Ann Nelson, and so I would invite you, and we do have a clock. You got that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Tracy Ann Nelson. I'm the Executive Director of the Arkansas Education Association, and I came prepared to speak on Act 1240 waiver for Pine Bluff, but we now have another one that was not on the agenda, which we find especially troubling. Earlier this week, we met with educators in Pine Bluff at Broadmoor Elementary School. So I'm going to address first only the Act 1240 waiver and not yet teacher fair dismissal. We've all seen the problematic nature of this act. Since the law gives no authority to the ADE to craft rules to offer guidance, the department, the State Board of Education, and even more importantly, the public have been left in the dark about how this law should even be applied. Act 1240 is an affront to students, parents, educators, administrators, and public education as a whole, in that it allows for the undoing of decades of progress for public education professionals and their advocates and students, and have made to ensure the educational excellence of Arkansas students. Continued dismantling the very standards that establish a floor, a basic, okay, from which to build upward moves us downward as opposed to upward. Unraveling standards have never been a path to success. As licensed education professionals, we expect high standards for ourselves, and in turn, we expect that for our students. When reviewing the entirety of the packet for the Pine Bluff District waiver, the district chose not to offer any written response under the State Board of Education's worksheet, requesting a, quote, discussion of the transparency of the process and methods used for garnering support for the waivers. These efforts can include notifying and including stakeholders such as students, teachers, and staff, parents, community members, or even providing a school board resolution. My question and my concern on behalf of those educators in Pine Bluff is that this waiver is being sought once again, and there has been no public notification or discussion about it with local stakeholders. Under the previous waiver, where is the data that shows us that unlicensed educators are moving to licensure because they've had the waiver in place? While we understand that the Pine Bluff School District is working to ensure that staff hired under a licensure waiver receives their certification within 3 years, I want to point out that that means that students spend nearly 3 years of their high school career being taught by unlicensed teachers.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is Reverend Haley Jones.
Apologies to the board. It's actually item number 14 I would like to speak to and not 12, if
All
that's
right.
okay.
That's totally
Thank
fine. Thank you, Reverend Jones. Okay. All right. So we have a motion and a second. I would invite discussion among board members. In fact, I'll just go around. I'll see if Ms. McFetridge, if you have any comments or questions. Ms. Newton.
I'm just pulling up the law. I'm gonna take a few minutes to read it, if that's okay.
Okay.
Not out loud to myself. Is that all right?
All right. Okay. Do you need a little break?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Jump ahead.
Okay. Dr. Hill?
So, if, back to your point, what you're talking about, if you table it and come back to a special session that we could then let the community stakeholders get involved, is that what you were referencing?
What? I mean, that is a possibility.
Okay.
But we have a live motion.
Yeah, I
There could be
understand.
a motion to table at
Okay.
any point, if that was the will of the body.
Just a question for Dr. O or Dr. Hernandez. If there were a delay, even if it was just within the next month to table, can I do that? Is it, oh, I didn't know if I was talking about something out of school. Does that, I don't know what timeline you're on, and in terms of contract notice, but if we were to take any additional time, does that impede your ability if the board were ultimately to vote in favor of the waiver?
I'll address the 1240 because that's the waiver I submitted. In doing so, I was informed that since Quest Middle School was no longer in existence, that we had 1240 teachers. And so in order to move forward with the teachers that we currently have, I submitted that request to continue with the 1240 until the expiration of 2021.
On the waiver that we're talking about now, just in trying to effectuate our plan and get prepped for next year as far as making sure people are clear when they sign contracts next year, we have plans to issue early contracts. That way, early, sometime after Christmas break, when they start coming back, trying to get that timeline down to where we let people know you're coming back, but when you do, it's under the waiver from this law. So that's would be a key issue for us.
You say after Christmas or before Christmas?
After.
Okay.
Ms. Dean? All right. Ms. Hook, anything? Mr. Williamson? Dr. Moore?
I do. I think we all agree that teachers are one of the single most important factors for a student. These teachers that would be under this new contract that you're proposing, Dr. Hernandez, they would still be under the teacher evaluation system and support system. Is that correct?
They would, and we would immediately after this, in the early spring semester, we would bring back a policy and put in place that would be approved by the commissioner, since he's acting in lieu of the board, that has a due process place in there to where they still have representation. It just truncates that timeline quite a bit, and so that's the the plan is that we would see is how to address that due process issue.
Good, and it's good to hear that you are working with the other districts in Jefferson County to address the lack of teachers
Right,
and
and, you know, and
retention issues.
again, that it's not a, you know, to be used as I know we've heard different terms, but not to be a wholesale type change, but it's one of those things that in place, knowing that we want to make sure to make decisions that where they're needed to be at whatever level that is to be determined to be.
Thank you.
Ms. House? Okay. We have Ms. Newton, you need anything?
I'm okay.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Are you all ready to proceed to a vote? Ms. Newton?
I'm listening to my buddy here helping me out a little bit. You know, I don't want us to. I'm praying for wisdom, the right words right now. So, but anyway, the community of Pine Bluff is hungry for change. The community of Pine Bluff is hungry for their students to have the opportunities that they deserve. And I want that for them too. And I believe that as hard as it is, sometimes the things that are best for students that are not always the best things for adults, that make adults happy. But I don't want it to be that we have deceived anyone at all. You know, and if we could come back even in a day or two and give everybody opportunity, you know, I think this is the right thing to do. Okay, I'm completely fine with that. But you know, Dr. Hill has been in that community, and we don't want to have that community think that we are trying to just bulldoze and do you understand what I'm saying? That we want to do this the right way, and so you know, I'll go on the record and say if we were to vote today, I would have voted for it, but I don't want to deceive the community in any way, and I want to give the public the time and opportunity to have a voice. So, Dr. Hill, you
I mean, I based on the last thing the board needs to be is like we're trying to deceive someone, and I respect what you brought up to the board, Dr. Barth, and as board chair especially. And so that's my thought, that we should give the public a chance to voice as community engagement, as we talk, because if we're promoting community engagement but we don't engage the community, then we're speaking out both sides of our mouth.
Okay. So, is there any motion along those lines, or do you want to just vote on this motion?
Can you give a motion within a motion?
Well, I'll bring Ms. Freno up, or ask Ms. Freno, Ms. Hyatt.
Mary Claire Hyatt, Arkansas Department of Education. So, as long as you're being very clear about what it is that you're doing and the operating procedures that were adopted over the summer, I think you can replace the motion as a substitute motion. You just need to be very, very clear that that's what you're doing. State the motion before you vote. And then if that new motion were to pass, that would make the original motion irrelevant. Make sure that you note that on the record. Just very clear. And I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth over here, but I'm hearing a sentiment for delay. The proper motion would be to table? So you can go about this a couple of different ways. If you want to go ahead and vote on Mr. Williamson's motion and see how it goes, and then perhaps make a different motion or not, depending on the outcome, that's fine. If you would rather make a motion to table it until the next meeting or until a special meeting is held, you can do that, as long as you're being clear about what you're doing, and then address the original motion that's on the floor after the substitute motion.
Okay.
Is that making sense?
Let me short circuit this a little bit. I move to table my previous motion until we have a public hearing.
Can we have a special meeting next week, maybe?
Tuesday or Wednesday?
We can have a special meeting. I will look to Ms. Freno in terms of public notice, length of public notice.
Most of the press is here.
48 hours, is it 48? 24? 2
2 hours.
2 hours, okay, I think that's obviously an emergency situation.
So we can't, could we do it
Tomorrow, or is that not enough time? Is tomorrow fair? I mean,
Enough notice?
So according to the operating procedures, special meetings, the board members are required to 24 hours notice. But if you're all here and you all agree to waive that 24 hours notice, then that would be acceptable. In terms of notifying anyone else, it's not the 24-hour. So in terms of the operating procedures, that would be allowable now.
It probably doesn't work in support, though, the transparency we're trying to provide folks that would want to participate. If it's next week, if we are out of town, can we participate by phone?
We can always, that is allowed under our operating procedures, participation by phone.
That's correct, at the chair's discretion.
If we can get the phone to work. Get the phone to work.
All right. So just to where we are, Mr. Okay, so you have tabled your motion until a later meeting, either a special meeting or otherwise. Okay. Ms. Zook was the second on that. You agree to that? Okay.
May I make a request?
Yes.
Rather than tabling your motion, which would mean you would bring the motion immediately back up, could we withdraw the motion and then table the agenda item for the next meeting?
I don't have a problem with that at all.
I just want to make sure you're clear on the difference between the two, so.
Okay.
Is the next meeting you're referring to a called meeting or the next regularly scheduled?
Whichever meeting you decide to hear this agenda item, but if he tables his motion, what would happen is that whenever you hear the agenda item, that motion would still be on the floor. If instead the motion is rescinded or withdrawn and the agenda item is tabled, then you would pick the agenda item back up without a motion.
And the agenda item covers the 1240 waiver.
It's the entire item 12. Okay. So that's the motion now on the floor?
Right.
Okay, is to rescind that, he's just rescinded it, so we don't need to vote on that, right?
That's
It's
correct.
just pulled. There is no motion on the floor at this point. Now, we would need a motion to delay consideration of this agenda item.
Yes, and since it is on the agenda as 12 and 12A and the 1240 separated, if you wanted to just do the one part tabled and then hear the 1240 today, since the documents were uploaded, that's fine. If you want to do it all together, that's fine too. It's just up to you guys.
Okay.
I don't know where this came from, but I just got a thing on this phone that says, I'm not sure y'all can delay. It says failure of agency to action by injured party. I don't know, I'm not a lawyer. In any case of rule-making adjudication, if any agency shall unlawfully, unreasonably, or capriciously fail, refuse, or delay to act any person who considers himself or herself injured, blah, 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 blah. So I don't know if y'all want to look at this and see if it's got any bearing on this. I don't know, and I have no idea why it was sent to me, and I don't know.
Okay. Well, I think we don't have a motion on the floor. I think the question is, we need some motion to deal with this item, either the first part of 12 or the entirety of 12.
I move that we vote on the A part of 12 on the 1240 waiver, and then I'll have a follow-up motion.
Can we do it the other way? Well, I mean, they're in order.
Okay, I move that we have a special meeting on Tuesday, the 18th, to consider, somebody help me here. I don't want to just keep wording things and everybody going no.
I think you're on the right track.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I move that we have a special meeting on the 18th. I know that the charter authorizing panel is meeting that day in this room. I think it's in this room. So we might have to meet in,
I think the problem is that takes a lot of staff who are.
okay, we could meet.
Is that correct?
Is Reggie here? How long do you expect that meeting to last? Are you, oh, Kelly? Okay.
It'll be all day, Tuesday and Wednesday.
Okay, then how about the 20th? This Thursday, a week from
Could we
today.
do Monday?
I can't do it Monday.
Okay.
I
So
still want to
If
make
I'm gonna
sure.
make the motion, I'm not gonna make it for Monday, because I
Okay, I
can't
understand.
be
Ms.
here.
McFetrich?
Well,
And
I
I
still
can't
want to
phone
make
in.
sure that we give the community a chance to review and give us some feedback
So
on their
that'll be a
feelings.
week?
That would be a week.
Okay, I thought you said Monday. so-
Well, no, they said Monday. I didn't say Monday. Okay. I move that we have a special meeting on Thursday, the 20th, to consider the first part of item 12 relative to Pine Bluff School District.
10 a.m. for those who wish to drive? Is that appropriate? Is that okay? Okay. All right. So we have a motion for a special meeting on the 20th to consider the first portion of item 12. All those in favor of that say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay. All right. We are now down to 12A. And this is Ms. McLaughlin.
Okay, feel like you've already heard quite a bit about this, but we do have Pine Bluff School District here for teacher licensure waivers. Their 90 days expires on February 10th, 2019. They have requested for 3 years ending June 30th, 2021, which is when their other previously approved teacher licensure waivers will end. The purpose of today's request is solely due to the closing of the open enrollment charter school, Quest Academy in Pine Bluff. And we have Dr. Owa, Superintendent of Pine Bluff Schools here.
All right. Dr. O, you've already spoken to this, but you do have up to 20 minutes according to our operating procedures. You do not have to take it.
Jeremy Owa, I have no further comments.
Thank you. All right.
Want to make sure, I know the idea there for the 3 years, I thought was we were asking for this under level 5 and not the charter process.
Right.
Is that,
So it's not timed.
that was my, that way it's not timed, so I don't know if it, just want to make sure that that part's clear. That's why we moved it. So it's not, we're not officially asking for an Act 1240 waiver. It's asking for it under level 5, waiver of teacher licensure.
But it is listed as an Act 1240 waiver on the agenda.
And that's why we moved it down to the Act, to the level 5 Pine Bluff section.
I'm sorry, Dr. Hernandez, that's the way it's shown on the agenda as an Act 1240.
Okay.
I mean, you understand the confusion?
Yeah, I definitely understand.
Thank you. Ms. Mc, do you have a recommendation? Is Dr. O, are you withdrawing this request? Okay.
This waiver came from the charter office recommendation because of the closure of the open
Okay.
enrollment charter school. So in order for them for the school district to effectuate their teacher licensure
Right.
waivers,
Just like the case earlier today?
Just like the
Yeah.
case earlier.
I
It is
totally
exactly
get it,
the
but I'm just
same.
confused in terms of what the request is now.
So it is an Act 1240 waiver that he needs.
Okay. Dr. Moore?
Yeah, I do have a question. So currently, how many teachers are employed under the Act 1240 waiver in the district?
Currently, we have 41
Okay.
teachers under the Act 1240 waiver.
Wow. And how long has the district held this waiver?
It was a 5-year waiver, and so we have until 2021, so about 2 years.
Okay. And do you have data as to how many of those teachers are on track to get their license?
No, no ma'am, not
Okay.
with me.
Is that something y'all will be looking at in the months to come?
We are, and in fact,
And
as I mentioned
and they
earlier,
are.
Melissa Jacks from ADE has been meeting with our 1240 teachers to work out
Good.
a licensure pathway. In fact, many of the Act 1240 waiver teachers were in an educator preparation program, but then they they decided to move into another degree, so they've had the training, and so we're looking at what an alternative pathway that would meet their needs, so they could quickly obtain licensure.
Okay, that's great. This is a process question for the department. I guess could we approve the Act 1240 waiver and then next week also consider it under the authorities of level 5, or would that be unnecessary to do both?
Ms. McLaughlin, is that?
Yeah, I mean, I would just say that if you have the waiver, the only thing that might be at issue is that it's still yet tied to a charter. Under level 5 intensive support, it's no longer attached to a charter. So if the need arose at some point, the district could come back and ask for it under the level 5 provisions.
Okay, but the state board under 615-2916 can take action at any point in time under level 5 with any of those, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So this is, everybody clear on what's on the floor?
No. Could somebody say it again, please?
Well, I guess so this is simply the Act 1240 waiver that is basically picking up the existing Act 1240 waiver, changing the target school because the school that was the original linkage is no longer in existence.
For 3 years.
For 3 years, which is it was a 5-year waiver. It's been in effect 2 years. This would continue at the final 3 years.
The expiration date will be the same as all of the rest of the school district's teacher licensure waivers.
But if at some point in the future, maybe at the end of that 3 years, because they're under level 5, if they needed to continue that, then we could continue it at that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. All right. Okay. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay. Okay.
To that.
All right. Motion by Ms. Chambers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Okay. All those in favor of the continuation of this Act 1240 waiver, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right. Okay. We are down to item 13. I know that the Little Rock, what time is your meeting? Okay. So there's a community advisory board meeting in Little Rock at 5:30. I need some, can we take a 3-minute break and Mr. Poor and Commissioner and I can talk? We'll try to figure out again. So it's 3 to 5 minute break.
Yes, please.
we're back in session. This is my recommendation for where we go with the rest of this item. We get Dr. Hernandez, the legislative report, get it teed up, give Mr. Poor time to make any comments he would like to make about it. We then get on the table those issues that board members would like to have the board address related to Little Rock under the Act 930 powers, under the Level 5 powers. Because Mr. Poor and everybody else from LRSD needs to be at a very important public meeting where some important issues are being discussed, we do not take action on those things today. We do, however, because you will know what issues are teed up, we give those folks who are here, who wish to give public comment on item 14, give them that opportunity to do so today, or to delay until the special meeting where we might take any action related to these items as well. But there will be greater clarity about what those issues are. If folks want to delay their comments until that time, they would also be willing, that would be good as well. That's kind of my game plan in terms of, or my suggestion in terms of balancing these competing interests of being true to these folks who sat here all day, and who need to have their public comments known, getting greater public information about where this board might be headed in terms of some of its decisions, but doing that in a way that is a little more, will have a little more relaxed, thoughtful time to do so. Is this everybody okay with this general direction? Any major objections here? Okay. Dr. Hernandez, take it away. And so folks who are here, who have signed up for public comment, be thinking about whether you wish to give your public comment today or whether you wish to hold until a future date.
Okay, again, we're same structure as the report for Little Rock School District. You'll see there that under the Q2 district support plan update, that's where the new plan has been updated along with any activities and things that they put, several artifacts in there kind of showing their work process and how they've done. Towards the bottom, somebody's phone, towards the bottom, you'll see all the different highlighted or in bold places, and some of them have links, and that shows how our teams worked with the Little Rock team over the past several months, and some of the work we've been doing in all of the various systems. And so I won't belabor it any longer. If you have questions, I'll be happy to answer those, and Mr. Poor is here to also answer any questions.
All right. Mr. Poor, thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to address all of you tonight. It's tonight now, I think. And appreciate the support of the Commissioner and Assistant Commissioner Pfeiffer, Dr. Hernandez, and also Stacy Smith, who's been all those people have been a really big help to Little Rock, during my tenure, but it seems like we've gotten a whole lot better at it, to be honest with you, in this fall semester in terms of the support and the work that we're all doing together. So I don't know whose phone this is, but it's buzzing. The things that I would also share is I'm pleased with my team and the work that we've done to start our school year. I have sent my deputy superintendents down to the Community Advisory Board meeting, and I just want you to know we don't schedule the Little Rock School Board meetings on your day other than Christmas, because we have to bump up to try to get that in, and so that's where the conflict came in for today, and I apologize. I do have with me Dr. Perkins and Dr. Henry and Dr. McCarroll, and then Robert Robinson from our HR team here to assist me, and they're going to pass out a couple things that we'll put into your hands right now. But I guess the first thing that I want to share with you is that I kind of look at this, and I look at just time as a factor in terms of what we're doing, and I think that everything that you've all heard today, and then even within the Little Rock report, is a sense of urgency in terms of what we do to try to move forward to impact achievement, and I actually feel like that's prevalent throughout our community to try to impact achievement, and have students, whether it's at grade level or whether it's getting a year's worth of growth, being third grade readers, being comfortable with who they are, or having local control come back. All those factors are a part of Little Rock right now. And there's a great deal of support that's happening, again, from the State Department, but also from our community. I think I've shared this with you before. Last year, we had, my first year, $19 million of volunteer hours. Last year, $27 million. And I think we're ready to go break that again in terms of just support coming into us. I look at my tenure, and if one thing that I can beat myself up on that I want to share publicly is not moving to MAP sooner, Measures of Academic Progress by NWA. I've used that product for a big chunk of my career. I used it in Colorado Springs. I used it in Bentonville and brought it to Bentonville. And I was reluctant to bring it into Little Rock until this year. And the reason for that was that online assessments in Little Rock, we're just going into our third online assessment. So it was such a dramatic new thing that I felt like we needed to have that opportunity to use ACT Aspire interim assessments during my first 2 years. That may have been a strategic mistake because one of the things, and I'm not really going in order of my report. I'm kind of freewheeling a little bit because I think that data drives so many things in terms of our actions and the things that we have to reach out for support. And we did not have the appropriate data in my first years. Yes, we had data such as attendance. We had data in terms of discipline records, and those things really do matter. They're very important in a district like ours. But our academic achievement data wasn't near as rich as it should have been, other than the big summative assessment at the end of the year using the final ACT. I can tell you right now that what's going on in our community, and it combines all three of the major goals that are part of the first part of my report, the PLC initiatives that we're working on, the work to do professional development, and the data report, that MAP's a game changer. Many of you have been in this game for a long time. When was the last time you heard a high school educator and principal say that they're moving English teachers around to better meet the needs of kids, and they're not just stuck in one classroom? I've never personally heard that. We have elementary principals that have changed their schedule around immediately at the start of this year after they got their first data results back from MAP to say, Houston, we have a problem. We've got to do more. We're going to have to be more intentional, and restructured their time so that there was greater blocks for intervention and support to students. We have interactions going on within our principal groups through our central office staff that has educators, principals, and teachers coming into professional learning communities based on groupings of performance and sharing strategies that they're using to try to engage students, engage parents, and have better performance in terms of teachers interacting. We've done a really fabulous job of getting Solution Tree involved. And that's, in many ways, all on the Little Rock School District and this group of people that made that happen. We didn't get the grant from the state. Okay? We didn't get in any of our schools to get into the PLC grant. But we didn't say no to that because we know it's the right work, and we applaud the state for going that direction, and then we went and created our own. So we have Solution Tree that has come in, and we actually feel like the money that's being freed up that's coming in right now on the 1003, and we have a good chunk of change that's coming in that will impact some of our schools that most need it. We're going to be able to expand Solution Tree. We also will be able to expand the work that we do with Marzano on the high reliability schools that started at Hall High School and now will transition into some of our other high schools, we believe. Those are things that are kind of being worked on. So in some ways, it probably does an injustice tonight to shorten my report and just say, that's about it. But that's probably about it but I want to applaud my staff, and I want to applaud our teachers and our principals right now, because there's things that are going on in our district that are really pretty awesome. And the other thing that I'm really proud of is we've really moved forward on two other things that are really critical that fit into each one of these main big boxes, and that is we've really worked on trying to establish the culture of support that will allow us to be better at dealing with students that have some sort of challenge that then can lead to behavior issues. So we've got restorative justice training that's occurred through our schools. We've expanded the restorative justice model that's a part of Tindaji, and we've done PBIS training in our district. The other thing that I would share that we've done that's another game changer is project-based learning. And if you follow us on social media, you'll see that project-based learning is exploding in the district, and I'm very, very proud of that, whether it's with our One District, One Book effort, or with people doing things that are maker spaces in their school environments. We have kids thinking and doing and working and collaborating, and staff there with them, and I think those things are all game changers. My final comment, and then open it up to questions you have, is I can't wait for MAP to come out, Winter MAP. We are finishing up our testing this week, all the makeup and everything, so we will have those results right after Christmas. And I can't wait to see them. And I'm going to be hurt if it doesn't show growth, because I think we're doing the right work. And the one thing that I will leave you with before you address your question is, when you think about reform in an urban environment, there's nothing really that you can go do that's just dramatic, eye-catching, one action that can go shift and change everything. It's about doing the right work over and over and over again. And it's really not that complex. It's getting people to work together in professional learning environments. It's giving them and providing them data that allows them to do good work, and then knowing the professional development that comes from that, because you find out through the conversations and the data what needs to happen. I'm sorry, I did forget one more thing. Professional development, because reading is critical, and I know this board, that's what you're all about, because if we don't have people ready to read at third grade, we're in trouble. Well, I hope that you would say that our RISE efforts, we have been super aggressive on that. We have all K-5 schools now have some form of RISE training. We can go into more depth on that if you want to ask. And we have all of our 6th grade English teachers also having received RISE this year. So I think we're probably one of the most aggressive districts in that in the state. Thank you, Mr.
Great.
Barth.
All right. I'll start over here. Ms. McFettridge, you have questions?
I don't know if I have a question, but just a comment on your map, and I appreciate that. I saw what it did in Springdale, and you're probably getting tired of hearing me talk about Springdale, but our principals got on board right away. The teachers were excited about being able to see those results almost instantly. Oh my gosh, what a difference it made in that district when they went to MAP testing. So I applaud you on that. I hope it works. I hope it works. I don't know how it can, really.
I agree. Thank you.
Great. Ms. Newton, either comments or questions?
Thank you for coming and being patient with us today. We appreciate that. My question is, and it comes from a statement that was in your report and something Dr. Wild had said earlier. One of the things that was in your report, it says, although we gain the knowledge in theory, this knowledge did not translate into practice. You know, and I know you know, all the initiatives, the PLCs, RISE, and all of those. If our teachers go to those trainings, but then go back to the classroom and we do the same thing as we've always done, we're not going to expect MAP to be better. We're not going to expect things to change. So how are we going to make sure that when we do go to those trainings that we come back and we implement what we've been taught is the best thing for kids?
Dr. Perkins has really helped lead that charge as our chief academic officer of doing instructional walks with her team to go into the classrooms to make sure that, so we have a much more structured system of monitoring within our central office group to go into those classrooms. We've actually got additional help from Stacy Smith from Arkansas Department of Education, who's also done some of those walks with Dr. Perkins and her team. So we are trying to monitor that to see whether or not, because we're getting really positive feedback from the RISE trainers and even from the State Department saying, your people seem to really be engaged. But you're right, you have to go back, and a board member that is on our community advisory board, you know, she hears about MAP and RISE and a lot of other trainings, Melanie Fox, and she'll say, you know, I've gone down this road before, and before MAP was something called SOAR. You know, but the one thing that I'll share, and I think there's a thing about consistency, a consistency of leadership and consistency of approach that I'm not sure always was there. I can't totally speak to that because this is just my 3rd year, but when you have so many superintendents coming and going, and those things created kind of a dynamic of, you could have different systems and flavors being brought in at different times, and I think that hampered some things in terms of sustainability in previous times. And we're benefiting from a team that's really been together now for 3 years. And again, I'm going to be really disappointed if we don't have some results come out of this January assessment.
Dr. Hill?
Good job.
Great.
Just in the interest of time, thank you.
Great. What's up?
Good report, thank you. Under your goal 2, when I read this, and it doesn't appear that it's been updated because you still have listed Brett Miller as working on that, and he has been the principal at Crestwood Elementary in North Little Rock since August. So those kinds of things frustrate me as I read this report. So when I read that, right or not, probably not, because you're competent people. When I read those kind of things, I worry that you are still, or your staff, just filling out a report, not actually using the report. And also under, when you talk about the evidence and outcome, you have listed the evidence, like you're gonna show your minutes of your meeting, but you haven't listed any outcomes or any hoped for outcomes. So those are the kind of things, you sat here today and listed the Dollarway and you listened to Earl, and that's more along the lines, I'm not saying the exact form, but that's more along the lines of easy read, clear, that I'm hoping, to find. And I noticed that you listed Ms. Stout as the Orton Gillingham's trainer. Is she a certified trainer in that program?
Good afternoon, President Barth and Commissioner Key. So Ms. Stout.
If you could just identify yourself for the record.
Oh, thank you. Veronica Perkins, I serve as Chief Academic Officer for Little Rock School District. And Ms. Stout is she has been through the training. However, we use IMSE as our primary deliverer of that training. So while she does oversee the training, certified individuals from IMSE come in and do our training.
At every meeting?
At every meeting.
Okay. And we got down and we were talking about, we can get trained, but are we applying it? And I've gotten the feedback from people from the department that have been there that said there are several classrooms where they've been through the training, but they're not implementing. So I know that you can't be in 40 schools all the time, but so are your principals not instructional leaders enough to make sure that's happening? What's the disconnect there?
A couple things. One is I do believe that our principals are instructional leaders, and I do believe that they are also in the midst of getting their training for RISE this year. So they're on the learning process as well. And so when we come back from a meeting, whether it was with Ms. Smith and Dr. Perkins or Dr. Perkins and her team, the principals are included in those meetings, and they're part of listening and hearing and saying, here are the disconnects or here's the celebrations that are taking place. So, we are trying to build their, knowledge up, both through professional development as well as then their participation in these kind of meetings.
Okay, and when you do your needs assessment.
Can I have her address this,
sorry.
May I also address that?
Yes.
We are being very intentional about making sure we engage our principals as instructional leaders. So you'll see under one of the actions for PLCs, we conducted quarterly meetings with our principals and specific team members from their individual schools, where we're coming in and we're modeling what that PLC should actually look like. So we took them just this past month, all secondary and elementary leaders, we took them through a PLC piece where we focused on our NWEA and MAP data because we do want to build their capacity.
Right.
But you're right, this piece around making sure that we are monitoring what we expect we are continuing to say that to our principals, to our instructional facilitators. All those individuals are expected that you have to go out into those classrooms and inspect what it is you expect. We know that there is a knowing doing gap. So while we might know it, we might go through the training, we don't always implement, but we've been very intentional. Another piece that we're using also is our pieces in EdReflect, that we are doing observations, going in, talking to principals about the number of informal observations or formal observations that they've done. We've asked them to tell us what kind of reflective feedback it is that they're giving to their teachers. Are you identifying those domains, especially in domains 2, building the culture or the environment, and 3, especially instruction, domain 3, we're having those conversations with our leaders in a much more targeted and intentional way.
Okay. And when you do your needs assessment with your schools, are they saying they need what you all are bringing them? Are they saying we need Kool-Aid and you're bringing us water?
Well, and that kind of goes back into a discussion that we had with all of you last spring and then in the summer again, you know, of how, you know, this is new for people that have been used to using templates to create school improvement plans through the old ACCEP. And so, you know, this is a whole new ballgame and a new opportunity. And, you know, what we're seeing through the environments that Dr. Perkins just shared in terms of professional learning communities is they're changing their own school improvement plans as they either get data back or they interact with their peers to either add or improve. So it's becoming living documents. And those living documents really do align well with what our district improvement plan is.
Okay. That's all.
Great. Mr. Williamson? Dr. Moore?
Just along those same lines, since y'all have been doing the RISE training, has the reading curriculum for the district changed, or is it the same?
It's a good question. It has not changed at the elementary level. The secondary did get new resources this year, so we do have a different curriculum that was brought in. And remember, a curriculum for reading, there's not one magic answer there. There has to be sound practice and professional development brought in so that you can fill in the gaps and make sure that we're doing the science of reading each and every day.
Okay, so at the element.
So also what's very important to know here is that we did make sure we adopted a resource that would align itself, the decoding power, to align itself with phonics and phonological awareness. We are also going through right now the adoption process for a new resource for, in fact, pre-K4 through 5. And so we'll determine what kinds of changes need to be made to the curriculum once the new resource is adopted.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. House, anything? Okay. Any other comments or questions? Ms.
No, but and you can excuse them, but for transparency, I was wanting to talk about some things that I will want in addition to the number 14. I can do it on this one or I can do it on 14, but there will be some things I bring
Either
up.
one. Okay. So why don't we go ahead and accept your report? If
Can I just say one other thing?
Yeah.
You do have a document here that's also goes above and beyond in terms of a community report. Obviously, the rules have changed on that you're all aware of. That just has to be on your website. We try to go above and beyond that to share, you know, a real or a reality of not only where we're at, but what are some of our challenges and some of our celebrations. And this is also available online as well. It's a product that's produced by Pam Smith and many others to put it all together, and it's a really good product.
Hey, Ms. Dean wants to make a
I meant to say this earlier, but just wanted to thank you and Pam Smith for the involvement in our community and family engagement stakeholder, that whole process. Pamela Smith was a great asset to the whole process, and I appreciate all of the work that the people at the district did to help us along with that. Thank you.
It was a really good process that
Yes.
you helped and supported. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, and I know that based on your press conference the other day and the information that came up in your timeline, you were going to present to your CAB tonight and then ask them for a vote and then a presentation to the commissioner in light of some of the things I'm going to have on the agenda next Thursday, you might want to delay that vote.
Okay, now that, and I may have to learn that off from the commissioner, because I'm gonna
Okay.
take off right now. We did delay already the vote on, taking action tonight,
Okay.
because we have some community advisory boards. We were gonna be at a bare minimum of 4, and that really was not gonna be, it's a quorum, but it doesn't feel right in terms of taking action. So we were gonna delay the vote until Tuesday, when we could have a larger group in. But I also wanna point out, that our process, okay, we have been working with the community, and we have been working now since September in terms of release of the concept, 5 community meetings. We have had, we've captured all those things. You can all look at those on the website. This is actually in our 4th goal. We've captured all the meetings on the website. We've captured the notes the parents and family gave us. We then held a survey that people got to participate in, and now we're into the next phase, which is another release of my recommendations, community forum tonight to allow people to participate and share out, and then we will have a vote, and then we have another survey that's supposed to come out tonight after the CAB meeting to give another chance for people to be involved with giving input. So we have been very, very thorough on our form of community engagement, which I'm very proud of.
All right, yeah, Commissioner.
Before you leave, Mike, I bragged on everybody else. If you left and I didn't brag on you, I'd feel bad. Just to say, you know, there have been some big things this year that were big lifts. The conversion to eSchool has, we finally smoothed things out there, and I think things are going much better with that. I won't rehash community input, what you're getting ready to do tonight, but I think there's some power in that. So anyway, and to the rest of your team that's here and those that had to leave, just express my appreciation for all your hard work. Thank you.
Great. All right. So I would invite a motion to accept this report. Motion by Ms. Chambers, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you all for being here. We'll then go down to item 14. Obviously, as was noted earlier, because La Roca is a level 5 district, the state board's powers are broad in this arena. And I understand Ms. Zook wants to present some concepts that she wishes for the board to consider.
Now, it's my understanding that all of this will be on next Thursday as well.
That would be my, yep.
Yeah,
That
because
would-
even though a small percent of the community was aware of the wording of the fair dismissal, they weren't, the whole community was not.
Correct.
Okay, so, and y'all may want to write this down because it's stuff, but as a level 5 district, there are certain things that the state board has responsibilities to do that haven't happened quickly in keeping with what Pine Bluff is trying to do to act quickly. You know, we started in the process of looking about intervening in Little Rock under one governor, and then we have another one. We started under one commissioner, and then we have another one. We started with one superintendent, and now we have another one. So a lot of the things that might have happened quicker and we might be seeing a quicker turnaround on some of these things sort of got pushed away because we didn't want to get in the way of the superintendent and the new commissioner about, we wanted this done, and so we thought, well, maybe left to his own devices that the superintendent would see these as things that were done and that, in my opinion, directly affect student learning. So under 615-2902, 4A, it says if the local governance fails, the state must compel the district to do. B says allowing state intervention to occur if the local government chronically fails to meet the burden and spite of the student, according to the student assessment. 615-2094 says, assesses whether all children have equitable access to excellent educators. 615-2914 2D says, other criteria the state board determines appropriate, like feeder patterns, graduation rate, growth calculations, other indicators of school success. These are things we have authority over as a state board. 615-2915, accommodations for level 5 districts. 615-2916, the State Board of Education's authority over district classified in need of level 5. 1, conduct an analysis of all district systems. Move to do so specifically to Little Rock special ed. So what I'm wanting to do is have the Department of Education, and I will make these motions next Thursday, do a thorough and complete analysis of the entire special education department in the Little Rock School District, and also the application and whether or not they are with fidelity and consistently taking care of the children, screening and with regard to dyslexia, and whether or not that in fact is being done. I'm also going to ask that the finance department at the Department of Education do a complete analysis when that data is available. I know Little Rock is converting over because I consistently get reports from teachers that they believe some schools get more money and other schools get less money, and some teachers get more money and some kids. So, you know, I want to look at that, so we're dealing with, you know, actual data. That would fall under 615-2916, the state board's authority over a district classified in level 5 intensive support. Under K, under G and H, I will want to have curriculum-based standards to adopt and implement a literacy curriculum based on the science of reading, and that AED Division of Learning Services develop an implementation process to ensure alignment with academic standards, science of reading, and the RISE initiative. Under K of that same section, it says take any other necessary and proper action. I will be making a motion with regard to complete restructuring of central office, to eliminate some positions, to add some positions, and I will ask the superintendent and Dr. Hernandez and Dr. Pfeffer to work with him on that, and then bring something back to see if the board, what they think about it and recommend to the commissioner or not. And then with regard to 2 schools in particular, Hall High School, look in terms of reconstituting that, and before, when we when Forest Heights was reconstituted, the teachers there who were not retained stayed in the system, and so if that principal did not think that they were qualified to be in that school, they wound up in somebody else's school. And I don't think that that is an effective way for a district to improve. So I'll be wanting to look at that too, and then talk in terms of the reconstituting, whether it's a STEM, a conversion charter, you know, a high reliability school. We can talk through that as a board, or we can have maybe Dr. Roberts, who's the principal there, and Dr. McNulty out at Henderson, who's a feeder pattern, and Amy Cooper over at Forest Heights, work with the 3 of them, come to us with some sort of recommendation. And then at Pinnacle View, I think in the plan he's presenting, he's talking about adding 9th grade for next year. And then I want to be sure that we assure families that if you have done successfully what Judge Marshall said was probably the most tapestry accurate school in the entire district relative to the town, then I think we should consider that a success. And if it worked for 6th, 7th, 8th, then move into 9th, and then move to 10th and 11th, because we said we would not do anything specific until Southwest was being built, which it is. And so that we have a school that meets the needs of the whole community. I was encouraged by the election of our new mayor, and he was talking about bringing the community together. And I think that all of these kinds of things will bring the community together so it doesn't look like, oh, we're going to take care of the east side but not the north side, or we're going to take care of the north side but not the south side. But everybody will get a quality education and hopefully choose Little Rock School District over any other options. I know I have friends who are working in some of the private schools, and you know, like 80% of those kids are having to be tutored after school. Well, you know, maybe those people would come back, or maybe people in the charters would come back, and you know, but let's make Little Rock School District the school district that when I started to work in the Little Rock School District, it was like ideal. It was like the place to be. It was like the place that, as a student teacher, you just, you know, you knew you had to have a really good grades and a really good experience in order to get to student teach here. And I think it can be that again. And I think if we work together and do the things that we can have the initiative to do, and according to the state, the Supreme Court have the responsibility to do as a state, I think these can happen. So to be totally transparent, those kinds of things, I'll be coming forth with motions. And I really believe had we done all of these things from the beginning, we would not have to ask for the fair dismissal. But we didn't, and time is of the essence. And so more than likely, but if I do make the motion for the removal of that, it will be for all staff. It won't be for just teachers in DNF schools. It will be for teachers in all the schools. It will be for classified staff in all the schools. It will be for administrators in all the schools. So there again, we are applying equal to everyone. And it's, you know, as an educator, it gives me pause and pain, but I don't know whether or not, you know, when we intervened in Little Rock, 62%, not counting professional development, 62% of the teachers were chronically absent. At least that's improved. It's now 52%. But 52%, when you have kids who are also having absent problem, mostly the ones who don't read well, or mostly the ones who have to get a kid ready to work and or go to school and all of this. If the child isn't there part of the time and the teacher's not there a lot of the time, then that could be like 30 or 40 or 50 days of a 178-day year when nobody's learning anything, because God bless people who were willing to substitute teach, but a lot of people, I don't mean substitute, yeah, who are willing to substitute, but often if you don't substitute behind a really well-organized teacher, you don't get much done that day. And I want the Milliken winner down in Kingsland said, each child every day. And when schools are being measured 50% at the elementary level on growth, and that is only, did I as an individual make the progress that would I've been expected to make based on what I've done in the past. This is not measuring a poor child or a rich child or anybody against anybody else. It's just this child, And if he made 6 months' progress last year, we should make sure he makes 6, I think 7 or 8 months' progress if he's ever going to catch up. So I don't know if chronic absenteeism can be included in part of the evaluation process, or if it is a part of the evaluation process or the contract, but we have got to do everything within our power to make teachers want to come to work and to make sure that if they don't come to work, that they understand what it is what the kind of damage that does to a child. So I wanted to be as transparent as I could about the kind of things that I'm concerned about.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments on those items at this point? Obviously, things that will be discussed and debated later on. And so my plan, so we don't have to take action on, Ms. Freno, can we just not take action on 14 for now? Do we need to have an action that puts it at a date certain? Or Ms. Height, either one, whoever, Ms. Freno.
Lori Freno, Department of Education. Dr. Barth, I think you should take the same action, you should take a vote to table consistently with what you did with the Pine Bluff School District.
Okay, all right. But that would not lock us in on any specific motions at that meeting, but the topics would be on the table. Is that correct?
The topics would be on the table. You could discuss whatever you want.
Okay, all right. Okay, any questions on that, Steve? Okay, all right. So we are down to we are to public comment on 14. Again, as I said earlier, if folks wish to pass at this point and do public comment at a later date, that would be appropriate. Or you can have up to 3 minutes at this point. Is that everybody good on that? Okay. First up, Latanya Boston Webb. Thanks for being here all day.
Good evening. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm a parent, and I thank you for the opportunity for being here. But for the sake of time, I was going to share my thoughts first. But my daughter texted me. She really wanted to be here today, and she had finals, so she was not able to. She attends Hall, which is considered an F school. Try not to get very emotional here. They kind of see you guys as bullies, the students, just FYI for your information. Due to the fact that there's no elected school board, there is no to little accountability or transparency to myself and other parents in the community. And because of our advisory board that is in place, they have no authority to act on the matters here. The only option that for me as a parent, as I stand here today for my daughter and her future, is just kind of the only option we have. A lot of us are very unaware of what's going on, so we don't have the opportunity to be where we need to be because we're not aware. With that being said, my daughter is a sophomore at Hall. She has a 3.75 GPA. She takes all AP classes. Our current situation, and has been from one district in Arkansas to the next, domestic violence and abuse, which I wanted to bring that up because it causes a lot of things to happen in families and homes. And, regardless of what our circumstances are or have been, her sanctuary, her stability, her support has come from her teachers. They go over and beyond. Her rock stars, as she just texted and called them, whether it's picking her up for school, dropping her off. I can't even name the things that they do countless that you're maybe aware of, unaware, don't even care to know. My concern with the decisions that you may make or may not make is how that's going to affect her and her cohorts. If it's not going to promote some type of stability or something that's going to help them overcome and improve as a district and their teachers, then I really think that you need to table or go back to what you are considering, because it has affected them tremendously, greatly. It's actually kind of horrifying. But I will read briefly, if I have another 10 seconds or so, what she said. She introduced herself as Jaden Lee, and she says, I attend grade Hall High, and we're new here in this district, by the way, first year. It's an F school. My teachers have gone above and beyond their teacher duties. This includes but isn't limited to picking me up and dropping me off, offering extra help over the breaks, and even introducing me to friends that I can continue to hang out with. My teachers also try to do what is in my very best interest, and I appreciate that. My teachers love to communicate with my mom and make sure that she's always updated. They have stepped out of the teacher box and have definitely stepped out of their comfort zone. They are always there for me and treat me like their very own child. If this action is taken, I am faced with the risk of losing my teachers, my mentors, my stability and support, which I have because she's there most of the day. They deserve to have security in their jobs. Most of them have children and families of their own. As unappreciated and underpaid as they are, teachers are my rock stars. They work very hard every day to make sure that I can go to college. I apologize for not being able to be here today, but I had finals.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Webb. Also, I wanted to note that Senators Elliott and Bond and Representative Tucker are here. They voiced a desire to have the rest of the public go first before any of their comments, and I wanted to just note that because they were actually a little higher on the list. Next up, Amy Johnson.
Thank you, board members and Commissioner Key, for allowing me this opportunity to share with you my concerns. I'm here as the parent of 3 girls who are in the Little Rock School District that are at A-performing schools. I appreciate the complexity of the issues that you as board members are facing in trying to do what's best for the Little Rock School District, given its long history of strife and given the disparities in resources that are available to individual schools around the district. So I appreciate where you are and what it is that you're facing. I also, earlier there was mention about a concern about there being a lack of transparency and distrust. And I will say that as a parent who is looking at this agenda in preparation for the meeting, I was concerned and I felt a sense of distrust. And I know that to the extent that you all wish to foster that sense of trust and get the buy-in for the community, that those are the kinds of things that do not lend themselves to the kind of transparency that I as a parent feel like I should have, since my 3 girls are in the district. I would say too that the lack of a locally elected school board is also a concern. And what appears to me to be a lack of meaningful progress in improving school performance during the time that the district has been under state control. These are the things that have created, I believe, a sense of distrust among parents and among teachers. And I want to address specifically the Fair Teacher Dismissal Act item that may end up coming forward. I am deeply concerned about the pursuit of the waiver of fair teacher dismissal laws, because I think that will further foment distrust. And it will create a climate where our teachers feel exposed and unsupported. And I will say, even at Roberts Elementary and Pinnacle View Middle School, I get text messages when the contract negotiations were underway, where teachers were telling me about how threatened they felt and about their willingness to continue working for the school district. I think we will see teacher turnover even in the A schools that are in the school district. And the high turnover rates, of course, will create the kind of instability that parents like the previous mother who spoke talked about. That instability is not conducive to a good learning environment. More broadly, I'm just worried about the trajectory of where we're heading with placing the burden on our teachers to be completely responsible for improving the performance of our district. I'm concerned that we're looking at holding out new facilities and the redistribution of students throughout the district as the solutions that are going to be the silver bullet to the problem, and I just don't feel that they are. Arkansas, whether you realize it or not, is the highest in the country in the incidence of adverse childhood experiences. These are things that affect cognitive development, that affect the ability of children to learn and affect their behavior. And I would love to see, rather than us rearranging the deck chairs, I would love to see us pursue some solutions that try to get at the root causes of some of these issues. And I do not believe that Fair Teacher Dismissal Act waivers is going to get where we need to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Teresa Knapp. Gordon? Okay, thank you. Allie Noland?
Thank you. I am a mom of two very young kids in Little Rock School District. My oldest is in kindergarten right now, so we have our entire career, education ahead of us. I am concerned enough about this to sit here all day to be able to talk to you about it. So I would like to talk to you about the fact that as a mom, as a weekly volunteer at Wakefield for the past 2 years, as a property owner, and my husband is a small business owner in Little Rock, y'all talk about stakeholders. We are stakeholders, and I'm asking you not to waive teacher fair dismissal because I think it is going to make it harder for us to attract good teachers in Little Rock. Teachers are not paid enough. Their job is challenging. We don't need to then take away some small measure of due process and job security and make it harder for us to compete with surrounding districts to be able to attract good teachers. I would also say that the statute you pointed to talked specifically about access to excellent educators, and I just don't think that doing this will attract excellent educators to come apply to Little Rock School District. I would also say that it would further erode public trust. You've already heard that, and I won't belabor the point, but this isn't coming from the community. This isn't coming from people who live here and have our futures and our children invested in this process. And I would also add that we don't understand, at least I'm speaking for myself, why this particular, the teacher dismissal requirement, works for other districts and is okay for the rest of the state, but is allegedly causing specific problems in Little Rock School District. The causation there isn't really been made clear about why that is linked to the problems that that are being asserted. So those are my comments, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Reverend Haley Jones.
Thank you to the members of the board for your time. My name is Haley Jones, and I'm the pastor of community engagement. We've heard that word a lot here today at First Methodist Church, downtown Little Rock, just a few blocks from here. But many of you have already heard from me once via email, but I'm standing in front of you today to urge you to vote no on the waiver of the Teacher Fair Dismissal Act that we expected to be on the table and assume that it will be on the table next week for Little Rock School District. I stand here with many of my own parishioners behind me, both literally and in emails to each of you. And from many conversations in our community, this waiver is not a sufficient means for protecting our students as you may think. The intention behind this waiver to remove ineffective teachers at DNF schools will only continue to create bigger gaps of inequity in our district. And I lay that responsibility right in front of you. I know that you've each seen the numbers. The makeup of our failing schools as measured by state standards are majority low-income and minority students. You've used a universal measure of success without taking into consideration the personal, emotional, and mental experience of the student taking the assessment. Our low-income and minority students are already at a disadvantage by the social systems that we have set in place and continue to perpetuate. The school building should be the place where we begin to break the cycles and systems of poverty and racism. We are not doing that. Some of you say that this waiver will help students by removing ineffective teachers, but I'm here to give a comment that voting yes on this waiver will not do what you think. The proposed solution with this waiver is short-sighted. It's a short-sighted decision to a much deeper problem in our district. I urge you to look further into the horizon. The struggle in our district cannot and should not be placed in the hands of our teachers solely. Let's have a conversation about academic resources, facilities, and funding. There is, by definition, educational inequity. That's the conversation that we need to be having. Unequal distribution of resources based on a grading system that is not comprehensive to a student's experience should not determine the adequacy and quality of the school and thus its teachers. That is certainly not fair to the creatives, innovatives, and well-equipped community members that we are trying to cultivate in our district. Your vote speaks volumes to what you believe about educational equity. If you vote yes on this waiver, you will only continue to marginalize the poorest of our communities and not provide a quality and equitable education. That is your duty. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Jenny Blankenship, is she, I thought I saw her leave. Vicki Hatter?
Good evening, everyone.
Evening.
I am Vicki Hatter, and today I'm going to stand before you not as an education advocate, but as a mom. I have a child at Parkview who's a 9th grader who is preparing for her semester exams. I also have a son who was in the district, and he's older, and he have promoted out. What I want to talk to you guys about, we have talked about or heard about family and community engagements. And we also adjusted our agenda because of a meeting tonight with our district that started at 5:30. And you guys praised them for their community engagement and reaching out to our parents, right? To us, to me. However, we had less than a 24-hour notice of this meeting. And so many of us will not be able to be there that would typically be at these meetings. So, yes, they did inform us, but they did not give us adequate time to even prepare, knowing that it is semester's exams, knowing that there are assignments that are due at this time of year. So, I would say I do hope that you guys extend more of a community notice, family engagement, right, to our fellow parents in Pine Bluff to ensure that they have enough time to travel here and to have their comments. I want to speak about our teachers. All of my daughter teachers are certified. They have some of the highest certifications, not only just licensed, you know. Every year I look at my my daughter's teacher certifications. And one year there was a teacher at another school that did not, their certification lapsed. And it was my duty to inform the principal. Well, that was taken care of. I, as a parent, do not want my child taught by an unlicensed and a person that is not highly certified. I do not want my daughter or any of her friends or fellow classmates or her teachers or their fellow teachers having anxiety about whether or not they're going to lose their job because of a political game that like we are playing with our students and our teachers. We have highly certified teachers right in the Little Rock School District, and we are pushing a lot of fear with parents to where they do not understand what is going on with the district because we are not being told exactly what's going on. There's a lot of smoke screens. Then we have a lot of teachers that have anxiety about teaching, but yet they go into a classroom, they step on campus every day to pour out their heart, to give their best, to educate our next engineers, educate our next SBE members. And I expect you guys to vote like if our children's lives depend on it, because it does. I do not want, and my fellow parents do not want, our teachers not to be licensed or certified or else dismissed because of a political game. And to take this and say that firing teachers that are ineffective, but yet we do not have a list of those teachers that have tried to be fired because maybe there is no list or maybe it's just a theory, that's not okay either. And it only takes, is it 40 days, right, to fire a teacher? 70 days, as long as the principal is doing their job, documenting and going in the classroom and doing that instructional review, then it can happen. So we don't need this to pass, right, to get rid of bad teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hatter. Wendy Sheridan?
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a parent of 2 students in the Little Rock School District. I have a kindergartner and a 2nd grader. Both my children attend a wonderful school in Little Rock School District, just like every other school in Little Rock School District. They have amazing teachers who are all highly qualified and certified, go to countless trainings, work collaboratively at all hours. I can drive by that school right now and there are teachers in the parking lot, just like every other school in this district. One of the things that I had a whole thing to talk about, but when Ms. Zook brought up attendance, I want to focus on that real quick. One of the things that bothers me about talking about teachers' attendance is we're just looking at that wholly as however many days they miss. So that, you did mention professional development. I think you said that you were taking those days out of your, yes. Okay. But then we also need to look at other things that people miss school for. Specifically as a woman, and that most of our teachers are women, they are protected by federal law of FMLA to take time off to have children. And I think that happens quite a bit, and that it's not necessarily fair that we're counting those absences in. Also, I am not a teacher. I work in a different field. I'm perfectly able to take off my time off, and I'm not punished for taking off my earned time off. And I don't think we should punish our teachers for exercising their right to take off their time off, whether that is for, let's say, having a baby, taking care of a family member that is ill, maybe they're ill, maybe they're dealing with a chronic illness. I hate for us to punish people when they are protected by federal law. I also want to talk about recruitment. Another parent mentioned on that. I am concerned about if you do vote to terminate parent dismissal for that waiver, of what that will do for recruitment for our teachers. We heard from another district today who's having a terrible time recruiting, and then we'll have that problem. So those are my concerns. I think that's it. I'm also want to point out that at our school specifically, I volunteer quite frequently. I'm the PTA president, and our teachers are also volunteering through the PTA. They don't have to do that. And I appreciate that, and I know that teachers across this district are doing that as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, down to Senator Bond.
Coming back.
Okay. Senator Elliott. Representative Tucker. All right, we will see y'all next Thursday. Okay, that is the end of public comment on that item. We are, let's take a 3-minute break. please. Chair's prerogative. And then we'll come back up to finish our rules, and we will be done for the evening. Okay, I apologize. I'm just. Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's my understanding that the administrators have not been being evaluated, and the other administrators are not evaluating using tests. So I'm actually more concerned about the administrators in the district than I am the teachers. Well, anybody that's got a superintendent by the name, we could say you're gone tomorrow. Everybody else, central office, schools, everybody else, teachers, nurses, secretaries, everybody else is under teacher fairness dismissal. Well, every district organizes it differently, and if we've never been able to get it clearly defined for us is who is in charge of these people and evaluating? Who's in charge of these people? That's what Dr. Hernandez and Dr. Becker, both of which have been superintendents and principals, that's what they will go in and work for.
Food is there. I have no idea what's going on. He keeps texting me, where's this, where's that, where's this? It's just inside here. Where's the marijuana?
Let's put him in. Plane to go out and finish it.
so afraid I had plenty of battery power after hitting the finish. I was starting to worry about it a little bit. Anyways, I appreciate you helping me out there.
All right.
My husband has a club meeting tonight, so he's gone to that, so it doesn't matter what time I get home. And he fed the dogs for me. So what time do you have to go get in your staff report? What time is your deadline for that? I'm gonna sleep in a little. And I'll just refer to what I handed out. Because
Yeah, you're doing it.
particularly overtime.
All right. It happened in my brain, but it didn't happen in reality. Apparently, I thought we had made a motion to table that item officially. That did not happen, so I would invite a motion to table that until the special meeting next Thursday.
So moved.
All right.
Second.
All right, motion by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Newton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, so that is, and just to be clear, that meeting will begin at 10 a.m. I don't know exactly how long it will go, but I hope we now have the issues in our head and can be deal with those issues in a thoughtful manner, but also in a timely manner. So that will be the story next week. We are back up to the action agenda B, item 1, and this, Ms. Salas Ford, this is a release for public comment for the Succeed Scholarship Program.
Good evening, Courtney Salas Ford for the department. And we are requesting to release for public comment the Succeed Scholarship Program rules. It was necessary to amend these rules to incorporate changes from Acts 327, 637, and Act 894 of 2017. And I will be happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions on the side? Any questions over here?
We'll have a lot, so.
Okay, you have
Do you want to go with them first and come back to me?
any others? Okay, yeah, Ms. Hook?
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine. Okay, I have some and I'll reference them by number so that, off of the markup draft.
Okay.
The first one is 4.01.1.1.1.2.
Okay.
And it talks about the superintendent of the resident district.
Yes.
Okay. I wonder, because of school choice, sometimes a student is not going to school in their resident district, they're going to school they've choiced into, which is a non-resident
Correct.
district. So, do we need to tweak that wording?
No, that wording comes directly from the law. I can look and see exactly which act it was, but it has to be the resident superintendent. And so even if that student is not attending their resident district, it still has to be that resident superintendent to grant the waiver. And we have had cases in which that student has never been in that resident school district, but yet that's the superintendent that they had to go to ask the waiver from.
Okay.
And just real quick, so that is from Act 637.
case that came up this year where the child was coming from a DHS pre-K facility to a district as a kindergartner.
Yes.
Now, unless the law has changed, it's the obligation of the district they go to put them in the least restrictive setting, which you have to start with a regular classroom and then show why that's not right and all up like that. So does that in any way affect or apply to these children who come from a DHS center into one of these Succeeds schools?
Not sure if I understand the question entirely. Those students that might be in like a DDTCS, they still have the option to apply and for Succeed Scholarship to go to a private school. Again, it would be the resident school district who would technically be responsible under the law, who would grant that waiver if so needed.
But they might not have an IEP.
If they were in a DDTCS facility, they would have an IFSP, which is, and we've defined that in here, equivalent to an IEP.
Okay, so yeah, that has changed, okay.
Yes.
Okay, was there any effort made during legislation to change the severely language? Because the department defined, if you have an IEP, you qualify. But because the law, federal and state, defines severely, and then under this law, they use the word severely, it's like, do we need to ask the legislature to adjust that severely language to just say any student with an IEP and take the severely out?
To my knowledge, there was no bills introduced that attempted to define severely, and I can't say whether there would be any in this upcoming session or not.
Okay, because it's, you know, it's confusing to parents. So anyway, okay, at 5.02.1.3.
Yes.
It says, another accrediting association recognized by the State Board of Education as providing service to the severely disabled students, which is, we now know is an IEP, not that. I think this 4-year allowance, I mean, that is forever in most children's life, but it is beyond forever in the life of a handicapped child. Has there been any effort to say within 2 years or as opposed to 4 years to get your accreditation? Because it doesn't take 4 years to get accredited.
That language comes directly from Act 327, and from my recollection, the 4 years was to allow them to receive accreditation under a number of different associations, so whether it be Advance Ed or the ANSA, the Arkansas Non-Public School Accrediting Association. So different organizations have different requirements, and the maximum amount of time that it could take a school was 4 years, and so I believe that's why that language was included in the act. But again, we just added the language directly as it comes from the law that was passed.
Yeah, I think, anyway, I won't say that. Are the teachers in these schools required to have a background check? If they're licensed in Arkansas, I know they do, but if they're not licensed and they're hired, do they have to have a background check?
If they're not licensed, then that would be up to the private school's own policy, but our requirement for participation in the Succeed Scholarship Program is that it be licensed teachers for these students.
Okay.
So the teachers at least teaching these kids would have gone through a background check.
Okay, but it doesn't say that a teacher has to be employed by them. It says they might contract. So if 15 kids go to this school and they all get the Succeed Scholarship and they only contract for a teacher for a couple of hours a day and there's no speech or OT or PT, that you know, I recognize, and whether I agree or not, I recognize that the parents are signing away their rights of their child to have a free and appropriate education. But I guess what I wonder is, when the legislators are being asked to consider these things, are we making an effort to educate them on what it is they are voting? I mean, all of the
Yes.
ramifications.
We try.
Okay, that's all you can do. Okay, and 6.01. I think it's just, yeah, 6.01. Let me get back up there. It says the parent or guardian of a student participating in the Succeed Scholarship shall select the private school in, I think the point I was trying to make is that ADE is not recommending that. And the way some of this is worded, it sound like ADE is recommending that the child go there as opposed to the parents choosing for the child to go there.
Correct. This is an entirely voluntary program, and our listing of approved private schools is not an endorsement, recommendation of any school or that any student participate in that school.
Okay, now 6.02.1.1.2. It says, request that the department approve a reinstatement or transfer, which is a change from before.
Yes.
Was that a substantive change? Did the legislation change their wording?
That was not a legislative change. That was strictly based on the number of requests that became before the board over the last calendar year, and the time that it can often take to get on the agenda and get to the board. We felt that it would be more expedient and more efficient if it was a department review and approval, that is strictly an internal change, not legislative.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna argue because now I don't have to feel guilty about how I vote. Okay, and 7.0, it's troubling that this was written so the money goes to a third party who then pays the religious institution, because in charters, the law is very strict that you can't have a charter that has a religious affiliation. I think I've stated this before and I'll state it again. It just looks like we were manipulating the law. So that's all I'll say about that. Okay.
And that is direct wording from the law.
Okay, 8.01. The State Board of Education shall adopt rules and develop notices and other documentation necessary to administer the Succeed Scholarship that are in the best interest of children. Okay? Now go down to 9.02. The curriculum and education plan for a student with a disability attending a private school is not subject to the regulatory authority of the State Board of Education. So how is it that we are responsible for doing things in the best interest of a child when we have no regulatory authority over the place they go?
That section again.
Here's how I would answer that, Ms. Zook, that the State Board adopts rules that are in the best interest of students, subject to what's allowed in the law. And there's other sections of code, there's other laws that don't give us authority to, for oversight of private schools. So we just don't have the assessment, curriculum, anything like that for private schools.
Then I would ask if it was put in administratively and not by the,
No, that is straight from the law.
it is.
Both
So we
items are
can't
directly.
take ourselves out of that.
I could take it out of the rules, but it would not take it out of law, and so the requirement would remain.
Okay, that's all, Chairman.
All right. Any other questions? Again, I remind the board that they are welcome to make public comment through the
Absolutely.
process, and I would invite a motion to release this rule for public comment. Motion by Ms. Chambers, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Great, thank you. All right, next up, release for public comment, rules governing concurrent college and high school credit for students. Welcome, Mr. Dugan, for his first visit to the,
This is my first time in front of you guys, so good evening. I had written on my script, good afternoon, though. Taylor Dugan, attorney for the department. You guys already have these in front of you. There are the rules for concurrent credit for students that are enrolled in a high school class and also a college class that would get credit for both of those. The changes were made to these to incorporate Act 1118 of 2017. And so the department respectfully requests that this board approve these so we can release them for public comment.
So moved.
Second.
all right, motion by Ms. Zook, second by Ms. Newton. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. See, that was easy.
Yeah, hopefully it'll all be like that.
All right. Easier than Ms. Hyatt's first. All right, next up is final approval. Rules governing school district requirements for personnel, policies, et cetera.
Thank you. Mary Claire Hyatt, Arkansas Department of Education. This is for consideration for final approval, the ADE rules governing school district requirements for personnel policies, salary schedules, minimum salaries, and documents posted to district websites, which would now be called the ADE rules governing documents posted to school district and education service cooperative websites. No substantive changes were made after the public comment period, and we just request that you give final approval for these rules.
And who checks this?
I'm sorry?
Who checks to be sure they've done it?
So the standards unit does check on the website for all of the things that are listed in the standards. In the new rule, as it exists now, we tried very hard to make a convenient list. If you go through the code and through the standards, there are 100 million different places where there are website requirements, and they didn't exist in one single rule. There were some in the rule as it existed before, and then others in other rules. So now it will be a convenient place where all of the website requirements are, and then a lot of them come from the standards and are checked by the standards unit.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Any other questions? If not, I would entertain a motion for final approval on this rule.
Move final approval. Second.
Motion by Ms. Newton, second by Ms. McFetrich. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Great. Okay, we are now down to item 6. Ms. Dedman, final approval on Arkansas Code, also known as Megan's Law.
Yes, you'll see that this is guidance, not a rule.
My
These
phone is-
proposed, I'm sorry.
Oh, my phone started talking to me.
He was talking to Siri.
Siri was talking to me. Sorry, Ms. Dedman.
No problem. These are guidelines rather than a rule. The change to the guidelines incorporates Act 267 of 2017. There is a code section that requires that the state board give approval to these guidelines, so I'm here to ask for your approval, and it will be final.
Okay, all right. So these are not a rule, these are guidelines, but required by law. Entertain a motion unless there are questions.
Can I just add, what's the difference between a rule and a guideline?
So rules have to be promulgated pursuant to the APA, the Administrative Procedures Act. These are, these don't have the same requirements as the rules under the Administrative Procedures Act. They're merely guidance passed by the department. But if you look over at Arkansas Code annotated 12-12-913, it charges the State Board of Education with the responsibility of passing these guidelines for the disclosure of this information to the school district staff. So the way that we did it in 2002 when these were last passed was the state board gave their final approval, and then we released it through a commissioner's memo.
Thank you.
So,
It helps.
so building on that, so it does not go back to through the rules, the new rules process at all? Okay.
It's not a rule, so it will not go through the rules process.
Okay. Excellent. Entertain a motion for final approval of these guidelines. All right, motion by Ms. McFetrich, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Okay. Also, Ms. Dedman, release for public comment, rules governing nutrition and physical activity standards.
Yes, these rules were altered to remove outdated references to the ACSIP and to resolve an internal conflict in the rule. We just respectfully request that they be approved for public comment release.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Zook, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Okay. Ms. Dedman, ADA rules governing federal program complaint resolution. This is final approval.
Yes, sir. Changes to these rules were necessary to incorporate a complaint process for the participation of private school children and to provide updated language, including references to ESSA. These were approved for public comment on October 11th. A public comment hearing was held and the public comment period expired on November 19th. There were comments received, but they did not result in substantive changes. So at this time, I'd ask you to consider these for final approval.
Is there anything of note that we need to be aware of or that we might have missed? Because by the time we got to this point, we were
Indeed.
very tired.
I did receive a public comment from from Rebecca Miller-Rice at the Bureau of Legislative Research. She pointed out in section 4.01 that there was a miswording. It said the private school students were to be treated equitably. The miswording based on the law was private school or students. So that was the change that was made. There was no change made to section 4.06 based on the public comment you see before you, because that is, in our opinion, that's for reasons of due process. The school must know about the complaint before it can move forward.
Thank you.
Entertain a motion for final approval of this rule.
Move final approval. Second.
Motion by Ms. Newton, second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. All right. And then finally, thank you, Ms. Dedman.
Thank you.
Finally, Ms. Hyatt, back with final approval of the rules governing data reporting in a variety of places.
Thank you, Mary Claire Hyatt, Arkansas Department of Education. Consideration for final approval of the new ADE rule governing data reporting, the Arkansas Public School Computer Network and Information Systems, and the repeal of the 4 rules that are listed under that, which I'll spare me reading them to you. We combined all 4 of those rules into the new one, as well as made the changes necessitated by legislation from 2017. They went out for public comment. No substantive changes were made, and we ask that you give final approval.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion for final approval?
Move for final approval.
Second.
All right. Motion by Ms. McFetrich, second by Ms. Zook. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. We have reached the end of our action agenda. Any new business? Ms. Freno, I assume there's no other public comment? Oh. Is there any other? Okay, great. All right. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Chambers, second by Ms. Dean. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Post same sign. I remind you, we will return at 8 a.m. Upstairs in 201 for breakfast and a work session.